अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। बंद का मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट। गेम मास्टर माकफुल टीम क्या खले माँ का बेटा। हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है पबजी मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके, और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का, पख्तून फैंस से। अपनी आवाज में पबजी मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा, आप खुद सोचे। तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। पबजी तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ। मजे कवा कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है पबजी मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ सरा मदद का। और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ। मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई।
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करें?
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है। इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं याला का मासरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का। हाँ देर का याला का तो पक में पकार दे ठीक वार याला का ब्याह बप यूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ कवर का देर का माँ बांधे डज़ों के। So thank you पबजी मोबाइल, आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले। थैंक यू।
अस्सलामुअलैकुम और खुश आमदीद कहेंगे तमाम नाज़रीन को PMPL पाकिस्तान इंटरव्यू सेक्शन के अंदर। मैं हूँ आपका होस्ट हसन और आज के दिन हम कोशिश करेंगे प्लेयर्स की फन साइड को एक्सप्लोर करने की। मुझे ज्वाइन कर चुके टीम मैग्नस ईस्पोर्ट्स से रिस्पेक्ट, विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट वेलकम टू द शो।
थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी हियर।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। रिस्पेक्ट, सबसे पहले आपसे एक बड़ा ऑब्वियस क्वेश्चन मैं कहूँगा यहाँ पर कि आपकी पबजी मोबाइल कंपेटिटिव का जर्नी थोड़ा सा हमें ज़रूर हमारी ऑडियंस के साथ शेयर करें।
कंपेटिटिव मोबाइल की जर्नी कितना टाइम हो गया इसको मैं कंपेटिटिव के सीन में आया हुआ है, ऑलमोस्ट पता नहीं कितने ईयर्स हो गए। सबसे पहले जो हमारी टीम थी वो फलक के टाइम से स्टार्ट किया था हमने, जो डकी भाई की टीम थी, तो वहाँ से स्टार्ट किया था हमने। उसके बाद कुछ चेंजेस करने पड़े, टीम्स बदलनी पड़ी और अब हम इधर हैं MGS में।
That's nice. अभी तक के लिए MGS को कंसिडर किया जा रहा है कि वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम है पाकिस्तानी सीन के ऊपर और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकती है। कितनी तैयारी है MGS की इस बार इस चीज़ को लेकर?
देखें प्रिपरेशन तो काफ़ी है। हमारी कोशिश यही होती है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा टूर्नामेंट्स और स्किम्स में पार्टिसिपेट करते रहा करें और टीम्स को देखते रहा करें। हम बैक एंड पे देखते भी रहते हैं क्या रोटेशंस डिफरेंट टीम्स फॉलो करती हैं और क्या उनके वो होती हैं स्ट्रेटजीज होती हैं, तो वो स्ट्रीम से देख के जब हम फ्री होते हैं तो सारा कुछ देखते रहते हैं। प्रिपरेशन बैक एंड पे चलती रहती है और उसके हिसाब से अकॉर्डिंगली फिर हम रोटेशन वगैरह देते हैं। सही गेम पे उसी की अकॉर्ड होती है जो आपके पास इन्फो होती है टीम्स की।
बहुत बेहतरीन। अगले सवाल की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। समझा जाता है कि MGS एक बहुत ही बैलेंस लाइनअप है। इस लाइनअप के बनाने के पीछे क्या स्टोरी है, थोड़ा सा हमारे साथ शेयर कीजिए प्लीज़।
लाइनअप जब MGS हमने बनाना था पहले तो हमारा वैसे कोई ऐसा कोई वो नहीं था सीन बनाने का लाइनअप का। हुआ ये था कि हम कैजुअली ना हम 4-5 लड़के ना स्क्रिम्स खेलते थे। मैं मोटो जो भी हमारी करंट टीम है ना, हम सारे स्क्रिम्स खेलते थे तो स्किन से काफ़ी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस होती थी, तो हम इवेंट्स भी जो स्किन वाले आते थे उसमें भी काफ़ी अच्छा खेलते थे, एग्रेसिव खेलते थे। तो बाकी मेरे टीममेट्स का ये सजेशन था कि हमें टीम बनानी चाहिए, तो बस ऐसे ही हुआ, एक दिन हम लोगों ने टीम बना ली और अब हम दोनों खेल रहे हैं PMPL आपके सामने।
दैट्स वेरी नाइस। अभी तक के लिए जो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है उसको देखकर क्या समझते हैं आप PMPL के अंदर मैग्नस ई-स्पोर्ट्स की सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ क्या रहने वाली है?
सबसे बड़ी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ जो है वो यही है कि कॉन्फिडेंस है सारों में, मतलब जो मर्जी हो हम प्रेशर लेने की बिल्कुल नहीं हम प्रेशर लेते, जो मर्जी सिचुएशन हो। कोशिश तो यही होती है, वैसे तो थोड़ा बहुत होता है ये प्रेशर, लेकिन हम हमेशा यही होता है हमारा कि प्रेशर ना लिया जाए बड़े स्टेजेस पे, क्योंकि जब आप प्रेशर ले लेते हो तब आपकी गेम आप उस तरह परफॉर्म नहीं कर सकते जिस तरह आपको करना चाहिए। तो मेन चीज़ यही है, प्रेशर हैंडलिंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
कंपटीशन जिस तरह का है, थोड़ा सा टफ कंपटीशन इस दफ़ा लग रहा है PMPL पाकिस्तान के अंदर। टॉप 3 आना आपको आप क्या समझते हैं कितना मुश्किल होगा किसी भी टीम के लिए?
देखिए, अब जितने भी टूर्नामेंट्स अभी गुजरे हैं, आप सारों के सामने कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा हाई हो गया भाई इधर, तो आपको नए इमर्जिंग स्टार्स भी नजर आ रहे होंगे, तो कंपटीशन अभी से भी आप देख सकते हैं PMPL के स्टार्टिंग वाले डेज में कि कंपटीशन बहुत टफ है, तो हमें भी उसी के अकॉर्डिंग कोप करना चाहिए और यही हमारा प्लान है कि उसी के अकॉर्डिंग हम खेलें। और बस मेन चीज़ जो है इसी स्टेज पे वो कंसिस्टेंसी की, और हमने उसी को देखना है कि हम कंसिस्टेंट रहें थ्रू आउट हर गेम, कंसिस्टेंट रहे, कोई बुरी गेम ट्राई करें ना हो।
अभी तक के लिए जो कंपटीशन के अंदर आपकी अपोजिशन टीम्स हैं उनको क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे मैग्नस ई-स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से?
मैसेज यही होगा कि तैयार हैं सारे, क्योंकि MGS भी फुल प्रिपरेशन के साथ आई है, और दूसरी बात ये कि अगर 4 बगियाँ नजर आए आते तो समझ आना कौन सी टीम है।
बिल्कुल MGS आ रही है दोस्तों आपके लिए, और बग्गियों का जो काफिला है उसके ऊपर नजर रखती हैं। लेकिन जाते जाते मैग्नस ई-स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से अपने फैंस को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, उन तमाम फैंस को जो आपको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं?
सारे जो भी लॉयल फैंस बैठे हुए हैं, जो भी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए यही है कि कीप सपोर्टिंग और वी विल ट्राई टू मेक यू ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस प्राउड।
That's very amazing of you। इसी के साथ दोस्तों ये थे हमारे साथ टीम मैग्नस ई-स्पोर्ट्स से रिस्पेक्ट। टिल द नेक्स्ट टाइम एक और प्लेयर के साथ दोबारा ज्वाइन करेंगे। अपना रखिएगा बहुत सारा ख्याल। अल्लाह हाफिज़। अस्सलाम वालेकुम और आप सबको खुशामदीद कहेंगे PMPL पाकिस्तान के इंटरव्यू सेक्शन में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट एहसन और आज हम कोशिश करेंगे प्लेयर्स की फन साइड को एक्सप्लोर करने की। मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं आज के दिन क्वांटम रेज के सीरियस। वेलकम करूंगा उन्हें शो के अंदर। वेलकम सीरियस।
थैंक यू एहसन भाई, थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। और आज के दिन कुछ क्वेश्चंस आपसे पूछे जाएंगे रिगार्डिंग PMPL और आपकी टीम के। सो सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा आपसे ये रहेगा कि पाकिस्तान को अपना PMPL मिल चुका है, कितना एक्साइटेड है आप इस चीज़ को लेकर?
इस बार का पाकिस्तान का पहला PMPL है, तो इसमें जाहिर है हम लोग सारी टीम बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं एंड वी आर रेडी टू टेक ऑन द बेस्ट टीम्स ऑफ पाकिस्तान।
बहुत ही थोड़े टाइम में क्वांटम रेज ने ये चीज़ बावर करवाई है सबको कि वो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम है पाकिस्तान की। कितनी मेहनत लगी इस सारे सफ़र में आपको?
हमें 2 साल लगे और हम शुरू से पहले हमारा नाम STDX होता था, स्पार्क, मैं और JD होते थे, बटर होता था। हमारी शुरू से यही टीम रही है, तो बस चेंजेस आए हैं कि बटर को हमने रिमूव करा है टीम से, लेकिन बस जो सिनर्जी हमारी हम तीनों की थी ना वो शुरू से चल रही है, तो हार्डवर्क और टीम वर्क हमें यहाँ तक लेकर आए।
बिल्कुल। और इस PMPL में मेरा आपसे ये पूछना होगा कि क्या लगता है QR कहाँ पे स्टैंड करने वाली है ओवरऑल रैंकिंग में एट द एंड ऑफ द डे?
QR जो है हम तो टॉप पे ही आएंगे, क्योंकि हम हर टूर्नामेंट इसीलिए खेलते हैं टॉप पे आने के लिए, और इंशाल्लाह साउथ एशिया में भी हम लोग जाएंगे।
QR का प्ले स्टाइल किस तरह से रहता है? क्या आप थोड़ा डिफेंसिव खेलते हैं या फिर एग्रेशन को आप मास्टर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
हमारा जो है प्ले स्टाइल है शुरू से ही एग्रेसिव प्ले स्टाइल है। हमारा जो स्पार्क है और मैं हूँ, हम दोनों फ्रंट लाइन पे खेलते हैं। हमारा JD जो है IGL है। अगर हम बिल्कुल एज पे खेलेंगे ना स्टार्टिंग में, तो अगर हमें जोन में जगह नहीं मिलेगी तो हम फिर टीम से फाइट लेके जोन बनाते हैं।
तो बैक लाइन्स के ऊपर जो आपके प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं उनके रोल को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं टीम QR के अंदर?
बैक लाइन पे हमारे अल्फा हैं, JD और IQ है, ये तीनों हमें सपोर्ट करते हैं बैक से, और JD हमारा IGL है। IQ जो है हमारे थर्ड पे रहता है, बिल्कुल हमें पीछे सपोर्टिंग पे लिए, और हमें बहुत अच्छा आइडियाज़ देता है वो।
आखिरी आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा यहाँ पर, क्या लगता है QR इस दफ़ा PMPL जीतने वाली है?
जी इंशाल्लाह, उम्मीदें तो ऐसी हैं कि हम टॉप पर आएंगे इंशाल्लाह, और पाकिस्तान को दिखाएंगे कि हमें जब स्टेज मिलता है तो हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं।
बेशक, बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर दैट। आखिर में आपसे पूछेंगे एक मैसेज आपके अपने फैंस के लिए, आपकी तरफ से, और एक मैसेज अपनी ऑपोजिशन टीम्स के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
हमारे जो भाई फैंस हैं, हमें मतलब थोड़ा सा ही हमने मतलब आज पहले 2 दिन हुए हैं अभी PMPL के ना, तो हमें इतना सपोर्ट मिल गया उनसे, हम इतना खुश हुए। मतलब ऐसे सपोर्ट देते रहे आप लोग तो हम भी मोटिवेट हो, और फिर मज़ा भी आता है खेलने में कि चैट में क्वांटम रेस सीरियस ऐसे ही चलता रहता है, मज़ा आता है खेल के।
That's very nice. क्या कहेंगे आप अपनी ऑपोजिशन टीम्स को, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे उन्हें?
इस बार का हमारा जो मेन गोल है हमारा PMPL में, हम टॉप पोजीशन आना है और हमें पाकिस्तान के PMPL में इसमें क्वालिफाई करके साउथ एशिया में जाना है। एंड मेरा मैसेज यही रहेगा दूसरी टीमों के लिए कि बी रेडी फॉर आवर गन पावर।
That's very nice of you. और दोस्तों, ये थे हमारे साथ टीम क्वांटम रेस से सीरियस। बेस्ट ऑफ लक कहेंगे उनको आने वाले सफ़र के अंदर, और मिलते हैं एक और प्लेयर के साथ अगली दफ़ा। अल्लाह हाफ़िज़।
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Well, one last day, 6 games to determine who will be the champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. As this event, of course, is brought to you by Oppo, the official smartphone sponsor of the Pakistan region. As we head on, and joining along with me is going to be CA, the final 6 games, and we've got 10 teams who are in contention for the same. How excited are you, buddy?
I'm extremely excited, Fixes. Like you said, it's going to be a thrilling affair because we've got like a few teams at the top of the table who are looking somewhat comfortable. But then when you go towards the middle of the table, it's so damn volatile, and all of that volatility is going to come into action today.
Oh, sure it is going to be, and I'm so excited for that, especially with the how the last 2 games panned out yesterday for these teams, and today it's going to be such an emotional moment because, hey, ladies and gentlemen, for once again we've got to announce this: only the top 6 teams from the Pakistani region will move onward to the PMPL SA Championship, which is of course going to happen after this event gets over. The dates are going to be announced very soon, but regardless, you know, the final day is upon us, and a lot of different things have happened. Like we never thought, you know, we would see 52x Rage being one of the top 3 contenders over here. I'm sure they have surprised everybody and won a lot of hearts.
100%. I think 52x Rage, what they've done is really show that they're a complete team, right? Because when you look back across these 3 weeks, you notice now most of their success came from their unbridled aggression. But when you look towards this particular grand finals, they've been the most disciplined team I've seen, like a complete surprise package altogether, and really looking like a shining beacon for all of those teams that were trying to improve throughout the PMPL Pakistan, you know. You see 52x Rage, you see that journey they've taken from the first week all the way to the finals, reaching where they are.
I mean, you've been talking about improvements, and that is where the big question mark comes down to the big names, right? Especially, well, the likes of QWERTY. For sure. Right now just sitting at the 11th spot with bare 69 points. Yeah, and they need to really ramp it up. But before we talk about them, let's take a look at what's on the line. The prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, as 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees is what we are talking about. And today we'll also have our tournament MVP, who's gonna get a separate 1,76,000 Pakistani rupees. And if my memory serves me right, Edgar was leading the charts, and very rightfully so.
100%. I think Edgar and TUF have just been absolutely on a meteoric rise in the last few weeks, and they've continued that into this grand finals. But for all of these teams here today, it's to try and get a chunk of the prize pool that we just saw on display. And talking about teams, you can see the teams that are going to be in contention. The first page itself so jam-packed with talent, man. You got SALTxi8 and 52x Rage contesting for the top, and then Quantum Rage and Clarity, as we saw from Sirius's interview as well earlier, trying to make it to that top 6 mark because their focus is that SA championship.
You have really made sure that you've got up SALTxi8 for discussions. We're of course going to talk about them because yesterday was not really the day that they had anticipated to be. As we move along, take a look at the next 4 teams. Apart from TUF and Freestyle, H2E and FMxR3D have really been struggling, especially the likes of H2E at the very bottom. What do you think really went wrong with them this time, Sia?
I think they had a bad start when they didn't make it to that first match, and then it felt like they did not reset after that, because it's okay to have starts like that. It's like external circumstances come into play and things happen. The next few matches is where you can recuperate, but they weren't able to do that. The next few matches, they were eliminated in the last spot, and I feel like that sort of negative momentum has really stopped them from unleashing their fullest potential.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, rightfully agreed with you. A bad start, not really being able to convert or get into the flow of things. But yeah, I mean, as we move on to our final 4 over here, Magnus, Regicide, North Esports, and 4VTFD. Apart from Regicide, the next 3 have been pretty much struggling. And as we have already announced, it's the competition that's really heated up between the top 10 teams. Anybody could really rise up the ranks today as we take a look at the overall rankings before the commencement of match number 1 for the evening. Of course, TUF having that very, very narrow lead, the top spot, holding at 132 points, and following right after is going to be 52x Rage with 131 points. And this is exactly what we wanted to get our day started, right? Not a lot differentiating the team. Now you take a look at the 3rd spot, MetershotxSKY. They're barely 10 points behind, which could be easily recovered in just one day. But the way MetershotxSKY played in the first day, they haven't sort of reciprocated that heading on to day number 2 here.
Yeah, exactly, and really does feel like MetershotxSKY could be in trouble if we have teams like Quantum, Magnus, and as we head on to the page 2, they're going to see teams like Clarity, Freestyle, all of these teams in contention to try to make it to the top 6. Now, right now, MetershotxSKY is somewhat comfortable, but if they have a horrendous day, it could easily change fixes, especially because we know that teams like Freestyle, Clarity, even Grounders for that matter, who've had 2 chicken dinners on them right now, any of these teams, that they have a pop-off match, suddenly those 3 teams from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th ranking, they start coming into trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the first game is going to be so important, especially for the teams that are somewhere around 6th to 10th, especially Freestyle. And what a resurgence it had been for these lads yesterday. The final game, getting that chicken dinner, surely did reduce the gap with them and the entirety of the lobby, and got them into a fighting stance. Now, again, for Freestyle, dreaming about the top spot might just be a little bit of a overwhelming concept, but I think they can surely contest for the top 6 as we take a look at the MVP rankings for the first time in the evening, as we do have Edgar leading the charts over here, of course, followed by the young gun Gravity, who's not far behind. And the only reason why Edgar is on top comes down to the fact that he's got an amazing average survival rate over there with some nice amount of damage. So Gravity, he's been the find of this tournament. He's been phenomenal, but King Crypto CA. I mean,
Oh,
SALTxi8, they have been making quite a lot of mistakes, right? The day number
yeah.
one, we see them, just hush and rush into fights and then completely get themselves whooped over there. And the next thing what we witness is Blade surviving for them, trying to pull it at till the very end. He did manage to snatch a chicken dinner, if you remember the first
Yeah.
day's Sanhok game, which we really never thought. But then again, that sort of became a habit with SALTxi8. They had rushed in, they got some squad wipes, and then three of their players used to die. That one last player would take them to the final few circles, get them those important position points, keep them in contention for the
Yeah.
top three at the very least, which sort of was a steep decline yesterday, with them almost dropping quite a lot of points. Now they're at the 5th spot with Regicide right on their tails. But there's one more team that we have to talk about, the Grounders, right?
Yeah.
Which sort of have changed a lot of things. Now this is again one of the teams that has been in contention for the top 6. They've gotten 2 amazing chicken dinners so far. But if you talk about their performers, right, the star performers, I think Mr. Black and Zigsaw have clearly stood out.
Oh, 100%. I think Jigsaw especially has been consistently phenomenal across their matches. Mr. Black, he pulled off an amazing 1vx situation just yesterday to grab them one of their chicken dinners. So really throughout, all in out, we've seen Grounders improve leaps and bounds, as you've mentioned, and are certainly looking like a team that might be in top contention for that top 6 spot. And really, it's those teams that we have to keep our eye on today. Grounders, Magnus, Freestyle, Clarity, all of these teams, Quantum Rage, trying to contest for that spot. But this is what I'm talking about. Mr. Black and Jigsaw just had some nutty games yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you've raised a really important point. Team Magnus, right? Again, Magnus, the first day, they did not really start the way they had initially planned for. But the second day was really good. I mean, of course, you are not talking about those chicken dinner games, but I'm pretty sure we got to see those multiple top 3 positions. They managed to get a 2nd spot, they managed to get a 3rd spot, a 4th spot, and have managed to accrue quite decent amount of finishes every single game. Let's say like around 4 and 5. They're also one of those teams that is in the race for the top 6 over here at the very least. But for the Grounders, I mean, Miramar had always sort of been their strong suit. They've always felt comfortable over there, and a little bit of a head-to-head stat amongst themselves only. If you take a look at how they played during the Super Weekend 3, which sort of went on transition to the finals, I think Super Weekend 3 was sort of a comeback story for the Grounders, because again, I think the Grounders had a really nice start into Super Weekend 1, and then in Super Weekend 2 is where they kind of fizzled out completely, and then in Super Weekend number 3 is the moment where they made their comeback, because Super Weekend 2, I believe they were left out, right? So it was a lot on the line to prove, and I feel they've done a very good job at that. But still, I think the goal is yet to be achieved for them.
Yeah.
Let's see how the first few games are going to be.
And that's the thing, right? I think another example of that, what we were talking about with 52x Rage, is the Grounders in regards to that fact. Even you saw it in the stats, that their average eliminations, they have reduced, but their average points, they've increased. And it tells you how good these teams have got in terms of the macro decision making, in terms of picking their fights at the right moments, and really showing that discipline that is necessary in this grand finals to make it to the SA Championship. It really shows you a winner mentality, I think.
Yeah, and their metal are going to be tested today, right? Every
Yeah.
single one of them. The pressure is what they have to play under, and this is where, even the likes of SALTxi8 are going to be feeling the heat. Now, high time they wake up from their lumber. High time they stop getting a little cocky. But along with them, there has been one team that was clearly out of contention for the top 6, but suddenly in the final game they bagged a 10 finishes chicken dinner and got themselves back into the race. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Freestyle, not so dependent on Malik this time anymore during the finals.
I really think Vasi has been standout as a performer. coming into this weekend. It's not like it's a surprising factor because we knew always that this lad was capable of pulling off some insane performances, but it was on and off, and because of that, it had got me wondering, is it going to be on or off in the grand finals? Because he is that newer player, that raw firepower talent that they have brought into their team. So bringing that kind of X factor in, you want that X factor to really turn up in the finals, and he has.
Yeah, I think this time around in the Pakistani PMPL, we did get to see some really interesting new prospects, right? In the form of Wasi, in the form of Gravity. Of course, I mean, Gravity has won the race by miles afar. The sheer confidence on the lad has been phenomenal. But then again, the way Wasi started off his journey into the PMPL, getting really aggressive, winning all those 1v1 duels, and then we sort of saw a slump in his performance where Freestyle was clearly struggling. But this time, again in the finals, they made sure that they did not make it about their individual selves, rather played and acted as a team. Every single player contributing. You could clearly see how well they defended this particular compound, and then went on to win the chicken dinner yesterday. Shows that the hunger in Freestyle still persists. And again, a little bit of a comparison clearly shows you they've improved by far margins in the finals.
100% fixes, and really, I think for the side of Freestyle, today is going to be all about continuing that momentum from yesterday's last game, trying to make sure that they're able to not just get into that top 6, but really bring back the level of performance we were seeing all the way back to week 1. And you can see that they've already made steps to do that in terms of the Super Weekend 3 versus final stats. They're doing way better in every single regard while still getting the same number of points, which tells you that this team, even in Super Weekend 3, they had the caliber, they had the talent. It was just consistency that was throwing them off. So today they've got to bring that consistency online.
Yeah, I think I've really loved how they've been playing, especially during their team games, right? The team fights that they've been taking. But there's one thing for you guys that's up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. The live item drop we have for you guys, and for the ones who are relatively new to the game, these two skins are really old and very difficult to catch by. But you can, while watching the stream, look out for that secret code popping up. Head on to your redeem centers and redeem this amazing skins. Of course, AMP is the new hot property in the market. Everyone wants to get a good skin for this weapon that's absolutely broken. But before we have the day started, for the first time for the evening, let's take a look at the schedule. And I'm pretty sure you guys are well versed with what we have in store for you. But still, for the new viewers out there, we do have 3 Erangels. But we're going to start off with Erangel, then followed by a Miramar and a Sanhok. Then again, Erangel, Miramar, and like the circle of life, we're going to end our journey of PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022 in the grasslands of Erangel itself. So again, CA, 3 Erangel games, and there have been few teams, right, who have got that expertise, and I think this is the right point to get in MetershotxSKY into the picture. First day, amazing. Second day, a little bit of a dip. Third day, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting just a mediocre performance almost, where they are still playing their exact standard style, and honestly it's been their biggest strength and their biggest weakness, and it really opens up the floor for RNG. But I think there is no excuse for teams when you go down lower in the charts to try and disrupt teams like MetershotxSKY. Just go for the experimental plays, go for the random aggression, because any other day I would blame them, because I would be like, hey, you gotta make it to the grand finals, you gotta try and build up something for day 3 of the grand finals. Well, newsflash, it's day 3 of the grand finals. The build-up is done. The experimentation time has come. It's here, right now. Now or never for all of the teams that are trying to get rid of MetershotxSKY and all the other teams in the top 6.
One of the very interesting things we did get to see is that MetershotxSKY, they haven't been trying anything new, right? Anything out of the box. They've been doing the same old thing, right? That is play by the books, play the basics, make sure you rotate really late into the circle the first day. Teams were having a tough time figuring them out, or maybe they were just, wearing that invisible cloak and just moving around and, not creating a lot of noise, eventually just focusing on the position points and transition that into to a chicken dinner. We get to see that from their side. But heading on to the second day number 2, we literally had teams waiting for them, just edge camping, just waiting for the boys of MetershotxSKY to come around. And this time they were quite predictable. And that is where I believe, even while I was casting with Blotter, I did bring this up, right? For MetershotxSKY, it's going to be imperative today that they have to try something new, something out of the box. But the biggest issue over here, CA, is that they just have 6 games, right? Not a good time to experiment, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not to fall back on my own words, but it is a double-edged sword, because on one hand, the point still remains that, well, if they're going to play standard, the assumption statistically is that it's just going to continue as it is standard. And for a team like MetershotxSKY, for example, they will love if everyone played standard, if everyone just played by the book and they got to the final circle. But like you said too, if they experiment, if they get caught off guard, suddenly in those few matches itself, any hopes and dreams they had is just gone. Maybe if you play standard, you can keep trying and trying till the last match. But if you risk it, then it's a high risk, high reward scenario where either you're going to lose it all or get a solid chance of making it into the top 6.
Things haven't been that dire for MetershotxSKY, at least. They're still enjoying the 3rd spot. They're still in a good position. All they've got to do is, even if not chicken dinners, get a few 4th or 5th position rankings with just, let's say, 3-4 finishes. They're good to go, right? They're good to go, but they have to make sure they're consistent today. And there you have it. All the players just riled up to get started. And we hope you are as well, because, hey, the big bird is in the sky, ladies and gentlemen, as for the first time in the evening, we do have the flight path trajectory all the way from the southwestern side heading towards Lipovka. And quite an interesting flight path from the very start. What is going to be more interesting is where this first circle is going to be formed. Is it going to be that western circle, or is it going to be that eastern circle that we have been seeing a lot, or maybe a southern one to start this day off? Where do you want it?
I want it southern. To be honest, I want it southern. I will lose my mind if that happens. But since it's the first match of the day, I think it is most likely going to give us a standard circle, like just around the mainland, probably like a Rozhok or a school circle, really, and we're going to have to see how teams do navigate that. But talking about navigation, you're seeing teams fan out to their standard drop locations. I think where clarity goes will also give us an indication of where the circle might be, because they usually go for the ferry pier drop when it comes to extremely southern flight paths like this, and because they're expecting a southern zone. But recently they've been wrong in their predictions many a times, and they've been forced to then rotate onto Georgopol before starting their game. So I wonder what they decide this time. It looks like ferry pier it is.
Oh, for clarity, I think this has always been their go-to plan B, and quite interesting Eastern Circle, and I think for with TFT, I think they're going to be pretty happy, but at the same time, really out of contention, aren't they? Because sitting at the 15th spot, not really doing quite good. It was just that one Erangel game where, we got to see some decent performance from the lads, but some early collision is what we are expecting over here. Team TUF in a dire situation, as Thor all by his lonesome is going to be trampled over by a deal, and not a really good start for our table toppers, is it?
I thought for a second Magnus might be in trouble with Cairo still in the air, but Adil comes in huge by getting that vehicle early, finds that vehicle elimination as well, putting TUF down. This is the start. Magnus needed fixes because, again, a reminder to all our folks out there, in terms of the overall rankings table, it's Quantum Rage, Magnus, Clarity, Freestyle, and the Team Grounders, which are the 5 primary teams contesting for that 6th spot, where Regicide is hanging on by a mere point, I think, or 2. And really, for these teams, a start like this is just what they need.
And quite interestingly, even Team Star, they've also changed their drop. Now this is again their plan B. We've seen them implement that yesterday as well. But quite an interesting scenario in terms of where FMxR3D are. They haven't really made it to their drop location, Rozhok. Rather, are on a collision course with North Esports. I mean, they've always been neighbors with FMxR3D heading over towards Rozhok. North Esports capitalizing on school and apartments. And this time, this is all got to do with with how the flight path trajectory was, right? Even that TUF Thor elimination, had the circle gone a little bit up, TUF would not have the trouble to, try and search for vehicles, not collide against any other team. Maybe could have been a decent start for these lads, as of course you would never want to have yourself engaging in an early situation, because that's the RNG of the game, right? It makes things so difficult for all these teams. But this game clearly could be Freestyles. I mean, exactly what Freestyle want. Again, a top 3 finish would ensure that they make it to the top 6, the race, because not far behind, right? And like you've said, Regicide at 104 points. Again, if they make the right rotations, if the circle sort of pans out towards the Lumberjack Hills, then Regicide taking early control of it, control of the hills, is going to give them that altitude advantage, which is further going to help their cause.
Yeah, exactly. And now with this circle, really, I want to see how 52x Rage decide to make their rotations, because usually we see them going for early rotations into the circle to try and get the center part, but they will have an idea that right now the center part will be quite congested, because for teams like QWERTY, Regicide, 4VTFD, even Quantum Rage, all of these drops, they're standard drops. This is where they regularly go to. So 52x Rage, I wonder if they just take the Eastern Highway and head on to Mansion real quick, because I do notice that is empty. It could be a nice spot for them.
Actually, very well pointed, because I was just going to talk about it. Not the mansion, but the squad house right beside mansion. We've seen, the circles at least on 2 or 3 occasions kind of end around mansion area. So again, that's going to be a hot property, surely being contested by a lot of teams. I mean, Clarity has always been the one. FMR3D loves that mansion back house, if not the squad house. We've seen them capitalizing over the back house. But again, it's going to be really interesting. 52x Rage, they've been one of the teams I think I've had no complaints about, right? The first day was an absolute shocker. We did not really expect them to be in the top 3. They indeed were. And then in the second day, where teams like MetershotxSKY, where teams like SALTxi8 were losing steam, they were still on the run. They were still hitting the pedal to the metal. They were still getting those position points somehow or the other, and have somehow established that top 2 spot, just 1 point short of TUF. Now, TUF having that early casualty on. Now, we're going to expect a little bit of a defensive approach from their side. A perfect game for 52x Rage to regain the top spot.
100%, and we'll have to see if 52x Rage is able to capitalize. But right now, another team in contention for that top 6 spot, Freestyle at 89 points, 15 away from Regicide on that 6th spot. So they need a good game. It's not like they can just creep along and hope they'll make it. They need a good game, at least one good game, to contest for that top 6. And maybe this is one for it, because they're around that sheltered area. They have a nifty spot for themselves in the circle, so should most certainly be comfortable. But these are the kind of situations, honestly, I feel scared for Freestyle, because they're going to get so many opportunities to fight, and Freestyle, they're not the kind of team that shies away from opportunities to fight.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly aren't, right? Any single time it comes upon them, they've always been there. But again, this team, Star, God Fury again had really impressed me. I liked the way he'd been playing, but Star could not have had the performance that they were hoping for in the PMPL. Now, trying to contest for the top 6 spot in the final day, I feel it's a little too late, is it?
Yeah.
Or do you think they can really come back today? Have the game of their lives and just win back to back and go on and qualify in the top 6? Do you think that could be a realistic thing that we're talking about?
I don't think it's realistic. I think they can. Definitely, like, it's possible.
I mean, ideally,
it's
yes.
not plausible. Yeah. But hey, we've seen dream stories come true before. You never know, maybe the stars will shine indeed for Team Star today, and their dreams will come through. We'll have to see. I'm actually spotting Magnus going for a very interesting rotation fixes. They've gone completely north. I assume trying to get through Severny, and I'm actually curious, Is this rotation anticipating that TUF would go to Georgopol once they lost that member and try to cut off TUF, or is this just Magnus being like, we want to take the longer rotation into the circle?
So what I really think from what Magnus is really trying to do is get control of the eastern shorelines, and yeah, rightfully pointed. They're gonna try and head in through that, the north of Yasnaya, or maybe through the Yasnaya bridges, right? Either ways, their objective is solely gonna be about trying to get control of the eastern areas, and of course, we do have the map feed. We know where the teams are, and this could be a decision that hits them right at the back of the face. So, I really feel that if they hold on to the western areas, then it could really work out, because the congregation, see, we're witnessing a lot of teams that have already positioned themselves on the centers as regicide. Now, colliding against SALTxi8. Now the big question is SALTxi8. They've been taking a lot of unwanted fights, and this for sure is one of them, right? Now the big question is, are they gonna keep on continuing, or are they gonna just part their own ways?
Have to see, but look at that circle shift, taking that centralized shift just where the teams expected, making it an extremely congested area, because even though this is the second circle here, Fixes, most of this circle, 30% of the circle almost, is in water, which makes every piece of land you own, or rather occupy, that much more valuable. And right now, Crypto, he's trying to take advantage of that small piece of land they have in their favor. SALTxi8 currently on that Novoripnoi bridge entry into farm in Milta. I doubt they're going to stay there for much longer, though. They're not the kind of team to bridge camp.
Well, I mean, King Crypto certainly has to hold on to his crown, which is, which is being contested by so many players. But, like predicted, right? We really thought, this is going to head on towards that Lumberjack Hills area. QWERTY were really fast on getting the shoreline secured for themselves, ensuring the backlines for them are pretty clear. Now, QWERTY has also been one of those teams that had really amazing day number 2, getting 2 chicken dinners yesterday. Propelling them up to the 4th spot, but for now 52x Rage, they are being watched, and not just by one but by multiple teams. QWERTY were the first ones to have an idea of where they were, and followed by another team, but SALTxi8 holding on to a squad house is still floating, I must say, right? They haven't still hit that center area, and now just waiting for that radical circle shift, because so far the circle shift has been pretty even. We are waiting for that little curveball to hit, and that is where SALTxi8 will decide to move. But what has always been the problem with them is the timing. But a little bit of a knock being visible in front of us, faster, getting a knock on a player of 4VTFT, but I do not think they're gonna achieve anything other than just knocking the player out. But no, they've managed to get that finish even on towards Leon. So 4VTFT off to not a really good start.
Most certainly not, and this is effectively gonna answer our questions with respect to, we were talking about it with respect to Star, but honestly any of those teams in the bottom 5 right now, I would say bottom 6 if it wasn't Clarity. I think Clarity, it is more likely, still not very likely, but it is more likely that from their spot they are able to have just an insane day and pull it off. But yeah, the circle's not helping them. In the first match, they are, like SALTxi8, are currently just floating along, and they're just gonna hope that the circle takes a sudden shift and helps them out. That curveball you were talking about, it's really gonna influence our top 6 fight in this first match right here. And the teams that it does favor, well, they'll be thanking their stars. But we've seen this time and time again over the several weeks of our super weekends that usually, despite the circle favoring certain teams, it's not usually those teams that walk away with the chicken dinner. It's the teams that are decisive enough to go slam in, take control of that area back from that team.
But again, in the final day, the way teams have been playing, I think it's going to be a lot defensive today. And this is the shift, that SALTxi8 were really waiting for, as Pharaoh does manage to get the better out of Respect and taking him out of the server, as Magnus under dire situation right now with just 2 players surviving. Now Magnus was a team that was in the run for the top 6 and not a start that they'd wanted. And same goes for MetershotxSKY. This time again being taken down by the players of Clarity as they tried to rotate in pretty late, and Team Clarity, they were just waiting for them and losing out on not just one but I believe 2 players over here.
And they've got to expect this, man, MetershotxSKY. How many times are they going to get punished for those late rotations? For them to either, at least, even if they're going to late rotate, maybe use the water, maybe go way west and come in from the north. Then you have to change it up in some point, but talking about changing it up, there ain't no changes from Edgar. Top of our elimination leaderboard, I believe, and continuing his form as he looks to shut teams further down. For Clarity right now, they're facing the onslaught from MetershotxSKY. This has, again, been their specialty. They just ram it down. They come late and they're willing to fight to get into the circle. And right now, they've got the value. Danny's been knocked. Zibian is insanely low. Despite MetershotxSKY being caught out, they might win this.
Oh yeah, and this is a huge blunder coming in from Clarity. A questionable decision making from the IGL. Well, Teen Wolf is not anymore. We've seen Danny coming in at his spot. I do not know this really weird decision of the IGL absolutely thinking to sit it out when they need him the most, and it has hit them right back at their faces. And I mean, how do you rationalize this push? See, they just had a knock, and on behest of that, they made that push, and made no sense, to be honest. And now they are on the receiving end of things. Survived with just 420. Boy, who's gonna try and get as many position points, and such a disastrous play being showcased by them as North Esports. They're under heavy fire, and it is Quantum Rage who are bringing in the heat.
Quantum Rage right now stuck, can't really move anywhere. They're trying to find a good spot, and they'll take North Esports' spot. Maxi should get finished real soon, but the backup comes in from an unexpected source. Team Grounders on the rotation, spot out the fight, and take out Sirius and Sparky right here. So this third party of Grounders is going to buy some time for Zameen, the leader of North Esports, to try and get to Amer, because Amer, he's not in the greatest of spots, but we'll have to see how North Esports navigate this, because if they stay too long, surely Team Grounders will turn on them as well.
Oh yeah, as North Esports, Zameen, he's got his eyes on the players of Quantum Rage, IQ and JD. IQ again, one of the younger prospects, but takes quite a heavy chunk of that damage from the grenade coming in, as Snow will get the knock in short for his team, as JD would try his level best in trying to get his teammate back online. As Snow, he's going to make it inside the circle and has to patch himself over there, but TUF, a really early exit for the leaderboard toppers as they get out from the server at the 16th spot. And this is where 52x Rage can really start increasing the lead. Now if 52x Rage manage to have a good first 3 games, I think the top 6 is in short for them. They are qualifying for the PMPL Championship, as the circle again, you know, favoring the players of Freestyle for now, who are in a really pinch-hit situation inside that warehouse, kind of susceptible to flanks from multiple sides, and Team Magnus are trying to do exactly that.
Magnus though have been eliminated, fixes their efforts in vain, as now several teams, they are getting caught out on the rotations coming in. SALTxi8 though, they're very happy with this spot. They're continuing to pile on the pressure on that fight between Clarity and MetershotxSKY. I'd like to bring the discussion back to Clarity for a second, because I 100% agree with your point. On day 3 of the grand finals, where your team is already struggling and you're one of the invited teams, no less, one of the teams expected to make it into the top 6, I don't think your leader taking a step back is going to help you out at all.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the accolades of Teen Wolf, one of the most decorated player of the Pakistan region. Of course, I mean, he's been one of the players who's made sure that has kept his team alive in various situations, right? Under terrible circumstances. He's the one who's pulled out. You remember that iconic Miramar chicken dinner where he just outstayed the entirety of SALTxi8, ensuring that win. And of course, Clarity have had a rather rough finals this time around, but having him changed in the most important day of it all, and off to such a a bad start. Again, this is quite not justified. By any means, to be honest, and those decision makings, I'm starting to wonder who's going to be IGLing right now. Is it going to be Dani? Is it going to be Zibiana? Is it going to be someone else? But either ways, I mean, QWERTY are now in a whole world of trouble with 420 Boy, just that lonesome player surviving. He's doing some decent amount of damage to the players of MetershotxSKY. If not wiping out the squad, he's for sure kind of taking down the numbers.
420 Boy though, stuck in this small area again, and a familiar story for him really. It's been the case throughout, not just this weekend, but Super Weekend 3-2, to be honest, where
SALTxi8.
420 Boy was just pushing ahead, but yeah, SALTxi8 quite spread out fixes.
Yeah, and I completely get it why. They're sort of playing that contingency game, if the circle pans down, they're kind of banking upon the fact that it's going to go down south, it's going to go down towards the Milta Power City, so that is where they think it is going to go, and indeed, luck has favored them. And today you could see the SALTxi8 that you've been longing for, right? The SALTxi8 who doesn't really have a blindfold on them, doesn't really rush on anyone and everyone. They kind of tend to spot out, and now is a good time for them to recuperate, as the players of QWERTY are in a collision course against Freestyle, as Destroyer just gets annihilated, and the trades are going to be coming in by Khan as he goes in with his arm, tries to do some damage, as Wasi will be trying to put a really interesting stand, but could not do much as he gets finished off, as QWERTY are being survived by the last player, Gravity, who eventually gets taken down by, I believe, Regicide. Yes, it's going to be Voltrox, a former teammate of QWERTY, and now taking them out of the picture.
That's gotta hurt for QWERTY right there, but thankfully for them, they are relatively comfortable, but 52x's rage is hopes and dreams of cutting down TUS lead might be going down in vain right here. They have taken the #1 spot with the 2 elimination points they picked up, but SALTxi8 are pushing back stronger. SALTxi8 themselves though have taken a blow with reviews being downed. Should be brought back to his feet, but what I'm just noticing the kill feed, Sultana pulled off a huge nade. Star with 2 knocks on FMxR3D, moving in for the kill right here. Fixes, they should be able to wipe out the entire squad if Pika doesn't get away.
Pika under serious trouble, and there you go, gets finished off, and Star, they're gonna be happy about their training grounds practice, right? That one grenade doing it all, just taking down 2 players, and then following it up with a knock, and then wiping out Pika, throwing FMR3D out of the lobby, and Star, they're playing as if they've got nothing to lose, exactly the kind of a performance that you would want from them, as SALTxi8 being very vigilant, not overstepping, even for once, as Tyrant, the lonesome survivor, has been put down 6 feet under, as Regicide get yet another finish, as 52x Rage. They're right out in the open, their positions compromised. SALTxi8 knows exactly where they are, and now they've got to play by the riches, right? Now again, if you ask me who does have the best chance to win the chicken dinner in this one, I think I've got to tell that it is going to be SALTxi8, but Refuse getting knocked out is not really a good news, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get back on his feet.
That is the expectation. We'll have to see if Crypto is able to make it happen, but really, like you mentioned, we're seeing the SALTxi8 we talked about, where they are still aggressive, but they're not taking unnecessary fights as much in these later circles, but the last circle favored them, this one will not. The shift comes over towards the northern side, and SALTxi8, they have quite a trek to make against the team that they were pressuring heavily in 52x Rage. We're getting to see a clash of titans, but really my eyes on Team Grounders Fixes, because they're the only teams from the 7th to 12th position that is still alive. They've got 3 players of their squad alive. They're just trying to play for as many placement points as they can, knowing that even if they finish in the top 3, they could easily take that top 6 spot.
Yes, and that has been their, go-to objective for now. But Star has really impressed me the way they've been playing, accumulating already 4 finishes, 52x Rage. They're just surviving for as long as they possibly can from the onslaught of SALTxi8, as the grenades just keep on coming, man. And now, I mean, where they are, to just have that little edge of the circle, and this is where SALTxi8, they've got to make the move. They've got to make the right decisions as Mary and Kian, the two survivors of MetershotxSKY, doing whatever is possible from their side, as Crypto, he's going to be rattling all those bullets at the players of H2E. Pan just lying right out in the open, and Crypto is not going to spare him as he gets that knock secured for his team. Star will of course try to take down Hacker, who's just down below, and Emerge has a slight idea, but not before Crypto gets that knock. And this is the point where SALTxi8 will start moving inside the circle with so many people knowing exactly where they are. Are they going to really make it inside the zone?
That is the question. But SALTxi8, they're trying to do it by denying teams that are already in the zone going for those long range shots. We've seen Crypto be so damn good at it, and he's gonna spot Jigsaw and finish off Team Grounders right there. Now Crypto turning his attention to Team Star, spots out several players along those smokes, but not able to land a shot just yet. Uzum's gonna take up the initiative to move a little further, get a spot for his team, but he's gonna immediately come under some severe pressure from 52x Rage.
Oh, things are going to be really dire for them, you know, especially just playing around the lower grounds with so many teams having the higher ground, and especially that pressure coming in from 52x Rage. But SALTxi8, can they do it? Crypto struggling with the circle over here as he marches his way inside, as Sultana will take down Hacker in the process, as SALTxi8, they are under heavy fire by the players of Team Star. Crypto has already fallen. Reviews almost on the verge of getting knocked, as Faster will find a grenade on one of the players of SALTxi8. Blade has been taken out of the picture, and this is the cue that 52x Rage were really waiting for. Daku, however, bleeding and battered on his knees as the circle shifts towards the players of 4VTFT and Team Star.
Oh boy, it's starting to get real heated in this circle with our 4 teams left right here. It might become 3 real soon, with Usum the last standing player for the side of SALTxi8, and Team Star Fixes, the team we were talking about, who might have the dream storyline come through with an amazing dream run in this day 3, are the only squad with 4 players left alive. They've already picked up 8 eliminations, and they might pick up this chicken dinner right here. Surely if they do that, that dream run is looking that much more possible.
Oh, indeed it is. I mean, 4VTFT, they really do not have the numbers, do they? Survive with just 2 players and under heavy fire, as Ahmed surviving with a sliver of HP. It's just that one little bullet that even if it whizzes past through his side, he's just gonna fall down. As there you go, 4VTFT terminated. As SALTxi8 under heavy trouble with just Uzum, the IGL surviving not for long, as Emerge is gonna be the one who wipes him out, as 52x Rage again, a very consistent game for the boys, surviving till the very end. Now does not matter, even if they lose out on the chicken dinner, they've maintained that top spot for them. Now they are gonna clinch it away from TUF, as Star, they're just looking out for the remainder of the players. Now in a 2v4, it's going to be so difficult for 52x Rage. A lower ground outside the circle, barely making it. There you go, Pharaoh being taken out of the picture. It all comes down to Zen in a 1v4. Can the man clutch it? He's got to start off with at least taking down a single player out of Team Star.
Sama will spot out Zen, and just like that, an easy chicken dinner picked up for Team Star. I believe 11 or 12 elimination points along with it too, so a moderately sized chicken dinner most definitely is gonna get them, I think, all the way to maybe, oh look at that, it's the 11th spot. So really now starting to potentially become a concern for those teams, those 5th to 10th teams that we were talking about that were trying to contest the top 6. Now they'll be worried about their own spot, let alone forgetting top 6.
Yeah, clarity keeps on falling, as you know, Team Star, they've managed to get that 11. Now it's a really good start for them, right? Now from here onwards, I think they've got to get another chicken dinner if they can. because let's be honest. Now we're gonna be dreamers, right? The way with the way Team Star really started off their run today in the evening, they are men on a mission, right? They know exactly what they want, and I think it all came down to the fact that they respected the circle, had that high ground secured for themselves, and they did not overstep even for once. I think the best fight from every skirmish that they took, I really felt, was against FMxR3D. You know, those nades going in, taking not just one but two players, and then instantly just wiping the whole squad with a blink of an eye. Shows how good Team Star has been playing. But we're gonna, of course, talk more about them after this short little break.
Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Well, the Oppo F21 Pro in all its glory, ladies and gentlemen, which is of course released in Pakistan. So what are you waiting for? If you are also in search for your chicken dinners, that is the best tool to make that possible. So might want to check them out, as the first game of Erangel has ended today, and Star off to such a good start, and could be a potential beacon of their comeback story today.
Man, I would lose my mind if they made it happen. It would most certainly be the highlight of the day, because we were just talking about it in the pre-show. In fact, it's not even like we used some other team's example and then another team pulled it off. We were talking about Team Star. Yeah, like it's wow, okay.
And they've done it, right? Yeah. And what a amazing play coming from their side. No mistakes being made. It's one thing to get a chicken dinner. It's a whole different level if you're getting a chicken dinner with all four of your players alive and 10 plus finishes. Shows that you had a perfect game going for yourselves, but it was just not Star, right? We've got to bring in 52x Rage also, who again top two finish for themselves, have got decent amount of finishes, have taken that first spot. Now they're gonna start developing on that lead, and so long for these guys over here, but we've got to take a look at the MVP. Should be SALTxi8. Yes, 7 eliminations, 1,000 plus damage. Just wow.
Yeah, SALTxi8 had a naughty game, most definitely, and it's this level of performance from an individual that can inspire those Rame Rums, where the entire team's morale is lifted, the momentum is gained, they are really feeling themselves because of that one player really starting to pop off. And SALTxi8, he's trying to be that player for Team Star today. A great start here, picking up the MVP, the resurgence of SALTxi8, man. Look at that, number 3, number 4, number 5. This was missing in the first 2 days, and it's interesting to see it's only coming back now. But is it too late? Probably not, but maybe too late to grab the first spot.
Better late than never, right?
True.
At least they've shown up. I mean, you're talking about SALTxi8 here. You do not want to rule out their chances, because this is one of those teams that, again, they've had a really good start to the day. I'm pretty sure they collected points in double digits. They're going to reclaim that third spot, considering QWERTY had such a bad game, and from here onwards, a little bit of a head-to-head is what we're going to be talking about, I think, between Team Star and 52x Rage. Now 52x Rage, the only downside they had was they kind of took that lower ridge, right? They were in the bottom of things, and Team Star, had that higher ground. The circle really favored them. Towards the end, 52x Rage were not really survived by a lot of their players. It gets really easy for a team that's on the higher ground to get those knocks down below and then go and completely just push on. And that is what had happened. But 52x Rage were in the midst of fight every single time, ever since they made their stop at that haystack area, a little bit of a ridge to play around with, because it was SALTxi8 constantly bombarding them, constantly poking them. But still, they got the better out of SALTxi8 at the very least. As we take a look at the match summary, and Zyro J clearly had been the player to be talking about. Zen also getting some decent number of assists for his team, but King Crypto finally making sure that he makes an appearance in the final day, and I think it's just where SALTxi8 is sort of getting started.
Yeah, 100%. Crypto with 6 knocks really showing up once again. He's going to try to climb the elimination leaderboard ladder. Like you were saying, 19 points picked up for SALTxi8, 18 for 52x Rage. But again, like considering the fact that Star got 27 points and you've got Magnus, Clarity, Quantum Rage, even Regicide for that matter, the team that is barely holding on to that 6th spot. I'm not even sure if they're 6th anymore, actually. All of these teams in the bottom half of the table in terms of the match ranking fixes, they've not had a good game.
Oh, they certainly did not, right? And from here onwards, we've got to talk about TUF. Now, one of the very reasons for their downfall was, again, Thor being taken down earlier on, and the flight path trajectory not really favoring them. But we'll get to see that and more in the Yopo moments that we have coming in for you guys, as there you have it, 52x Rage finding themselves in battle from the very start. The moment they rotated, I think it was that northern rotation they pulled off all the way from Kimeshki, just coming down below, and then, spotting out for VTFT. And then we had the players of Magnus, quite carelessly just pushing at their direction. And this is where it was just before the fall of the other players of Clarity, right? They managed to get a knock, and I do not know why, just pushed and instantly got their backs whooped over there, as Ash, they were not really anticipating this flank angle. And not just that little push was also horrendous from their side, and they had to pay quite a hefty price, no doubt.
Yeah, and again, that Clarity push, you have to wonder if it's because of the lack of their primary IGL and Teen Wolf being in play. Maybe if he was there, he would have forced them to stay back, be a little more cautious. But without the IGL, it's certainly not looking great for Clarity whatsoever now. As you move on, you're going to get to see SALTxi8 really utilizing that circle shift that went in favor of them brilliantly, picking up point after point in terms of eliminations, but also getting some knocks. But for a moment, they got a little too aggressive. You can see Revius, he just wanted to get the jump throw, but this is where 52x Rage have been so good. Their read of the game, their ability to stay alive, the consistency with which they're able to do both of those things has got them that #1 spot.
Yeah, I think no doubt at that, right? 52x Rage, the resilience, the sheer resilience is what won them that 2nd spot. They all did all they could, and what a good start, right? 2 more good games, and I think they can play rest assured, breathe that sigh of relief, because it's sort of been Cinderella story for them, right? Nobody really thought them to be the ones, dominating the charts in the finals, and that's the beauty of finals and having so many limited amount of games. And SALTxi8 could clearly see the circle not favoring them. The boys were right out in the open, and free chicken for Team Stars, getting those finishes over there. And towards the end, there was nothing really remaining, right? Zen did whatever he possibly could. He was looking at the teammates of Team Star. He was trying to take them down. The flank did come through, and there you can see, SALTxi8 getting the damage numbers really up and high, but it was Star who was more decisive. 1842 points of damage with 12 finishes. That's some lovely game of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and in that regard, it's quite surprising seeing TUF all the way in the bottom. But not so much so for FMxR3D, who is just turning out worse and worse fixes. It's not getting better at all for one of our invited teams here. And it's like a bittersweet thing, because I'm very happy that 2 of our invited teams are very likely not going to make it. But on the same hand, it's because of the simple fact that we're getting to see younger talent come through, different talent come through. But at the same time, you have to wonder, what is going wrong, because they are naturally teams that we expect can play much, much better, right? So when they're not able to deliver that level of performance, you really start questioning what is going on in the team communications overall.
You know, for Team TUF, it was just a domino effect going in through, right? One thing leading to another. They went off to a very rough start, could not get to their desired drop location. That's the Western Georgia Paul City in time, and the rotation times were pretty messed up as well. And it just went downhill from the moment Thor just got down, right? They never really felt comfortable because, you know, again, whenever you enter inside the game, it's about the psyche of the players, right? You tend to have certain objectives planned in your mind, and suddenly you're dropping off and you having a really early casualty does not quite help. As 52x Rage, there you go, starting to build up on that lead a little bit. 149 points accrued for them, as MetershotxSKY still holding on to that third spot with their tail life, with SALTxi8 right on their tails, which is that 1 point separating the two. Now if SALTxi8 have one more good game and TUF and MetershotxSKY again just wet their pants and go off to a really bad start, I think SALTxi8 might be contesting for the top 2 spot. But a lot of changes being made over here. Also, Team Star jumping a lot, getting at 82 points. Now, I think this also could be a team that can possibly start dreaming of that top 6 if they get one more chicken dinner or maybe 2 top 3 finishes.
Exactly. So they are currently, I believe, 30 points or so away, basically from the team in the top 6 right now. But I would say they need effectively 40 to 50 points across the course of the day to get themselves that top 6 spot. So one more chicken dinner, 100% fixed. Otherwise, it's really going to go down to the wire, and it's going to hurt their chances overall. So we'll have to see if they're able to replicate this form. We'll have to see if this was a one-off from Team Star or not. But the way Zyro J was playing, it certainly didn't look like this was a one-off. I think they are going to be continuing with that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, right now, considering the fact that we're kind of heading off to the game of Miramar, now this is where TUF really find themselves comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Even MetershotxSKY, they've had a good run in Miramar, if not the best, if not something like what they've done in Erangel, right? But again, Miramar, it's going to be so risky. Now, the biggest question is, where is the zone going to be forming, right? We've seen on multiple occasions, right? The circle kind of going towards Los Leones, Minas and Rales, that very area, or maybe around Picado, those hilly spots, or maybe around San Martin. Nothing too out of ordinary, right? Nothing so astounding that, you know, we're gonna get our minds lost completely, like what on earth is happening, right? But, you know, this is the perfect day, CA, to have a really redonkulous Miramar zone, maybe somewhere down below, maybe somewhere around Los Higos, or just completely surprise me is what I would expect out of Miramar. What about you, though?
100%. I think Miramar is the only match so far where we've never had a completely nutty zone. You know, yesterday at Sanhok, we had that very weird northern zone altogether. Erangel, we've seen plenty of times, the weird south zones. The east zone we just saw now as well wasn't entirely standard. So I would say overall, coming into Miramar, it's about time we get something that really throws teams into a bit of a mess and forces them to adapt on the fly, forces them to display their raw decision-making skills, because I think that's what we want to see from our very best teams heading into the SA Championship.
Oh, that is indeed what we would want to see. And for you viewers out there, again, a quick reminder, top 6 teams, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be qualifying for the PMPL South Asian Championship, with the second game, Miramar yet to start. And again, a perfect matchup where, you know, Regicide would be looking to further up their points, with even SALTxi8 being one of those teams that have been really consistent, you know. Now, it's all about SALTxi8 wanting to get a chicken dinner, showing interest, right? Because today, how they played, this is the SALTxi8 I think all the fans would have wanted to see, right? Have that leash on their players, you know, make the right movements at the right time. Do not just close your eyes and head in front of anybody and everybody that they could possibly find. But here we have the players, you know, getting readied up for the match as we enter into the Gladiator Arena, where our flight is waiting for us, as the Big Bird gets on the sky, as the the flight path trajectory, ladies and gentlemen. This time it's going to be all the way, really ridiculous, La Cubreria towards Junkyard. So again, it's going to be really tricky to see the teams taking a drop down south, which sort of includes teams like SALTxi8, and we again have North Esports. I believe we do have Quantum Rage also, the likes of Clarity. Now the big question lies, where on earth are they going to drop? Now 52x Rage dropping quickly around Ruins. They're going to get some real quick loot done for themselves. They're going to start moving ahead. But for the other teams, let's say for the ones that are in the south, I'm really interested to see where the circle has actually formed.
Yeah, I wonder if we actually get to see maybe like a southwestern circle, like a Chumasera circle maybe. That would be pretty interesting. I would somewhat qualify for what we wanted to see, because it's something that we haven't necessarily seen in PMPL Pakistan so far. But honestly, I'm holding out for a Los Higos circle. If not like completely around Los Higos, at least involving Los Higos.
Los Egos, you say? Los Egos is what I want, and if the gods of PUBG Mobile can grant our wishes, maybe fulfill our desires on this auspicious occasion, and yeah, a broken heart, not the first time, is it? But yeah, I think pretty much again a standard PMPL Pakistan Miramar circle is what I can say. Again, around that graveyard, junkyard, Minas Generalis area, a perfect game that Freestyle might be looking out for to ensure another chicken dinner in their bags.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting spot considering how many teams we're seeing congested around the Hacienda del Patron San Martin area. You've got Magnus, TUF, Grounders, QWERTY Star, all in the nearby of each other. Right now, I'm quite curious about... Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. I was confused as to why Regicide I only see one dot on the circle, and I think it's because they're in a car. Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping they're all here, man, because they're quite close to losing their 6th spot. You can see Grounders made some decent moves. They're only 7 points away from L side now. Quantum Rage just 6 points away. Any of these teams, if they have a good game, maybe even if Star have another 27-point game, they take Regicide's position.
Now, you've really gotten an interesting point. The Grounders, who've had a rather amazing game of Miramars lately, right? 2 chicken dinners, I think we've seen them getting in Miramar itself. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform this time around. Considering the fact that they have dropped around that power grid water treatment area just beside of where Team Star are, it's not going to be an easy task. But at the same time, I think the early objective, the early motive for all these teams, again, would be pretty much what you're supposed to do in Sanhok. Have a cover, have the best high ground spot for yourselves, and you're good to go. So the Grounders will have to make a rotation at the very least. You know, at least come down maybe around the Hacienda del Patron hills, maybe take control of that, or maybe just play around Picado a little bit. But I believe they've started making a run as even for FMR3D. Now the question is, are they desperate enough to to edge camp the players of MetershotxSKY? Now if they do that, they can be assured for finishes. At the same time, things would look really nasty for MSKY.
Yeah, exactly, because for MSKY, it's been continuously downhill since their first day, where they picked up 3 chicken dinners. But because of those 3 chicken dinners, you can see currently they are comfortably situated in that 3rd spot, and for them this day it's most likely more about how much prize money they're able to nab rather than guaranteeing that top 6 spot, because the way it looks, it does seem to be the case that top 6 is more or less a formality for our top 3 teams right now, but top 4 even, because SALTxi8 very close to MSXSKY. But what we are seeing right now, Fixes, is teams starting to enter the circle. Unlike what we had last time in Erangel, the early skirmishes are unlikely, but I do spot Clarity disturbingly close to H2E, and normally it wouldn't be a concern because I know Clarity, they're a very cautious team normally, but after what happened in the last match, I am concerned if they just go all guns blazing.
Me too. And the worst part, they've not really ideally dropped where they should. We've seen
Yeah.
Clarity heading off towards, I think, Valadimar, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
This time just around H2E, and rightfully pointed, see, I think there could be a little bit of a skirmish there, and the kind of a run of form that Clarity are in, I really do not fancy their chances. But for now, again, it's rather been a slow start to this Miramar game, and quite understandably why. Because again, the final few games, teams know that it is now or never, and the top six fight has never gotten this intense, right? With potentially 11 teams in a run for it, so we've got to see who comes out to be the top six teams representing the region in the FC Championships. But now we're seeing a little bit of that congregation around that central epicenter area, right? This is where you see even Magnus hover around Picardo. We've seen Star trying to take the center. So likewise, Star, they are men on mission. They know what to do. 52x Rage, I think quite typically we've seen them. They're kind of infamous for following MSK's tracks, but in a rather better manner. Who've still managed to hold on to the top spot, and one more good game, right? One more. If they can get a chicken dinner at this point, they're gonna just skyrocket themselves to a point where it's going to be so difficult for the other teams to catch up with so limited games remaining.
Now look, you can see Bossy, he seems to have spotted out the players of Star and Freestyle.
Yeah.
They're not the kind of team to shy away from a fight fixes. If Bossy finds a player peeking out of nowhere, maybe a knock, I think Freestyle might just go for a slam in, and I do see Sultana being spotted out by Vasi, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I really like this because honestly, Freestyle in any other league stage, any other Super Weekend, they would have popped out and taken the shots, but they're being disciplined. It's nice.
Oh yeah, I mean the one very big reason why is because look at how far they are from each other. Now, if Star get to know about the whereabouts of Wasi, then they're gonna instantly just charge him at his direction, right? And they're not gonna give anything left behind. And they're just gonna isolate him and take him down. And I can clearly see the players of FS do not have a good angle to try and protect Wasi, and just playing around the centers, it gets so difficult, right? Especially when you've got so many teams around you, you are susceptible from third parties, especially where QWERTY, Clarity, FMR3D, they're all making their moves. But MetershotxSKY, still outside the circle, they're gonna take that early damage from the blue zone, and then eventually they're gonna start making their way in. Just love playing around the edges as a team. But SALTxi8, they've also started off with the rotation. North Esports still looting around the southern parts of Los Leones with H2E over at Impala. I think they're also going to start rotating with Regicide, making a move around Power Grid. Might just encounter 4VTFT and TUF on their tracks.
Regicide potentially gonna get into a lot of trouble right here, because I'm sure after their 16th spot elimination, TUF, they're gonna be like annoyed. It's like when a big beast is there and then a fly lands on them, and that fly ends up forcing the beast to not be able to fight, and then the beast gets angered. I think TUF is that beast. They are angered, but will they be able to actually do something about it? We'll have to see. Right now, just taking some pot shots, not landing any just yet as the circle shift comes about. We've got the Sander shift coming a little more to the eastern side, telling us that it's very likely we get to see maybe a junkyard or even a San Martin mountain finish come through. Fixes, what do you think?
I think around Junkyard, those little hills maybe could be where the circle kind of pans out, or maybe just southern side of San Martin around Graveyard. I do not know really, can't come to a decisive answer as of now. We've got to wait for that radical shift. But SALTxi8, they're going to make sure just hover around the certain edges. And now is not the right time to take and contest the center, because if they try to do that, it would be a situation like Sanhok where they're going to get a third party eventually. And SALTxi8, they've learned from their mistakes. They know that they've thrown enough games to realize that there's no coming back from this. Now, it's so important for them to get that top spot and be the best team out of Pakistan, because again, it's about the bragging rights even more than the money for this team. They have always been the one who's been raising the beacon, have been carrying the mantle for for this entire region. And the last time around, just missed by mere points from qualifying into the global championships. This time their goal is not going to be anything less than making it there. Have to make sure they do not choke in the final days, but certainly aren't going to choke in a lobby like this, because again, they've been ruling Pakistan for quite some time, and now it's time to establish their domination or their dominion back again.
Most certainly is, and we'll be seeing them come through on the rotations around that graveyard area you were talking about. So quite close to Star and Magnus in that regard. Two teams which could make it an intense massacre around that area, especially with Freestyle hovering nearby. Quickly could turn into a bloodbath where several teams respond. Because SALTxi8, again, they're going to take the shots. Crypto is not going to shy away. Even in our first match, we saw he had the highest knocks, and most of them came from long-range shots, right? So in Miramar, more so the agency to a player like him who loves taking those long-range battles.
Oh yeah, I mean, really favors Crypto, right? Those mid-range to long-range king, being the supporter of his team, always make sure he's got the backs of his teammates, with Reviews and Blade leading the charge. And I think we've seen even Uzim transition as an entry for their team on multiple occasions. Now want to take the fight against Team Star, but it's going to be really interesting how do they do that, as Star still do have that altitude advantage to themselves, the topographical edge, as now do not want to indulge themselves in any sort of monkey business, right? They're gonna just wait and be patient and wait for that next shift to occur, and then maybe we can talk about few movements here and there. MetershotxSKY again, this time playing around the eastern edges of the zone, where 52x range find themselves at the northwestern edges, around with Regicide just moving behind them. And I think the initial objective for Regicide is going to be rotate from the very top, make sure they make their way through water treatment, and catch Quantum Rage from their backs, as this is the shift that we were talking about. Freestyle in such an amazing position. Now they have to defend that spot with all the might that they possibly have.
Honestly, at this point, they've got to maintain their discipline, man, because the moment they try to take a shot, they're going to get piled on by all of the teams surrounding them in every single angle. They've just got to be patient for a fight to erupt, because with this circle, the way it is, a third circle, all of the teams are really scrambling to get a spot into it. There will at least be one team caught in the borderlands engaging in a skirmish with another. But talking about teams coming into the circle, MetershotxSKY, I mean, it's not an early rotation by any means, but for MetershotxSKY, this feels like an early rotation.
Yeah, I think they really want to make sure that they do not get edge cam now, which could be a really good adaptation to the scene, right? They've realized they need to make some certain changes. But again, SALTxi8 without any due knocks have made that push and will pay the price, as King Crypto is down on his knees. It's going to be so important for Blade to provide that cover fire. SALTxi8 under heavy trouble right now. Crypto just trying to back off, and Team Star, they're not overstepping here, which is the right decision, because the moment they step out, go to the edge of the cliff over there, you can see three of the players of SALTxi8 just waiting to pounce at them, as SALTxi8 will successfully manage to get that res back up. I think they've learned their lesson the harder way, perhaps.
That's the thing, though. You'd expect them to have just not made the push, because they weren't even in. It's not like they're in a very bad spot in the circle where they're forced to do it. They had a good spot. They had a compound to themselves. They could have just held on, but No, they want to really scratch their itch. Right now, though, they are fine. Crypto, I believe, has got back to his feet. So we'll have to see if the error is repeated, or maybe this time the error actually results in something good. Either ways, that area is getting quite congested. North Esports firing some shots over at Magnus, while Team Grounders and FMxR3D exchange a skirmish between themselves. And the funny part about that is that that's Team Grounders, FMxR3D skirmish. It's happening in the middle of the circle, not where I was expecting a fight to erupt.
I don't know, no man's land, right? Look at where Sensei 2 is knocked now. Who on earth is gonna try and come and save him? He's done for good. As FMR3D, I can really see an interesting spread coming out, a rather huge spread, and this is going to be so interesting, right? Now, considering the fact that they've not had a good start into the first game, just got wiped out, blown into smithereens by the players of Team Star, if I remember correct. So it's going to be imperative for them to have a really good game this time around. But Mr. Black, you know, you can see that precise shooting coming in and getting that early finish over there, drawing first blood into the game. As somehow, ladies and gentlemen, Sensi too. Well, he's gotten back on his feet. He's healed himself back up as we can witness that circle to shift completely towards the eastern side. Now, MetershotxSKY, they can start dreaming of getting themselves back to the top 3.
And maybe even clarity. Really, those two teams quite close to each other. As you've got that junkyard circle forming, the mountain control is going to be absolutely crucial. And you can see in that regard, FMxR3D scrambling their players, looking to take not just one part of the mountain, rather multiple parts of the mountain by spreading apart. It could be an issue, but talking about issues, Team Grounders engaged in a skirmish with Regicide, and if you look at the live rankings, number 6, number 7 team fighting it out, and when you think about the fact that that 6th spot is the last spot in the SA Championship, that fight could be crucial. But we've got another crucial fight on our screens right now is North Esports. They're surrounding Magnus. They're going to want to go in for the kill, but Magnus, they're just trying to hold on. Respect with the nade in his hand. Will he time it?
Does though, but not enough. But North Esports trying to engulf the players of Magnus like an amoeba, trying to apply that pressure from outside. All they are waiting is for that one potential, the second knock, and they go hushing in. But no, Zabeen getting really impatient, wants to get the job done right now as he goes charging in. The murky smoke protecting the players of Magnus as the stealth still persists. As Kaido just whiffing all his shots over there, not getting that knock secured, and Zabeen could be paying a hefty price for that later on as they look to be recuperating as Magnus has taken quite some hefty amount of damage. But Respect with that very interesting trade, the last solo player surviving for his team, as North Esports do have an exact idea of where he stands right now. Respect is praying and praying as Zameen will go in while he was reloading and making sure that he meets his makers at North Esports. Off to a really good start, and Magnus getting eliminated at the 16th spot is surely not a good news for these lads.
Oh, most definitely not, Fixus. And they're going to be concerned because, again, remember, they are in the fight for that top 6, but with this early elimination, it's going to severely hamper their chances. For SALTxi8 trying to reduce the momentum of Team Star that they had from the chicken dinner coming through last game, while QWERTY are trying to deny Quantum Rage entry into the circle. QWERTY, not just Quantum Rage, actually 52x Rage as well. They're just raging on these Rage teams.
Oh, they certainly are. And, you know, for 52x Rage again, their mantra has been pretty simple, and, you know, sadly, none of the teams could see them coming, right? They have been getting their job done, and they've been doing it pretty well. Even the players of Freestyle are making sure they're getting a few explosions here and there. Star under heavy fire as Wasi is going to get that knock-in shot for him. As Daku is going to fight it out against Destroyer, with Gravity trying to provide him cover fire from the backlines. The ideal decision for Daku should be to back off, but a little too late as Destroyer gets that nade connected. As Faster will have to come to his rescue as he's going to just spray down and take Destroyer out of the picture with his arm. and the broken up again in all its might and glory with gravity. The final play of QWERTY surviving could be the end of things, but 452x Rage, they're not in a good spot either. But SALTxi8, look at them just right below Freestyle as a few low toss grenades, and they potentially might just be done.
Oh, and it's looking quite
Not in
dire.
the circle also.
Yeah, looking quite dire for them, certainly. TUF as well, stuck in a small ridge, could be susceptible to that nade. 52x Rage, meanwhile, will get eliminated by QWERTY with the help of Freestyle. Now H2E looks like they will be the next team to follow, as 4v are pushing in on them. But we see Team Grounders as well trying to really hurt their opposition and take the points while they're at it. 3 players of Regicide have been finished fixes, and they've picked up 0 points so far, while Grounders have picked up 4. They're now, live-wise, only 3 points away from Regicide. This is huge.
Oh yeah, it certainly is, and considering the fact that they have all their players, that's an added plus, and the Grounders are quite infamous for their Miramar chickens, as H2E is again going to follow up suit pretty early, getting eliminated, wiped at the 13th spot as TUF. This could be a potential chance where they can reclaim their lead. All they need to have is a good game, maybe a chicken dinner at that. But for now, Freestyle, Wasi will have to do whatever it takes to get Black back online, as now Maxi getting a knock onto its virus. Joker with an amazing trade coming out, as Wasi will spot out Joker, as Edgar has also taken quite a hefty chunk of damage as TUF. The numbers are dwindling down, just survived with Joker and Edgar, but it's going to be so difficult trying to get Edgar back alive, considering the fact that Snow also has such a good angle over him, and even the 5th circle coming in. So Joker, he's got to cut out on his losses and try and get inside the circle ASAP.
He's going to try to do exactly that, but going to face pressures from Snow. On the other side, we see was the lone surviving member of Regicide trying to just get as many points as he can with 1 elimination picked up, but that will surely really reveal his location. He should go down. Snow, meanwhile, has gone down. TUF, I believe, picking up the elimination, while Clarity under a bit of pressure from MetershotxSKY. SALTxi8 are pushing in on Freestyle to try to finish off that fight that has been lingering for oh so long. They found 1 crucial knock while Freestyle are in that 2-2 split, so might take advantage of the fact that despite Freestyle having the overall number advantage, not have the numbers advantage in that particular battle.
But look at this circle shift is going to favor the players of the Grounders, and certainly can be looking for a potential another chicken dinner, unless and until someone spoils the party for them. But really at the best spot right now. But MetershotxSKY, they have a little bit of an angle over there for SALTxi8. It's been the survival game, as Crypto has got to ensure his team gets to the top 5 at the very least. They are contesting that 3rd spot against the players of MetershotxSKY, who've taken a lead, as Crypto is going to try his chances against the players of Freestyle. He's clutched them out before in the past. It was the map of Erangel around. Does not layer, but can he do it again this time with Freestyle on a really good run, having a form of their lives, as Wasi, he's going to ensure that Crypto does not live further. As SALTxi8 get eliminated at the 9th spot with just 1 point from this game. Interesting.
Look at Freestyle though, man. 12 elimination points already picked up. You rightfully said they're having one of the games of their lives, most certainly. Currently tied on overall points with Team Grounders, and Regicide, they are sweating, because they've got 2 teams now directly coming in from them. Quantum Rage as well have got 3 players alive. They might as well have a great game, and if 3 teams below Regicide have a great game while Regicide have only 1 player remaining, Waz has got to pull off a miracle live run to make something happen. But of those 3 teams, we see them clashing. Freestyle's player has been down as Quantum Rage look to push on furthermore, but will get stuck because it's quite an open area in this 6 circle fixes. A lot of potential third-party situations.
A lot indeed, and it's pandemonium all over the place over here, as Clarity under dire situations. Zibian surviving with whatever he can possibly do, as Pika just rushing in onto its Mary, gets that knock but gets traded out from elsewhere. It's going to be Dani who gets that final finish, and FMR3D are out of the server at the 7th position. Quantum Rage, a really good game so far for them, survived with 3 of the players just playing around that lower ground, as Wasi, he's going to get knocked down by JD, as MSKY getting shot from multiple directions. Let's see if they can survive, but Quantum Rage, the numbers are starting to dwindle, as JD, the last lonesome survivor, he's got to make sure that he gets the rest back up, and also has got to enter inside the circle, as Shapatar just spotting out the players of Freestyle, Tyrant in fact, and knocking him out.
Crucial knock as well, because Team Grounders now are the team controlling that circle with 4 players surviving. The only team with 4 players surviving, because Quantum Rage have got 2 down. IQ is already finished. JD is the last player standing really. For Freestyle, Malik is the last player standing. For Clarity, they've only got 2. Grounders in a great spot to once again continue their amazing form on Miramar. Pick up their 3rd chicken dinner overall and their 3rd chicken dinner of Miramar. Freestyle have been eliminated, and it is Grounders who wiped them up, but they will not stop there. Pedal to the metal as they look to finish off Clarity as well.
Oh, they certainly are, as Zigsaw knows that this game is in the bag. They've managed to accrue 8 finishes. They can get the better out of Zibian, the lonesome survivor. Clarity, however, having a decent game, entering into the top 3, exactly what they would have wanted at this point. You know, having 3 finishes, this is all right for them. But the worst part is his position has been compromised. The Grounders know exactly where he is, and he's going to burn to crisp. Shapatar ensures that he gets that final finish, as Zigsaw is going to continue his onslaught as the 2 survivors of Quantum Rage. It is them against the 4 players of the Grounders. Can they clutch it out, as Zigsaw gets the finish, increases his tally up to 10 finishes, as the Grounders look on making an amazing comeback, as JD falls down to Zigsaw. It is all coming down to Sparky, who's got to fight against his own, and the player still makes a really good stand all, as manages to get a knock and finish, as Sensi2 is just gonna wildly spray at his direction. Eventually the grenade wiping him out. Another beautiful Miramar chicken dinner coming in for the Grounders, pushing them all the way maybe to the 6th or 5th positions here.
Oh, it's gonna be
4th!
Oh, wow! Okay. Grounders in 4th. I think Freestyle should have taken over Regicide as well, or got it really freaking close. Similarly for, at this point, maybe even we see the teams coming right below them. But the most important point right now, Francis, is the simple fact that at this stage, we've got these teams really heating up the competition. But consistency, that's so important. Grounders in Miramar, man. Yet another chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think likewise with MetershotxSKY figuring out how to play Erangel, Grounders have cracked the code with Miramar. Again, a fantastic chicken dinner coming in for the lads at such a crucial time. Now the Grounders are also starting to dream. You know, they've been keeping themselves in the contestation, especially after how their second super weekend sort of went, and how difficult it was to get back into the flow and get back into the groove of things. But good news is that they've successfully managed to do that, and we're going to talk about them and their chicken dinner, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Pakistan, and we are really gearing up for an intense day today, Blotter. We got Star picking up, checking in at number 1. Now, Grounders containing their consistency in Miramar has got them to number 4 on that overall ranking ladder. Just insane.
So true. It is absolutely incredible coming in from the side of the Grounders. The way that they have certainly utilized the opportunity on this final day, that is absolutely phenomenal turn of events for their side.
Man.
And I mean, nobody, again, see, this is something that we've been talking about throughout the past 3 weeks, this turning into the 4th week also, which is coming to an end by the end of today. This lobby has been ferocious and also unbelievably, incredibly in control.
100%, and it really does seem that in that regard, PMPL Pakistan has 100% delivered to give us what we really wanted, which is the teams continuously moving forward, improving, and expanding the bounds of the region altogether to improve the entire region as a whole. But coming back to our Miramar game, Malik is going to pick up the MVP. Just 3 eliminations, but a ton of damage done by him. Consistent as ever for Freestyle, who themselves had a phenomenal game. I think 13 or 14 eliminations overall. Malik, a key part of the damage to make it happen, picks up that MVP. Now we'll have to see if Freestyle will be able to really find the power to push through the way Grounders did. Because despite their performance, I'm not sure if they've actually made it to number 6 yet. Because they were just at 93 points. We'll have to see how many they get a total from this. But you can see that high dominant aggression display from Freestyle nets both of their players that top 1 and top 2 overall player spot. While on the other hand, you got Grounders, the winner chicken dinner players, with Mr. Black and Jigsaw making it into the top spot. And not surprising at all, because when you look back to the pre-show we did at the start of the day, we saw the stats of all the players. It was Jigsaw and Mr. Black really shining for their team, being the high firepower players that the Grounders really need to try and make it into the top 6. And well, they have. Now they just got to hold on. 1660 damage dealt by Grounders, 1100 by Quantum Rage. Again, 12 eliminations picked up with the chicken dinner, 27 total points, and a mirror of the exact number of points we saw on our first match as well. So I wonder if that trend continues, if every single chicken dinner is 27 points.
Well, dude, again, I mean, see, now we've actually reached consensus, is where I would say between me and Fixes, that whenever it comes down to you ending up making a decision against PUBG Gods or with PUBG Gods, it does not matter. But if you make that sort of a decision, then things are going to be pretty much, I mean, the prediction is going to be very much around the vicinity of your prediction. But along with that, as we look at the match summary itself, as was being mentioned earlier as well, I mean, FS is having a phenomenal day today, because in this map itself, we clearly did show, they did show that perfect play that was required from their side, and it is high time that they do so. Same, of course, is the case for the Grounders as well. So overall, this is looking good for these teams. But on the other front, you guys did mention when it came down to the game itself and the synergistic play that was kind of missing from the side of SALTxi8. That is maybe, I mean, hopefully will be recapped as we have a few more games remaining. But yeah, the numbers are dwindling. We're down to 4 games left for the day.
Exactly, and at this point, really, for all the teams, it's time to bring your very best onto the table. Freestyle, Quantum Rage most certainly did that in this game. Grounders as well. 3 teams that are in contention with Regicide, who, to be fair, didn't have a horrible game, but didn't have the greatest of games either, because they'd lost 3 players quite early. Only because of Vaz, they were able to get those 6 placement points in this place. So those 6 points will be crucial, though, because it will make sure that any gap that teams like Grounders, teams like Quantum Rage might have created against them will be still surmountable by them with the next 4 matches coming through. And I'm curious to see how that overall ranking table does look. I'm expecting TUF to be, I'm expecting 52x Rage to be there on the top, TUF to be on the second, but from the 3rd place on out is where it does get really interesting which teams are where, because with Grounders slotting in at 4, it's either QWERTY or SALTxi8 really paying the price.
It definitely has to be. It definitely has to be, because they were the ones who were lurking around on that edge of the sword sort of a conversation for their side, because again, we know for a fact that only the top 6 teams are the ones that we should be looking forward to, look forward to or not, but that is going to be the end result, right? Either we want those teams or not, that is going to be the end result, viewers, and that is the fact for today. Top 6 teams move on forth to represent Pakistan in the PMPL, upcoming PMPL season, and for that, this entire fight, again, is being taken on with a headstrong presence coming in from these teams. But of course, let's recap all the fights that took place right here with the Oppo 21 Pro, F21 Pro.
And yeah, a quick reminder, the F21 Pro is up for grabs in Pakistan. Make sure you get yourself that. And it seems Blotter is gone real quick to get himself an F21 Pro. Hopefully we'll see him back real soon. But right now, the Oppo moments, you can see it was just Mr. Black showing up with some lovely shots to pick up some early eliminations. But the point it really started kicking off, as you can note, was around that 16 to 17 minute mark when the fourth circle came about. Actually, maybe even 18th minute mark, you could say, as teams really started to scramble to get themselves a spot in the circle, and that's where other teams were able to punish. In this regard, though, what I was really surprised by is the fact that we saw teams not really leaping out of their position. Third party Freestyle, they took their shots, they took their opportunities, but they weren't necessarily trigger happy about it. They were very smart and tactical about the way they took their fights, and it was lovely to witness, because we've seen that trigger happy approach from Freestyle one too many times cost them these potential high elimination games. So this time, when they were able to hold on to their positions, make sure they're not getting punished, and then pull out such a high impact game, they're going to be feeling extremely happy for themselves, because it's not even like Miramar is one of their best maps, right? Usually we see Freestyle really performing on the Erangels, of which we have a couple to come today. So Freestyle most certainly looking like a team to look out for, but even Quantum Rage in that regard, a huge game for them picked up. I think they should have made it into the top 6 now, but we'll have to see how that does turn out. And I love the fact that our top 4 teams included 3 teams that are contesting for the top 6, and really put so much pressure onto onto Regicide, irrespective of who actually picks up the chicken dinner. Regicide will be feeling extremely concerned, because with 3 teams contesting them, it's not even like they have to fight it out against one to guarantee them that top 6 slot. They have to continuously take the fight and keep improving against multiple teams in that regard. But this is what I mean. Freestyle, brilliant position, held on, did not take those fights early, like we were talking about in the cast as well. They had an opportunity to shoot on Star early, I believe. They had an opportunity on several teams in that regard, but they were cautious about that. They only took the opportunity when they knew for sure they would get a point or 2 out of it, or maybe even more, and that's why they are the highest damage leaders in our lobby right now. But in that regard, I think props to be given to Team Grounders as well. 3rd chicken dinner for them throughout this grand final weekend, and all 3 of them have been in Miramar. Regicide were the Miramar Kings throughout the first few weeks of PMPL Pakistan, but since then Grounders have taken over and ensured in this grand finals weekend that Regicide, they might have owned the map in the weeks that didn't matter. Grounders, they own the map in the days that it matters so damn much. But when you look at the overall rankings, this is what we're talking about. It is actually SALTxi8 paying the price. MetershotxSKY hold on to that 3rd spot. Grounders jump 4 to get into number 4. Regicide drop 2 to go to 8, as QWERTY as well lose their spot in the top 6. We were expecting 1 team to lose their spot, but we've got 2 right here, with the Grounders and Quantum Rage making it in. But keep a close eye on the points. From 128 to 115, just 13 points differentiating our 4 to 8 teams, and it is going to be close as we head on to the next page as well, because Freestyle, I'm expecting them to be around the 100x mark, like 106, 107-ish, and very, very close to other teams in that regard, because a single chicken dinner can push teams down, which means it's going to go down to the wire. And it is really going to mean that even right now, SALTxi8 are under threat. The kings of PMPL Pakistan has been the narrative we've carried for them for so long, but boy oh boy, if the kings of PMPL Pakistan, the team that Fixers also mentioned, wants to really try to make it to the international stage, don't even make it to SA Championship, well, that's going to be an interesting affair, most certainly. But this is what I was talking about. Not even 100x, 113 points for Freestyle. So only 2 points away from QWERTY and Regicide. Only 14 points away from the teams in the top 6. Freestyle very much in contention. But I think that's where it ends. Not sure if Magnus, Clarity or Team Star still can really make a run to qualify for the top 6 SH championships. It really does come down to Freestyle, QWERTY and Regicide to contest.
It definitely does, dude, and this is going to be their moment to shine and try and prove their worth again, because you don't get these sort of opportunities again and again. And the way the entirety of this season has been, the series has been, all the teams have really showcased a wonderful change in terms of the way that they've initially started off in week number 1 to where they've reached right now in terms of the way they read the fights, in terms of how they've started making those rotations, and all of that combined together, we are looking at a very strong lobby between these teams.
Most certainly. But one thing you can expect that is guaranteed is, of course, the item drop coming in. Make sure you are in the right place to grab that up on the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan channel and pick that one up for yourself so you can flex it later. But let's have a look at the schedule so we get an idea of where we're about to go next. And it is going to be Sanhok, Blotter, and we're going to see, hopefully, resurgence of teams that are in the downers today, because Sanhok usually is a map of comebacks.
It definitely is, and again, because the map is set up like so, it allows the teams to move into those fights without their opponents knowing, because of those third party and fourth party situations that are very well and prominent we've seen from the side of these teams. And also, I mean, a lot of setbacks that are showcased on the map of Sanhok. So it is a game changer for sure. But again, there are only a few select teams that will be able to capitalize upon those opportunities, right? I mean, not each and every single team will be given that sort of an open swing-in approach towards the entirety of the map itself. But let's see which team will it be now.
It's going to be an interesting affair, that's for sure. And I just want to see if the Grounders and Quantum Rage can hold on to their spots, because you saw how easy it was with just one match in Miramar. Both QWERTY and Regicide being given the boot out of that top 6, despite the great performances we saw from Regicide in day 1 and 2. They are not in the top 6, and they're going to be extremely unhappy if they're not able to pull it back. But today hasn't been the greatest of them days for them so far, which is why I'm going to have a look at QWERTY and Regicide specifically going into Sanhok to see if they can turn their day around in this third match. And the timing of the match is crucial as well. It's the midpoint of the day, our third match, and it really is going to end up defining how the rest of your day is going to come. If you are to come on a resurgent streak, it has to start now.
It definitely has to. And again, I mean, talk about the mental pressure that the teams and the players do end up falling onto, right? I mean, yet they do know the fact that this is a huge opportunity and a huge moment for them to, of course, as you move on from one zone to the next, as you move from one compound to the other, it becomes more and more difficult.
Yeah, and you got an interesting flight path coming through here. Starting from the Camp Charlie Island on the extreme south, heading on over to Hatin. Now yesterday we had a very spicy circle towards the northern side. I wonder if we get another spicy circle right here, because we didn't get it in Miramar. Fixes and I were really hoping for it, and it just didn't happen. So we'll have to see if Sanhok can deliver with the PMPL gods and give us something really, really interesting. Gonna get to see it in just about a second right here. Oh yeah, let's go. Once again, Northern Circle it is. Just basically almost the exact same. Wait, hold on. Did someone just copy paste PUBG Mobile gods? I see you. Did you just copy paste Sanhok? What the heck? It's the exact same circle, man. Yeah, I'm actually pretty damn sure it's almost the exact same circle, at least, because even the circle we had yesterday included a small portion of the bridge that goes from Camp Charlie to Camp Alpha, and this is the same circle in that regard. Maybe that circle was a little more west, because I think it did include all of the Camp Alpha Island, but wow, Another Northern Circle. It seems like the PUBG Mobile gods really did enjoy Sanhok yesterday, and they were like, okay, rinse and repeat. Let's see what you teams have got, and we'll have to see what these teams have got, because yesterday it was FMxR3D able to pick up that lovely high ground position across the bridge in front of North and able to pull off a great game at that, but we're not able to grab the chicken dinner. And honestly, they're not in the discussion today, but two teams that are in the discussion are QWERTY and Redicide on the very edge of that circle right now. QWERTY with a standard drop into boot camp. Redicide around the northern side of Bainan, split up surprisingly, going for a very interesting drop right here, trying to maximize their loot opportunities, but also potentially leaving them susceptible to getting picked off if they don't regroup fast enough. And we'll have to see if that regroup factor does come into play now. For VTFD, quite close to Quantum Rage. I wonder if they've spotted them out actually, because if they have, 4VTFD honestly have nothing to lose. They could just go for the fight right here, right now, because it's everything to gain, nothing to lose, given the fact that they are towards the bottom half of the table. But Ash, just gonna play it safe for now. Look to just hold on and spot out any lingering players, any suspicious activity that he might look to capitalize on. We get a look at the circle. You see SALTxi8 with a standard drop. Much more comfortable they will be today on the rotations. Yesterday they went for quite a late rotation, ended up getting punished, but today I think they will have an idea of how to play the circle. Expecting them to go on that early rotation. But talking about early rotations, QWERTY seems to be leaving bootcamp quite early, and we'll have to see if this engagement with TUF does come into play. Now there is a small fact about QWERTY which is very important. Now they are a team that is currently in the 7th spot, 4 points away from SA Championship qualification, but they have a player, Gravity, who's on the #1 spot with respect to the elimination leaderboards. 26 eliminations, the first player to reach 5k damage across this weekend. Gravity has been on an absolute tear, and he's gonna have to be the player, like Zyro J was in game 1, to lift his team spirits, to pull off just a insane X-Factor performance. But look at this! Wolverine, he's hiding in the bush. He spotted out Joker Sir and Edgar. He's got to play it safe. His team aren't exactly close to him yet. They are nearby, but they're holding different angles, different positions now. Gravity and Khan trying to pin down TUF, while Wolverine is just giving out oodles and oodles of information. Such a interesting position, because TUF, they have a vague idea that someone is nearby, but they don't know the exact positions of QWERTY, which is why they're not going for the fight. For QWERTY, they know the exact positions of TUF, but they understand how each game is extremely important, and they can't afford to take a fight that doesn't go their way. They need every single fight to work out, and finally, Wolverine's gonna get up out of his bush as soon as Virus was isolated. Brilliant decision making. All that time Virus had a player nearby, Wolverine did not get up. The minute Virus was left alone by his teammates, Wolverine gets up, knocks him out, and presents an opportunity for QWERTY to be able to pull off this early squad wipe onto TUF. Taking out such a high profile team, that's a great win. But not just will they get that, they get a really nice high ground spot in the circle for themselves if they go in for the slam. But they've really got to make a decision right now, because Virus has managed to crawl himself back to his team. Should be able to get revived right now. So QWERTY actually decide to not push in. They have gotten value of the knock. You can see they've captured a lot of area, pushed TUF on the back foot. We'll have to see, is that area enough? So again, Gravity is being extremely aggressive. Gets burned down though and immediately punished. Gravity. If you want it to be that aggressive, I wonder why not just call for the slam in onto TUF while Virus was knocked. Instead, now TUF have got the knock, and you can see they're not the sort of team that will hesitate. They're continuously peeking out, looking for an opportunity to push in, and the opportunity presents itself with Wolverine standing up on his feet just to get knocked down back to the ground. Edgar will find that knock as well as first blood, and Suddenly, QWERTY in a situation where they had everything working for them. They had the information, they had the knock, they had the advantage. Now turned around, Khan will go down, and the wars for QWERTY, they just continue. They just keep going, and this is a clear example. A team with conviction versus a team without conviction. A team with fear versus a team without fear. But hold on to that thought for a second, because again, remember, Gravity, he's the highest elimination leader overall today. He gets one back for his team, has the backup of Destroyer to make sure he doesn't get eliminated just yet. For Gravity, he is going to get eliminated. His health is just too low, and they're going to be able to finish him off, leaving Destroyer on the lone Sampa. Ooh, look at this new record for SALTxi8 Esports. The first team to reach 400 eliminations overall in PMPL Pakistan. Now, 7.5 minutes into the game, we're gonna have to see how these teams do plan on rotating. And looking at the map again, we're seeing a lot of teams staying back. H2E, Freestyle, Magnus, all of these teams were back yesterday. Quantum Rage as well. Today another one in 4VTFD. All on the back foot going for the late rotations. While MetershotxSKY, this time don't have to worry about rotations. They are in Paradise Resort, their standard drop, and just holding on to that spot for now. They're a team that is, of course, more focused around that final circle. So we'll have to see when they'll be able to get it done. Right now, though, for VTFD, taking some blue zone damage, trying to spot out Quantum Rage right here. IQ has a great spot. His Endless has his eyes on JD. IQ is trying to play it safe, but the shots come through from JD. Endless, oh boy, will get knocked out. And I think Ash will make the decision to cut the losses, because they won't want to take that fight in the blue zone. For VTFD, they will lose a player. Quantum Rage picking up a very important point for themselves. Again, just trying to hold on to that spot, because remember, Quantum Rage is now the team at risk. In the number 6 spot, they are in a position to qualify for the SA Championships, but at risk by teams like Regicide, Freestyle, QWERTY. Quantum Rage, though, for now just securing that one elimination point. As we move on to the other side of the map, the extreme north from the extreme south, as 52X Rage engaged in a battle with Star. Again, Star, they had a great start to the day today. Not the greatest of matches in Miramar, but on this match of Sanhok, they could be able to pull it back. They'll be trying their hardest, and that's why they're not gonna peek out too much. They don't want to get too aggressive. Just holding on to their respective covers, locations, using their TPP to get as much information as they can. But now the teams will have to start making a move, and oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 The rotation from Freestyle. They have to know it's cursed. They have to know that this could lead to their downfall. Will they break the curse of the rotation, though? We'll have to see as the circle. Oh my god, this is literally copy pasta, man. What the heck? Same shift from yesterday. The northern shift coming about with half the circle in the water is going to set us up for some amazing skirmishes. This is a copy pasta that I certainly can get behind. FMxR3D with their same position. Honestly, every single team with almost the exact same positions they had yesterday. North Esports on Hatin, Team Grounders, who was the back foot on Camp Alpha. I think Regicide's position right now in the circle was one Clarity had yesterday, but more or less the same. On the other hand, you can see the team I was just talking about, Clarity, outside the circle right now, trying to gatekeep H2E from making the moves in, but realizing that gatekeeping outside the circle not really worth it. They need to get into the circle in the first place to be able to actually find a safe spot from which they can go for the gatekeeping place. And the vehicle comes in, the pickup is on. Zabian and 420 Boy will join Danny, and they will start making their way into the circle. But where will they go? Paradise Resort is occupied. The small compounds along the line from Bootcamp to the northern side, they're not occupied, but a lot of teams have a high ground around them, which will mean they are quite dangerous. So Clarity right now, they're going to have to make a smart decision. And they are going all the way up north. They're going for a long rotation, but little do they know that 52X Rage and Star are already situated in that spot. MetershotxSKY, well, just still holding on to this spot. They're just hoping that the circles stick by quickly, and oh no, this is getting real scary, man. Quantum Rage as well, taking on the Botations. Please, I hope SALTxi8 doesn't do it, because then it will be extremely nutty with two of our teams in our top 5 to 10 rankings opting for the Botations. I have a feeling that at least one team might lose their spot in the top 6 after this match, and we'll have to see. Will it be Regicide reclaiming it? Will it be QWERTY reclaiming it? Or will it be Team Star coming out of nowhere with maybe like a 30-point game getting really close to reclaiming it? But right now, SALTxi8 gatekeeping Magnus, as Magnus just try to scramble and get on out of there. SALTxi8, they do not care. They want those elimination points. They're hunting down Magnus piece by piece. But as we go on to the northern side, we see a stalemate that has been the case ever since almost the first circle. 52x Rage and Team Star in this spot, trying to just deny each other access to the rest of the circle, but also deny each other any fights. So a stalemate it is. You know, there's no better way to say it. Both of the teams are waiting for the other team to make a move. And ooh, 52x Rage actually do make that first move. Pharaoh with some shots landing on Sultana will put some fear into his hearts, but that's all it will be. And you can see why 52x Rage is being safe. Right? They've lost faster quite early, so they understand they've got to play it smartly if they are to ensure that they keep building on their first place spot. Because for 52x Rage, it's all about grabbing that top prize money right now. The qualification is ensured. The money, it's not just yet. TOF and MSXSKY, even Grounders at this point, even SALTxi8, not too far from hunting them. A single chicken dinner can push 52x Rage down. The circle will close in about a second right here, and we'll get to see the shift come out towards the eastern side. Man, again, almost the exact same. The only difference between this circle and yesterday's was that tiny island between the mainland and the Camp Alpha Island was included yesterday, and that island isn't even today. So it's going to make it that much more interesting, because it means more of the circle is in that water area. As Quantum Rage and Freestyle, look at this, man. The Botation teams are now coming extremely close to each other. They're going to meet, but they're in for an extremely destructive landing at any moment. They could be taken down if they decide to go in for the move, and they're going to have to be careful. They cannot afford to go down right here, because again, these are teams trying to contest for the top 6. Quantum Rage actually trying to hold on to that top 6. So the minute they move in a little too aggressively, the minute they show a little too much of them, 52x Rage and Star will look to punish, will look to take advantage and immediately get themselves in a better position. But so far so good for Freestyle and Quantum Rage. The curse doesn't seem to have come online. Freestyle have abandoned their boats now as they look to swim into the shoreline. Quantum Rage will abandon their boats in just about a second. I wonder if they actually go for the airdrop, though. It's not too far from them. Still the focus on Freestyle here as they start to make it closer and closer to the shoreline. Zameen has an eye on them, but similarly Regicide trying to swim across from Camp Alpha Island into the mainland.
Absolutely, do apologize, Steve, right there. Was sorting some issues out, mate. Again, it is the finals, you know, things do get a little heated up, especially when it comes to the grand finals, final day itself, and the final match of Sanhok, where you know a lot is going to be written down in the history when it comes down to this match, especially for this season, because it is, well, again, an opportunity, final opportunity for all of these teams as they have moved into the 16-minute marker, dude. And we're still looking at all the 16 teams alive, of course. But, of course, QWERTY being one of those ones that have not had a decent start to this. And along with that, it seems like North Esports, Zemin, right here, is going to be able to capitalize on the opportunity to be able to give a Okay, I was going to say that he will be able to get a cracking shot against the players of FS because he had seen them make that water rotation, but since he was all by his lonesome and his teammates, as we can see in the minimap, are nowhere to be seen, FS will be easily able to make that water rotation. And similar case as we saw Zamin from the northern side is going to be the case for Katir from MetershotxSKY. So as we moved into the grand finals for MetershotxSKY, things got really difficult. The first day, they were able to capitalize really well because they got the 3 games in the bag, but as the days progressed on towards the final day, their journey has gotten just tougher and tougher from one fight, one map to the next.
MetershotxSKY. Spot out H2E. They're gonna try to take them down. They land some damage, but not the knock just yet. Katir though, he's in a very difficult spot. They'll most likely get finished off quite soon, but the circle is closing in. It takes a centralized shift with only the mainland, putting teams like Freestyle and Quantum Rage in a bunch of trouble. But trouble is what 52x Rage will be facing right now, is they are separated and SALTxi8 are looking to move in for the kill, clearing out room by room. They have an idea that 52x Rage is nearby. Will they be able to shut them down?
And talking about shutdowns, well, it is MetershotxSKY. Again, a few minutes ago it was Katir who they lost, and now it is looking like Ash and Hilsey are going to be finding a tough luck situation against the players of H2E, where H2E are so very determined. We've been looking at this sort of determined pose from their play since yesterday. That is what will continue on to the final day as well, as they find themselves on the 16th position, but that will not be deterring them from taking on the aggressive plays, taking on the shots against whatever opponent they're going to be facing. And along with that, it is North Esports from one fight to the next. I mean, these two teams, they are definitely coming into the crosshairs, Metershot as well as North Esports, and both of them not having a good outing right now.
We not in the greatest spots. MetershotxSKY moving in further and further for the kill, but on the other hand, you see Clarity coming in and shutting down SALTxi8, who've lost several members. MetershotxSKY will be eliminated, and it seems like SALTxi8 might follow suit in just about a second, because they've just got Uzum surviving against all odds. Clarity with a great spot in the circle with this nifty compound they've got for themselves, spotting out many a rotation. They shut down SALTxi8 first, now they spot out Magnus moving through, and will be able to do a decent chunk of damage to Magnus, but not enough for them to be able to deny Magnus from taking this compound in the circle. But only a tiny part of this compound is in the circle, man, so one good nade could shut down Magnus.
It definitely could. It definitely perhaps will as well if they do not, start disposing from that compound that they're in. But along with that, it seems like 52x Rage is also going to be chiming it along into the arena itself, along with SALTxi8 from the faraway distance. So a lot of teams have suddenly moved on into the position that, of course, we do see Clarity Esports finding themselves in, and across the road we did see their opponents Magnus Esports as well. So Clarity, I mean, they've got a huge area that they're going to have to retain and sustain for themselves, as we see 3 teams right around their vicinity. Along with that, it is going to be Team Star finding their 3 of the players knocked, but thankfully the one man who is remaining, Emerge, is going to be around to give them that cover fire. So very close these teams actually are, right? I mean, right across this hill, of course, is that wood camp, and that is where you do know the lumber mill is covered in with a couple of teams, of course. Clarity being pretty much in the center, and right around them was Magnus, and then is the zone also catching up. So a very difficult position for all of these teams. But as we look on to the map itself, the thing that is working for the side of Clarity is that they've got nobody in the zone that is right behind them. So as long as they maintain that edge and are able to just let these teams stay here, or maybe even just get rid of them, then perhaps it could very well be Clarity jumping in for this chicken.
Voltrux here lobs that Molotov to try and create some space for himself. Hassan OP comes in, shuts down his teammate. Waz has been taken out. Regicide left to just Voltrux right here. He's in a very, very tough spot in a 1v3 effectively. Gonna have to really pull out all of the stops to find value in this, but Zed looks to move it back, gets spotted out in the window and shut down. Regicide eliminated in the number 11 spot. will not be able to reclaim their top 6 spot right here. We've got a 6th, 7th and 8th team eliminated, which opens up the floor for Freestyle, who might just break the curse of the Butation right here, Blotter, because they're in a great spot with respect to the circle.
They definitely are, and that could just be the defining moment that they needed for this game, and definitely does seem like it could very well be theirs. With that, 9 teams are still remaining. I mean, as he did mention, the numbers advantage certainly working in the team's favor. Team Star also being a part of this, along with TUF. TUF down to 3-man army, but of course Edgar, the man who has been holding strong the fort for the side of TUF for long time, with 6 eliminations of his own.
I can see Star again just playing it extremely safe. They've been doing this from the very start of the lobby. They understand how important this match is for them. If they are to stage that comeback run that they were dreaming about after their first Erangel chicken dinner, they're second by second picking up points. 5 elimination points already. They found one knock. They're pressuring Freestyle, landing a ton of damage, but not able to knock out anyone just yet.
But on the other side, TUF's players, even though they're just a 3-man squad, they do have a lot of information as they slowly make their way towards the edge of the zone. On the other side of the zone altogether is going to be the side of QWERTY Esports as well, doing exactly what we anticipate them to be able to do, utilizing their numbers in their advantage to take on the opponents and slowly move on towards the edge of the zone and closer into the center. And same is the case for Freestyle as well, as this lad right here, Wasi, he has been able to stop Team Star in his track, but I guess not, or maybe a bit too late, because Team Star's player was able to give a little bit of a damage, as we did see QWERTY try and make that rotation, but now it's going to be between these teams, as QWERTY, even though they are bruised, they are hurt, they are going to be able to make it into the zone's edge, along with the side of TUF and Freestyle. Now, looking at the way these teams are positioned, right, we've of course got 4 teams remaining, but in all of that, Grounders Shraptar is a 1-man squad, so we can keep him at bay, and for now at least. But FS, I mean, they are on a perfect position because they've got the top of the hill and they've got the information, and in doing so, just like that, they're going to bring down the numbers of QWERTY.
Oh, no. Not looking too great for QWERTY, but certainly looking amazing for Freestyle, because Star have gotten out of the picture, leaving Freestyle all by their lonesome. 7 points picked up. I believe just a few points away now from getting themselves into the top 6. They can smell the chicken dinner here. Freestyle in a 3v1. 3 players for TUF, 3 players for Freestyle, and Shraptar, the lone standing member for the Grounders. Shraptar,
he does not even have a band-aid, dude. He's just holding on. He's just holding on to his dear life right now. And TUF, if they just turn around, I mean, you can see that they're almost at the precipice of that hill, right? And if they turn around, they should definitely be able to spot him. But, of course, right now, the attention is definitely going to be gazed on towards the other side. That is going to be the site of Freestyle's players. Audio cue? No. Nothing doing. Shraptar is being very, very careful. Ouch! Yep. Very cheeky of him, actually, to try and not give away the footsteps, but use the punching itself as a gimmick to be able to, you know, attenuate your footsteps, but did not really help out.
It good, able to push forward and find one right here. Jokasur will be able to knock out Wasi. A huge nade comes through, and in that explosion we see our winners coming about. TUF will grab that chicken dinner as they look to reclaim the #1 spot back from 52x range, and reclaim they will. #1 spot for TUF picked up after a great chicken dinner.
Absolutely, I mean, 15 eliminations, 30 points in total, a big jump, and that is what was anticipated for the side of TUF as well, because of the way that this team had been playing since yesterday, as well as the final week of the Super Weekend that we saw them in. And well, again, that momentum that they had gotten working for themselves, the synergistic play is just continuing on for their side as they push on to take this chicken dinner, move on along to confirm their position on the first position right now. But again, a few more games still remain, so maybe we could see a little bit of a yin-yang conversation going on between those two at the top of the leaderboard.
It's going to be an exciting battle, that's for sure, because it's not a battle for qualification, it's a battle for extra money, you know. So you could see players really loosen up a little bit and try to perform some outplays here and there. But talking about the battle of top 6, Freestyle, I wouldn't say breaking the curse of... Okay, no, actually, I think I have to say. They broke the curse of the rotation with their third place finish, able to actually use the rotation well to get that late rotation into the circle, take a key part and get that third place spot, which I think should get them into the top 6 or within 1 or 2 points of top 6 with this match.
It definitely is going to get them closer, but we shall answer that question right after this short break. Stick around.
Go.
It's our chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan. Right here, we are in day 3 of our grand finals. Well, I say day 3, it's the final day of the many weeks they've come into play. Final day of our grand finals.
That is true, mates. It is going to be so... I mean, it was anticipated, right? This day was anticipated to be a rockin' playing day, and that is what it has turned out to be. Definitely a crucial day for many of these teams, because we are looking at comebacks. I mean, we are looking at miraculous comebacks from light years away. You know, the grounders jumping in along, FS looking really phenomenal in the way and the approach that they've got to their playstyle itself, to the gameplay itself. And in all of this, as the momentum was steamrolling and skyrocketing towards the side of SALTxi8 during the league play, as well as the Super Weekends that we were part of 3 weeks ago, has now completely shattered in the grand finals, where they have been caught, and their gameplay is definitely getting affected because of that.
Yeah, most certainly, right? And it's becoming really volatile, man, in that now it was at the start of the day, it was mostly top 5 to top 10-ish, but then it started to become more of a third spot or even fourth spot to top 10 mark, and even SALTxi8, I believe, are under threat, because you see, we have 3 more matches. If our 7th, 8th and 9th team pick up a chicken dinner each, maybe even SALTxi8 don't make it to the SA Championship, and that feels ridiculous just as I'm saying it, because they've been dominating PMPL Pakistan for the last few weeks.
That is true. That is very, very true. But, you know, another point that I do want to make is for the side of H2E, for the side of North Esports. These are teams that yesterday also we saw them again and again jump into fights to try and take on whatever points that they possibly can, or maybe they are the ones who actually bring it in that YOLO strat, right? I mean, yesterday also they were sitting on that bottom of the leaderboard, but they had not accepted the defeat, and along with that, the team that will never accept defeat, the player who will never, ever even listen to those words, is going to be Edgar from the side of TUF, wherein dude walks away with 7 eliminations alongside 6 knocks and 1 assist in 24 minutes of survival time right here at Sanhok. Now that is an aggressive strat for one player, and GG play of course being showcased, because that itself, along with the fact that the team got a chicken dinner, is a huge morale booster for the side of this team.
Yeah, and really I think at this point that morale boost is going to be crucial. But when you look at the top players, you see 3 of TUF's top players coming into the top mark. Again, Edgar, Joker, Virus with some phenomenal performances. honestly, this team has really taken over with respect to the consistency we're seeing from SALTxi8 coming through into the grand finals. We haven't seen that from them, and to replace that throne, TUF has come about. Still, 52x Rage are very, very close, but the individual dominance that TUF have shown, it really reminds me of the way SALTxi8 used to dominate.
Indeed, that is true. And looking on to the teams that are at the top right now based on this game, the Sanhok game, of course, it is going to be Team TUF taking that chicken dinner all by their lonesome with an average survival time of 1947 is what they've showcased. And then comes in freestyle. But in all of this, again, as we're talking about these teams, I do want to say and point out the play being made from the side of QWERTY Esports as well. That was a dominating force to be reckoned with, and that is how they played it till the time they moved into the zone. And again, the advantage that FS right there had was being on top of that hill, right? And that gave them a perfect opportunity to be able to just capitalize on the situation and not allow the side of QWERTY to jump into that final battle. Because if they would have, and also on top of it, again, Team Star's final player was also able to damage QWERTY's rotation into the final zone. So if those two things would not have played, then maybe QWERTY's momentum could have had this win for them. Could have. Maybe in a different universe.
Yeah, and really, in a different universe is the main point right here.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
At this point, I think we're going to have to start concerning ourselves with the teams that are looking a lot more promising. Team Star, they had a high elimination game. I think 11 or 12 elimination points picked up. Did end up fizzling out early. Oh, actually, no, 5 elimination points picked up. 11 points in total. So not bad. But honestly, not bad isn't enough again for them. But talking about bad, Regicide, man. For their insane day one start, now it looks like they might just wash out altogether, not make the top 6.
Yes. Honestly, yes. Now we have to start accepting certain truths that are going to be pushed on based on the statistics of these teams themselves, right? I mean, again, nothing taken away from Regicide and their play and approach in the final days of the grand finals, as well as the final days of the qualifiers right there that we were part of with 20 teams, because Regicide made a story which was impossible to believe, and they made it happen. But then again,
I mean,
yeah, the grand finals, dude, the grand finals has been so very difficult for so many of these teams. It has not.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can see some team like SALTxi8 struggle this much, then you know that this grand final coming in from the side of Pakistani lobby, it is a different thing. It is a different beast.
Yeah, exactly. And when we have a look at our F21 Pro Oppo moments, we will also see that real resurgence coming through from these different teams. Now, I don't want to ask you, Blotter, how did you feel about this copy pasta circle that we got today? It was almost the exact same as the one yesterday.
That is true. That is true. And well, this is the final Sanhok that these teams were going to play against each other, at least for this Pakistani PMPL. And this is good. I would say this is really good because it, in the end, even though it does not help the teams, it definitely helps us out as well as the viewers with all of these aggressive shots and plays that was being forced. I mean, we saw FS make that perfect water rotation where they did catch North Esports' players, I mean, off track, and along with that, as we pushed on through, then we moved on to H2E as they had Metershot in their crosshairs and were able to just stop that team as well. So both of them a perfect play, but then again, we do know what ended up happening to QWERTY as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think really for me, throughout this match, what was really surprising, I mean not surprising, what was really great to see was the fact that these teams are being so disciplined, man. Like we had Star and 52x Rage in a stalemate almost throughout the entire lobby, and they never actually fought each other out either. They just went their own ways and ended up dying at separate spots. But that level of discipline is not something I would have expected when I saw the play in V1 of PMPL Pakistan. Teams are a lot more aggressive, a lot more volatile, but they have really showed up their fronts and become smart about the way they take their fights.
Which is important, which is definitely important, because now they're going to be leaving the lobby that they've become so comfortable in, right? Which is the Pakistani lobby itself, playing against each other, to move on to the SEA itself. And that is going to need these teams to change the pace and the play that they're making on the battleground, and that is how you do it. I mean, sometimes you play it down to the force, down to the T, and then the other times you just slow it down, and that is going to be the dynamic play that is going to be required for their side. But right now, moving on back to the teams on the map of Sanhok itself, this has been a very bloody turn of events for so many of these teams, because look at the damage graphs that TUF, FS, Clarity, Team Star, Red Side, they were all able to accumulate for themselves. Even QWERTY, for that matter, getting eliminated on the 16th spot, but also with 571. So quite a decent amount of damage that they were part of, quite a lot of fights that they were part of.
Yeah, and at this point, really, again, Sanhok being that map of resurgence, honestly wasn't expecting it to be the resurgence of TUF though. But it did end up being a resurgence of Clarity to a small extent, but
yeah, true.
I think it's a little too late, man. I don't think they can make it. I will do the math once we get to see the overall rankings and see if they can make it if they grab 3 chicken dinners. I think they can make it if they grab 3 chicken dinners, but the chances of that are... I'm too scared to say the chances of that because it would sound really bad.
True that, mate. True that. I mean, nobody wants to predict and speculate on something that you don't even want to think about. So that is very much going to be the essence of the storyline. Again, because of the fact that there are such big names that are sitting at the bottom of this leaderboard, as we move on to the storyboard right here, which is going to be the overall rank and post match 15. This is where we've got 3 games remaining. 3 games remaining. Right now on the first page, we do have Team TUF, 52x Rage, the Grounders. Now, moving on ahead. Before we rather move on ahead, I do want to mention to the viewers as well, 52x Rage sitting on that second position. Look at the placement points and look at the elimination points. The team moved into the first position, or rather the top 2, top 3 position based on the elimination, and then they have changed the pace and moved back onto the placement points that much more. But overall, again, whatever works, because the chicken dinner is still looking at a 0 for their side, but that's okay, because they're looking on that second position very comfortable with 154. But moving all the way down through to 8th position is where we do have Regicide. Now, we know top 6 move on through 130 points to SALTxi8 sitting on the 6th spot. There's still a little bit of a difference between them and the team on the 7th position, but yeah, with 3 games remaining, 3 games is a bit too many and a number too big. But let's find out if maybe SALTxi8 will be able to just hold on and stick themselves on that 6th spot, maybe move up, or maybe Regicide tries to bring in a different play. Yeah, but as you were speculating, as you were talking about it, looking at that 11th position is going to be QWERTY Esports with 99 points right now. Quite a long climb for 3 games.
Yeah, it's an insanely long climb, and at this point, even QWERTY is looking very difficult for them to make it into the top 6. But hey, again, 3 matches to go. Teams can still pick up a couple of chicken dinners, massive chicken dinners, and really turn around the situation. So we'll have to see which teams actually rise to the occasion and make it happen, because the pressure is going to be higher than ever. The stakes, they're higher than ever in PMPL Pakistan, and these teams, they're going to have to just buckle in and lock it down and hope that they are able to make it to the SA Championship. Because at this point, I think, of course, while a lot of teams still have their fate in their hands, the teams that are outside the top 6 are hoping for a fumble, a stumble, some sort of real bungle coming through from the top 6 teams to give them that opportunity, to give them that loophole to get themselves in.
Which is so true. And, you know, the crazy thing, or the irony in that sentence, is that it has already happened. The PUBG gods gave them that. We had 52x Rage sitting on top of, in the top 3. We had SALTxi8 sitting in the top 3. We had Metershot after 3 chicken dinners sitting in the top 3. And there were 2 consecutive games back to back where they did not perform. Did not perform at all, allowing the others in the lobby to capitalize on the situation, to be able to get their numbers pushed up, the rank pushed up pretty much in the overall ranking. But again, that was also not an easy task, because the entire lobby is so determined to get that chicken dinner and their position confirmed. But with that, let's move on along to an interview that's going to be taking place on the Pakistani desk. So let's go ahead and listen to what they've got to say.
भी दाद देनी बनती है जितनी इम्प्रूवमेंट इस टीम ने दिखाई है. दिस इज अमेजिंग. फेरो, कैसे हैं आप? एंड खुशामदीद.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, कैसे हैं आप सब?
वालेकुम अस्सलाम। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वी आर
आवाज आ रही
वैसे
है?
आप सबसे पहले तो हमें ये बताएं। जी जी, आवाज़ आ रही है आपकी। सबसे पहले तो फेरो हमें ये बताएं कि अभी तक की जो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है एज एन आईजीएल, कितना आप रिलीफ्ड फील कर रहे हैं पीएमपीएल के स्टेज के ऊपर?
परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी है बट किल्स नहीं निकल रहे। खुद एग्रेशन कम किया हुआ है कि सर्वाइवल ज़्यादा बेस्ट है, क्योंकि हर टीम ही अच्छा खेलती है। वो अगर एग्रेस करने जाते हैं तो एक आधा प्लेयर लूज हो जाता है, तो इसलिए जोन प्रीफर करते हैं।
सही है। और जोन जो है वो आपको प्रेफर कर रहे हैं मेरे ख्याल से। मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है आपने जब वो कोई बैठ के ना कहीं प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स के साथ आपने ना कोई मीटिंग किया, कोई चाय पे बुलाया, उन्हें ब्राइब किया आपने अच्छा खासा, क्योंकि जितने प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स आप लेके जा चुके हैं, आपसे नीचे कुछ ऐसी टीम है फर्स्ट पेज पे जिनके पास इतने टोटल पॉइंट्स नहीं है। सो ये जो आपने एक अलग ही मेटा दिखा दिया टीम्स को, सब परेशान होंगे ऑब्वियसली। जितने भी टीम्स हैं उनके आइडियल सोच रहे होंगे भाई इनको क्या हो गया, ये क्लैरिटी किया करती थी और क्लैरिटी भी उस लेवल पर नहीं जाती थी जिस पर ये जा चुके हैं। इतने प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स आपने ले लिए हैं और इस पर मैं जितनी ज्यादा दूंगा आपको कम है। इसके पीछे क्या माइंडसेट है? मतलब फाइट्स अवॉइड कर रहे हैं या मिल ही नहीं रही फाइट्स आपको?
नहीं, फाइट्स मिल नहीं रही और हमारे प्लेयर अक्सर लूज हो जाते हैं ना। दरअसल टीम थोड़ी न्यू है, पुरानी नहीं है, तो लूज जाते हैं, तो इसलिए सोलो साइड भी कर रहे हैं। इस ये प्रॉब्लम है, जून साथ नहीं उस तरह दे रहा थोड़ा, मतलब कि खुद जून लेना पड़ता है।
सही है, बिल्कुल। आई बिलीव इसके बाद ना इनका कोई बॉक्सिंग मैच है और ये गुस्सा वहाँ उतारने के जो इनको खेल नहीं मिल रहे जिस तरह से ये फिलहाल बैठे हैं ना जलाल के साथ, बिकॉज
एग्रेशन दिखाना
किल्स उनको नहीं मिल रहे ना, उसके लिए ये तैयार है इन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं जाके जो बदला लेना। लेकिन फिर वो बहुत ज़बरदस्त एक नई टीम को इस तरह से खेलता हुआ देखना, इस तरह से उनको डोमिनेट करना लॉबी में, ऐसा मेरे पास तो अल्फाज ही खत्म हो गया।
बिल्कुल फेरो, मेरा आपसे एक क्वेश्चन आखिरी बल्कि हम कहेंगे रहेगा और आपसे एक मैसेज भी लेंगे। अभी तक के लिए यहाँ तक सही है कि आप थोड़ा सा प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स की तरफ जा रहे हैं। जो नेक्स्ट स्टेज आ रहा है पीएमपीएल साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप, और वहाँ पर आपको पता है कि मंगोलियन रीजन से भी टीम्स ने आपको ज्वाइन करना है, नेपाल से भी टीम्स ने ज्वाइन करना है। नेपाल के लिए तो आपका स्टाइल बेस्ट है, आपके लिए आपके पास मंगोलियन रीजन के लिए क्या आंसर होगा? क्या हमें वापस से उसी तरह की 52x रेंज नजर आएगी विद ऑल दैट गन स्लिंगिंग और गन पावर के साथ?
रॉ एग्रेशन
बिल्कुल।
इंशाल्लाह अगर तो हम टीम सब भी अच्छा खेल रही है, टफ बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, टफ एग्रेस कर रही है, बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, ओवरऑल टीम सब बहुत अच्छी है। अगर नेपाल और ये मंगोलियन जाए तो उधर हमें एग्रेस करना पड़ेगा। उधर जून तो मिल जाता है पर थोड़ा एग्रेशन जो 52x रेंज ओल्ड थी वो लेके आनी पड़ेगी। इस पे थोड़ा मतलब कि बैलेंस गेम खेलनी पड़ेगी, ना कि सर्वाइवल पे।
बिल्कुल। सो फेरो, जाते जाते अपने तमाम जो ऑडियंस जो आपको देख रही है, चेयर अप कर रही है, उनको क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे?
बस सपोर्ट करते नहीं और इंशाल्लाह फर्स्ट आएंगे, ट्राई करेंगे बकाया जो अल्लाह को मंजूर है। अगर टफ ने जीतना हो टफ जीत जाएगी, और जो नीचे टीम है अगर उसने जीतना हो वो जीत जाएगी। सबको बेस्ट ऑफ लक सब टीम्स को जो क्लोज है।
बहुत खूबसूरत,
वेरी
बहुत खूबसूरत,
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस। बेस्ट ऑफ लक हमारी तरफ से भी, और अपनी टीम को इसी तरह से एक साथ जोड़ के रखें, इसी तरह से उनको लीड करते रहें। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस।
बहुत
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच फेरो।
ओके, थैंक यू।
सो
अल्लाह हाफिज।
हम लोगों ने सुनी और बहुत अल्लाह हाफिज, अल्लाह।
Gotta say, dude, I do agree with what he pointed out. Couple of points that he pointed out right there, wherein I would say that this is a good decision that they're making, right? So he was like, whenever they end up deciding to go for a fight, they do end up losing out their numbers, and so they've decided to not really over-aggress. And again, I mean, you're sitting on a comfortable position in the overall ranking. You know that you are pretty much confirmed going to be making it in the top 6, and you are going to be moving on along to represent Pakistan. So play it safe. It's nothing taken away from that, right? So yeah, let's just hope that by the end of the day, at least they get one chicken dinner.
I mean, I think they're more concerned about the first rank spot because of the obvious prize money difference, you know. So they'll be like, hey, TUF, you can keep the chicken dinners as long as we keep the first spot. And they'll have to really work hard to make that happen, because right now, TUF, with that chicken dinner in Sanhok, they've got that first spot back.
All right. We shall see, though. We shall see. I mean, that was, of course, Pharaoh coming in from the side of 52x Rage, who have been pretty phenomenal in terms of the way that their gameplay has really progressed from that first week aggression to now understanding when it is required to be aggressive, when it is required to be dominant. Again, we've seen from their side the dynamics in terms of how they approach the zones as well. Many times they go for the MetershotxSKY approach, right? They go in and for that second zone and late rotation, coming in from the blues, and then at times they are already there, going all guns blazing, getting those elimination points for themselves. So this sort of a dynamic play will definitely keep this team, or rather their opponents, guessing, and the X factor definitely remaining in their territory.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be very interesting to see that X factor really come into play when we go back to Erangel for our fourth match right here, because I think really Erangel has been a shining light for a lot of these teams to really stabilize their performances, settle their positions, and lock onto the ranks. So we have to see heading into this Erangel if it is the same story now. As you can see with the cameras coming on, the match is very close to beginning. I'm just noticing which players have some weird positions. Let's have a look.
Well, we've spoken about this. We've spoken about the positioning and the posture, which...
That player in the bottom right, like third player from the right, just playing in darkness. I vibe with that.
Yep, I saw.
I vibe with that. I prefer to play in darkness as well.
100%. I am 100% seconding that. There is definitely, that peripheral vision that is completely removed. It is the best way to do it, and also the best way to actually hurt your eyes, because, I can say it from experience, as I've reached a stage where without me specs, I'm not going to be able to see nothing at all. So yeah, that is just like a thing that you have to kind of deal with as you progress on. But overall, right now, that is not what is going to be the concern of any of these players. Right now, the concern for all of them is going to be, alright, slowly now, we've gone through 3 weeks of Saga, we've learned a lot, we've improved a lot, we've showcased a different playstyle, we've definitely tried to capitalize on whatever fights that were being provided, and again, there were fights that they stole as well, there were chicken dinners that were stolen as well. But now, in the end, it all brings them down to these few minutes, or hours rather, I should say, where this is going to be the second last Erangel that these teams are going to be playing. After which, of course, there's going to be the map of Miramar, and looking at the Erangel flight path itself, we are looking at, of course, the very southernly extended flight path, which is helping out quite a lot of these teams. The grounders going to their known Primorsk location, no other team around in the vicinity. It is going to be the side of QWERTY once again, taking on that ferry pier, and FS have, like we've discussed earlier as well, completely given it away. No worries at all, no problems basically being showcased for any of these teams, at least for the first few minutes of this zone. But again, one fact of this matter is going to be that will these teams, the teams that love to go towards those northern areas, right? I mean, we're looking at Team TUF on the western front. They're definitely going to get into the vehicles. Now, the Georgiopol region and the hospital region is in the zone. So they definitely do have the opportunity to go on ahead and get into their comfort level. For Team Star, that will probably not be the case, because they love to go towards the northeastern side of things. Stalberg and that was close, but of course FMxR3D will not be allowing North Esports' player to be able to run his marathon right here, and with that, Hammer will be taken down right off the bat in the first 2 minutes of the game itself. And well, again, I mean, it was the survival of the fittest, not necessarily, it was definitely the survival of the quickest, as the players of FMxR3D were quicker to get onto these vehicles, as North Esports' two player had the exact same plan, but it fizzled out.
Yep. And quite weird, the North Esports actually only have 3 players in the lobby. I guess they've just given up, and their player decided to maybe, grab some, how do I say this best? Maybe grab some late night, okay, I can't say that. I tried. If you guys know
I'm
what
not
I
even
meant,
sure what you were getting at, so I wish I could
think
help.
some of the chat will understand. It's something you drown your sorrows with.
Oh my, okay. This genuinely took a very hard shift turn towards 1-8-18, but never
Well,
case,
they're in the
never
15th
because,
spot, Blotter. I mean, what else is he doing if not playing in the final day?
well, I mean, yeah, dude, that is true. That is definitely true. But I mean, You know, that conversation could have gone so many different ways. It's just one of those things that is better left untouched. But right now, talking about touched untouched, it is going to be H2E who definitely want to be touching each and every squad as they possibly can, as they find themselves in the center, smack center of the zone, and they're going to be wanting to retaliate against whatever team that they will be facing. I mean, that team is honestly on a run and gun approach since yesterday, is what I've seen. Every single time the camera moves on to the side of H2E, they're just running after one team or the next, and if nothing else, they're bringing in a lot of damage.
Yeah, and damage is what we're going to be looking at. Standard circle right now, really centered around Pochinki. I wonder if it does collapse to Pochinki too. Quite unlikely. We rarely ever see circles collapsing onto Pochinki, but could end up going to Ruins, could end up going to Kotka, could even end up being a Rozok circle for that matter. So we'll have to see. Right now though, teams just find out their standard drops, not noticing any variations. Yeah, zero variations actually, with the exception of Team Star, who, I mean, I'm not even sure if I can call this a variation at this point.
Because this is the second, exactly, because
yeah.
this is the second drop, and a comfortable one at that as well. So, and they don't have any team, you know, that wants to retaliate against that. So overall, definitely works out for them. So many times it has. This time around, I honestly thought that H2E maybe is lurking around the area to bring in a little bit of a back-end knock, but that is also not something that has happened. So, yep, we've got one player that was, of course, from the side of North Esports, who has been eliminated, and we are down to 62 players because one player from the side of North Esports has not joined in. He's not participating in today's matches, so North Esports is playing with just a 3-man squad. That has, of course, been dwindled down to 2-man army. Apart from that, all the other teams, yep, they're just slowly moving on along. But Magnus Esports, he is in a very explorative mood.
Oh. Certainly is not going to result in much just yet. We just have a look at the circle. Again, let's have a look at the point table, right? SALTxi8, SALTxi8 Vlotter at risk right now in the number 6 spot. Not a sentence I was expecting to say through this weekend. I was expecting to say, hey, SALTxi8 battling for the top, SALTxi8 won number 1, SALTxi8 this, that. No, they're actually under threat of not even making it to the SA Championships.
You know, it is so crazy, CA, because as you just mentioned, SALTxi8, right? We're looking at the map, and across the map, of course, were the points that were being distributed along with the teams themselves. And I was looking at the elimination leaderboard right there, and I was thinking about SALTxi8 as well. I was thinking about Crypto and how he has not been able to make it. Regicide's player has actually jumped in to the 3rd spot when it comes to the elimination points, but Crypto is nowhere to be seen. And on the other front, as we talk about the player from Regicide, of course, Voltrix, again, tough luck situation for them as well, because even though he might be finding himself on that leaderboard, elimination leaderboard, that is, of course, on the overall standings, the storyboard, as I like to call it, it is a very difficult gulp to take for the side of so many of these teams, because the end result is still hanging on by a thread. We still cannot be 100% certain as to what team will it be the one that will be able to make it in.
Yeah.
I mean, you got top 6 positions, right, available? And look at the volatility of that. 4th position is taken on by MetershotxSKY on 133 points. FS sitting on 132 points with the 5th position. And on the 6th position at 130 is going to be SALTxi8. So, yeah. Those are quite high variables for any of these teams to be able to make it.
Yeah. And really, it's going to be so damn interesting to see where the teams decide to change their playstyle to accommodate for their current rankings. Certainly one team that is not going to change it, though, is MetershotxSKY, again going for the late rotations. This time, slightly earlier than normal still, so they will be getting the benefit of finding themselves an empty bridge, an empty farm, and therefore an easy rotation into the circle. But you can see teams that are really starting to gradually come into the whereabouts of Pochinki. Now, I did say, Pochinki circles, very rare, man. I very rarely see them come through, but if it does, if we get an urban Pochinki finish, that would be amazing.
You know, honestly, thinking about it now, or rather, just going back to the thought, earlier, like a year and a half ago, there were a lot of those Pochinki circles. I mean, just too much of the Pochinki circle and the Rozhok zones and, the hospital and the school and areas in the Gatka regions. But over all that span and months, it has become very, very dynamic, where indeed you seldom end up going down to one of these zones now.
And we see that northern shift coming out, highlighting our point, like you said, Blotter. Pochinki does not seem to be an area that the circle closes around anymore regularly, but a fight breaking out already between FMxR3D and QWERTY, and surprisingly so, smack bang in the middle of the circle as they contest for high ground control. FMxR3D, they've already had Pika knocked as QWERTY looking to move in for the kill. Rollin moves in left, right, and will find one player, but backs out in the last moment. Okay, very weird. That has to be a comms issue.
Well, the comm or whatever it is, the entire saga being, it has not turned out in the favor of FMxR3D. They already had one of their players knocked. Because of that, of course, QWERTY were able to make that opening for themselves, and as they jumped in to make that opening that much more wider, it seems like there is no stopping it, because one player on to the next. The QWERTY players move on through, and okay, comes to the rescue, freestyle. And look at the amount of damage. Look at the amount of damage that they were able to dish out right there on the players of QWERTY. But again, I do believe two of the players, or one of the player, was definitely brought down in that fight against... No, two of the players from FMxR3D are already down, and one is knocked.
Now look, TUF, this is so standard for them, this mountain range control, but they're realizing that it's not going to be a key part of future circles. They're going to look to make the move as our fights erupt again in the center of the circle. So very surprising, to be honest, because usually we get these congested areas, teams don't start fighting till the 17-18 minute mark when it comes to the 4th or 5th circle. But FMxR3D, they have faced severe losses, Blotter. Only Hassan left alive, and I don't know for how long, man, because he's not in the greatest of spots either, just towards the north of QWERTY. I think they have an idea he's there.
Probably, because that's the only compound that the other teammate that QWERTY were firing upon was rushing down towards. So that only leads to one thing, that his teammate is there. But overall, again, on the northern side of that position that is held by Hassan is going to be the rotation coming in from the side of 52x Rage. Now, this is something that is very, very much commendable from the side of 52x Rage, as they're able to make those sort of rotations for themselves and jump into the zones. I mean, majority of the times they jump into the zones through areas that are not really contested, and on the opposite side, they jump into the zones at times exactly where all the teams are, and they jump in with guns blazing, and that is what has helped that team create this perfect position that they are on the second with 154 points, 10 points shy of the first lot that is going to be TUF. But right now, as we move on through, we did see H2E's players, again, they were far off. They saw the player of SALTxi8 tried to take on some shots, were not able to connect, which is absolutely fine, but that's just the mindset that I'm talking about from the side of H2E. As soon as they see any opponent, they're all going guns blazing. They just want to be able to damage whoever they possibly can in this fight, in this battleground.
Oh, the circle, man, it's making it that much more congested. Again, a centralized shift coming through. It looks like it is going to be that rune circle I was talking about, and it does mean that there's these small ridges all around this area that really do come into play, which setting us up for some exemplary nade displays. So we'll have to see which team is actually able to make it happen. For now, though, lot of traffic around the southern area, several teams trying to move in, and MetershotxSKY, you've got to be tuning into the radio and finding out there's traffic there, man, because if they go for the late rotation into that southern part, they are going to get massacred.
Oh, they definitely are, dude. I mean, A1 is blocked down to the core. Along with that, as they try and make that rotation towards the western front, if they, no, it does seem like they are going to be trying to make that western rotation from the south and the edge of the zone. But before we move on through that, we've got the side of QWERTY caught out in the open as they try to make the rotation, and that is going to be Quantum Rage trying to bring in some blows. And on the other side of the map itself, it is H2E in a lot of trouble as they are in the crosshairs of not one but two individual teams. From far away, it was SALTxi8, if I'm not mistaken, and very close in the same exact compound is going to be the side of Team Star that has been able to blow. Whoa. Osama and Sultan not having a communicative play as they try and take the compound against the players of Team H2E, and definitely getting a friendly block, knock coming in from there.
Nade, exemplary nade display I was talking about coming into play right here. Osama lobs one in, sorry, got Fury, lobs one in, but doesn't land the first, will land the second, finds that knock onto Hacker, and puts a lot of pressure onto H2E, because Pan, now he's in a position stuck in two minds. Does he go for the revive? Does he look to back up his teammates by going for the shots? Seemingly neither went down for the revive, came back up for the shots, and in that time Assad got finished suddenly. Star with a huge advantage should be able to get Sultana back on his feet, but God Fury, he's not willing to wait, he's not willing to be patient, moving in for the kill, clearing out room by room, and really piling the pressure onto Pan, man, because I think that's the third time Pan considered starting the revive but decided to cancel.
True, very true, very, very true, of course, and that is just not being allowed because God Fury, he is all over the compound from the ground floor all the way to the top as he tries to find out where exactly are the players of H2E, and well, North Esports also jumping into this array. It is not looking good, as we did mention just a few minutes ago. I mentioned, in fact, that H2E are in the lobby to bring in a lot of blows and punches to their opponents. It seems like now they have been caught, and they have so many teams trying to just slow them down. And Team Stars got Fury. I mean, what are you doing, mate? You've been in that compound since such a long time, but sadly, it seems like he's not going to be using any utilities. Perhaps he does not have any, and that in turn is going to allow the players, the two players of H2E, to be able to hold on in that compound. On the other front, it is going to be Dread, all by his lonesome, taking on the two players, or trying to at least to the smoke, and that was a good decision to be able to jump out from the back and try and find the back alley, but a bit too late. As he will be caught, and Sultan and Emerge will completely stop them as we move on through to the other side. 4v caught against the players of North Esports. The two-man army of North Esports have already accumulated 2 elimination points for their side as they take on the remaining 2 from the side of 4v Wow, the resilience coming in from H2E, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to hold on for dear life.
Wow.
They take down God Fury as well. That resilience you were talking about paying off now as Hacker and Pan, they've been on this top floor for so long. At first, it was Pan trying to bring Hacker back to life, but now it's Hacker trying to return the favor. Emerge. Still creating that pressure. But Hacker should be able to just play it safe, get his teammate back to life. Man on his feet will go towards the roof to get that healing back on as Hacker moves in for the fight himself. Shouldn't have, because it was a 1v1 where it could have been a 1v2, but Hacker don't care. He will still be able to win it out, and in that meantime, Pan was able to take out another player. And just like that, Star, they've been put under a lot of pressure for Sultana, man. He still pulls out to win. What? How?
Well, again, I mean, I don't know, dude. I really don't know if it was a commendable approach coming in from the side of Team Star, where they had the numbers advantage, they had everything working for themselves, but the decisiveness of the fight was not theirs, and that is what has resulted in them losing out all of their players but one. I mean, they definitely could have made it a little bit better, but on the other side, it is going to be the side of SALTxi8 as we move on through, and the Grounders, who are in a lot of trouble, as we do have Thor from TUF, one after the other, nade parading the positioning of the Grounders, and of course, SALTxi8, they're just waiting. They're calmly waiting. They have the information, but we shall have to see if they'll be able to get a knock or even an elimination point right here or not, because they are out in the open. They're overextending, in fact, Crypto right here. As he does, Magnus in the back could maybe bring in that third party against SALTxi8. What a zone.
What a zone indeed, Blotter. It's starting to get real spicy as so much of the zone is in the water, centered around that island in the middle of Rozhok. But it's like teams are skeptical, you know. They are calling out the PUBG Mobile gods. They're like, we're not going to fall for your bait. We know you're going to shift it back to the mainland, but we'll see if it's just the bait or does it go to the land, because the zone is closing in the next 8 seconds. Meanwhile, MetershotxSKY, they were just not able to find a way into the circle. With some damage from the teams and some help from the blue zone, they have been eliminated. And the circle, look at that. It still keeps all three parts in play. The northern side in play, the island in play, and the southern part, the west of Rozhok, still in play. But damn, man, the rotations of these teams are going to be nuts. Do they go into the water, or do they try their odds against the plethora of teams that are right next to them?
Well, they gotta be amphibians right now, dude. They gotta be amphibians. They have to have a backup plan in the water, and of course they need to have their 4 front gunners out up front at the edge of that water to be able to take on, well, if nothing else, just the placement points and elimination points. But we've got 14 teams. This is the 20th minute that we're jumping into, and as soon as I mentioned that, it seems like TUF are going to be answering my plea, and they will be perhaps eliminating SALTxi8. And not only that, because we do have the grounders also in the vicinity, and the grounders have pushed on along against the positioning of TUF. But TUF, ouch moment indeed, as they tried to take on 2 individual fights. They initially fought and thought that they could take on SALTxi8. As soon as they did, the grounders had a perfect opportunity, and the moment pushed on along against the positioning of TUF, and this is where the grounders got the upper edge, and that third party situation resulted in them. But at what cost? Because as I did mention earlier, you gotta have one player as a backup, as a failsafe, and that's going to be Blade coming in from the side of i8. And of course, he being there has resulted in this team getting another elimination point. But of course, he's now just down to a one-man squad. We are looking at 12 teams in this small little area.
I don't know, man. One-man squad, I don't know if it is going to cut it, because remember, SALTxi8, they are in the 6th spot. They are at risk of losing that top 6 SA championship spot, and that risk comes through. SALTxi8, they're going to be eliminated in number 12. Now, they did get 5 points, which puts them at number 4 automatically. But still, Freestyle, Quantum Rage, QWERTY, Regicide, all alive. All with the potential to move up the charts and put SALTxi8 back at risk. We'll have to see if they're able to do it, though, because right now, Magnus is stuck under the bridge. Freestyle, they're facing a lot of pressure from multiple sides. And it is really the teams at the bottom somewhat dominating as Clarity just unleashing the charge on several teams. QWERTY Esports have been eliminated, and piece by piece we're going to see the numbers falling down as teams and players, they drop like flies. Now look at Regicide, man. I personally love their position because they're the only team towards the north, which not only gives them free area to hold on to, but if the circle shifts towards the island again, it gives them a free rotation through the water because nobody is contesting Regicide.
That is true. I mean, they're all by themselves. And again, when it comes to the one team that is also around in the vicinity of Regicide is going to be Daku, the one final player surviving for the side of 52x Rage. And for now, again, they have a decent play to make, but well, never mind. The gods of PUBG are definitely going to be allowing them to make that decent play and give them the opportunity to jump from that 9th spot. As we can see, Regicide with 118 points, but they do not have a single point in terms of elimination confirmed for them, at least now from this game. But this is going to be the turning point.
Oh my god. The circle is shifted into Regicide's hands, but let's hold on to that thought for a second because the fights are all going to break out in the Borderlands. Regicide trying to pick up an elimination point or two. Will be able to knock out Respect and find Tyrant as well. They had 0 elimination points before this. It could very, very quickly turn into 8.
That is true. That is very, very true indeed, and that is exactly what the team is going to be working towards. Slowly but constantly, small bursts of damage coming in from the side of Voltrix's Carl is going to get few knocks completed, and it perhaps is going to return some numbers for themselves. Okay, well, only 1 elimination point confirmed with all of that, but the information is still being retained from the side of Regicide. And look at all of these teams. I mean, Clarity is still part of this fight. They've got their 4 players, but the zone is what they don't have, and the position that they are on, they're on the land, so that's good. They're not in the water, that's good. They can take the fight, but the cover is something that they do not have, and that could be some troubling position for the side of my apologies, Clarity.
I'm really confused how Respect managed to knock himself out by falling down. There's literally no high grounds in this circle. Like, what? Did he smack himself into the water or what? I guess we'll never find out, because right now, Clarity, they are trying to get their rotations on, but they will be eliminated along with QWERTY as well. Leaving in that top battle are number 6, number 7, number 9 and number 11 team. This is so crucial for Regicide to be not just to be able to find the chicken dinner here, but also take down their opposition while they're at it, because a wealth of those elimination points were picked up by Clarity, who are not competition for Regicide. Daku, the last surviving player of 52x Rage, will get eliminated as Quantum Rage are just unable to get into the circle. Regicide have a lock on that northern part and they refuse to let go.
No other team can even try to give them that sort of determined, position that, all right, this is going to be our position now, because nobody has that sort of an opening apart from the side of Quantum Rage. Quantum Rage have been able to find themselves a small little area at the edge, but will that be enough? Because looking at the way Quantum Rage themselves are pushing along, I mean, they've got 5 elimination points confirmed for themselves. That is working, but the numbers are going to be for the favor of Regicide as we're down to these two teams remaining 4v2 the final situation.
They should just move in for the kill right here. They should not let Quantum Rage reposition. They know exactly where the remaining 2 members are, and that's why you can see the utility going on, forcing Quantum Rage out into the open, denying them that little cover they have. Quantum Rage, man, they don't have the time to be able to hold on. It's going to be down to IQ to pull off an insane clutch, because if you remember all the way back in a Super Weekend, day 1, he pulled off an insane clutch in a similar situation against Clarity. IQ right now should be able to do it, but no. Voltrux, the sole member of Regicide in the top 5 elimination leaderboards, coming up huge when his team needs him the most, finds that knock onto IQ and burns down Sparky with the help of his teammates. This will be a winner chicken dinner for Regicide, once again shaking up our top 6 standings. This is nuts.
It is definitely nuts indeed, and that is going to be helping the determination of Regicide to hold on a little bit more, because they have moved into the top 6. With this game, several eliminations confirmed for them. As we moved on into that 4th zone, we came on and looked at what Regicide were up to, and they had no elimination confirmed till then. But of course, PUBG gods had favored them as far as the zone was concerned. It rotated towards them, they took on some really good fights, and that in turn helped them get those several eliminations. And well, that certainly does put them at a really good station, but 2 games still remain, and they need to really bring up that sort of a play again and again for the next 2 games as well, because yes, they have made it into that area, into the top 6, but the points, they're still going to be very close.
Yeah, it's not nearly close to over just yet. But Regicide, they're going to have to keep the pedal to the metal, man, because the teams are hunting. They want that spot, but Regicide, they will be extremely happy that they made the right call, the right prediction, held on to that northern area for the longest of times, and it paid off huge for them. I mean, it's not like this was a humongous elimination point game in terms of the chicken dinners or anything like that, but at this point, every single point matters. So when you get chicken dinners, it gets you that much closer to your end goal. Now, what I am curious to see besides this is where SALTxi8 are ending up in the rankings, because in the middle of the match, they were at number 4, but I do believe Regicide should now be about 1 or 2 points behind them. So even in that regard, it's not just Regicide who are potentially in trouble, maybe even SALTxi8. One bad game for SALTxi8 and they could lose their spot.
That is good. Definitely looking likely to be the story, but we shall confirm that right after this short break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
And we're back with the grand finals on the final day right here at PMPL. And a big thanks to, of course, Oppo. Along with that, the conversation is going to now finally lead on down to, fix this. Dude, you did mention as this entire journey started off, we were looking at that point in time, waiting that F21 Pro is going to be launched as the journey continues for PMPL. Now, finally, it has. Are you confirmed? Have you already ordered the orange one? Or are you thinking still that you want to be changing that?
You know, it's already on its way, as a matter of fact, and I could not let that orange color slip by, right? Considering the fact that, the stocks are very limited, it's hot-selling product in the market. But what is even more exciting is the storyline. Oh,
yes,
SALTxi8. I mean, like their name suggests, they have added salt to their own injuries because they were playing way too carelessly, and now they are paying the hefty price. But for now, I mean, if you take a look at the MVP, it's going to be Danny, the player that came in today instead of Teen Wolf. Well, a decent game, I must say, nonetheless, for clarity. But I really feel as the competition has been progressing, they do not possess much of a threat to the lobby anymore.
That is true as well. I mean, yes, so many teams actually, I don't want to just point out Clarity Esports just like that, because I'm sure the fans are not going to be appreciative of that. That's for one, but remaining facts of this league, it's just been one of the teams that has been showcasing a bit of an underperforming sort of a lineup, I mean, at times they get some really, really good plays and elimination points for themselves. On the other side, they are not able to just continue on with that approach from one game to the next. On the other movement, as we look on to another team that had a perfect play, absolutely perfectly done well, is going to be Regicide right here. With the top players list, of course, two of the lads coming in with Voltrix and Waz, both of them getting 2 elimination points both each, and then we also do have Mom2 from Magnus Esports at 2 elimination points as well.
You know, the thing with Regicide in this particular game was they had been blessed with the circle, right? Could have gone anywhere, went to that exact spot. You know, this has even happened in the past, right? We have seen circles like this on one occasion where Freestyle, it was Malik who managed to get the chicken dinner for his team. But this time around, Regicide, they were the fortunate ones. They made sure that they went there early and they waited it out and did get decent amount of finishes. And for Quantum Rage, it was equally as important game because they were just trailing behind SALTxi8. I'm pretty sure getting the second spot is going to give them enough points to, just topple them over. Let's say 12 plus a few finishes over there. Should be around 16 to 17 points overall. I think Quantum Rage have done a really good job at that. Now SALTxi8 will find themselves out of the top 6. Now with just 2 games remaining, the big question is, well, are the champions of the league stages gonna crash out during the finals? But here's a little bit of a look at the match rankings. I mean, Regicide, these 22 points are so priceless for them, toppling them over all the way towards that 5th spot. All they've got to do is have a good game of Miramar, the strongest map. They're feeling it. They've been confident throughout the day. All they need to do is at least secure 10 to 15 points, and they are good to go.
That is very true, of course, based on the way the teams are looking when it comes to the fourth, 5th, 6th, and then on positions in that overall storyboard. They are going to really, really have to buck up their belts and utilize this map of Miramar, rather, I should point out. On the other front, as we look at the teams that, have kind of been on a stalemate situation, we do have, stalemate situation and only just the literal sense of the word, not the actual presence of them in the gameplay itself. Because I wanted to talk about 4BTFG, I wanted to talk about North Esports, where we do see them again and again after that 12th position in the overall standings. But when it comes to the game, they are chiming it along. They are taking on the damaging approaches to their opponent teams. So very, very important for them to not give up that, because they bring in that damage, makes things and journey that much more difficult for the other teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of add that extra bit of masala that we've been talking about, right? The ones creating so much chaos, the notorious ones of the bunch, have nothing to lose, really, just go out and take down anyone and everyone. As we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro movements, and it was all about how the circle really transitioned, right? Again, once we were looking at the initial circle we formed, it was like, yeah, it could be a Ruins or Rozok circle, but eventually on subsequential shifts we witnessed, it could be that circle. It could go all the way towards that northern side, and this little fight went on for so long. But again, both these teams, I mean, Star had been doing a decent job at catching up, but this is one of those fights that, SALTxi8 had to take, right? Really did not have any option, and they were not really anticipating the zone to be going up top, right? They wanted to play around the centers. Crypto did whatever he possibly could, but maybe, I mean, this is where the cockiness of SALTxi8 is starting to haunt them a little bit. Now they should have understand and realized, had they done the same thing that they're trying to do yesterday, things could have been completely different. They could have had a really nice cushion to play around with, but now they literally are just hanging on the edge.
They most certainly are, and that edge is not really helping them out whatsoever at all. It's not giving them any leeway. Rather, it's a slope that is a very talented slope and not in their favor. But again, the only thing that, of course, right now, based on the facts, is the fact that we do still have 2 games to go through. We've got Miramar coming right up, after which will be the final game of the Grand Finals right here in the Pakistan region. That will be on Erangel. So, opportunity available, but who will be the one capitalizing? Because this time, this game was handed to Regicide, right? I mean, the way the zone moved on to approach them, I mean, again, God-given, God's grace, of course. They were again able to take that also, so that's good. But they now have to utilize that.
See, Laksha, of course. I mean, handed, I feel, is going to be a very, very heavy word. I think let's just say they were opportunistic, right? I think, the ones who just capitalized, who knew that this was their moment to shine, and they went for it. And that is the only plausible, explanation I can really give. Because, it could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. It was just Regicide who was there. Had they not taken it, someone else would have taken it, and we would have had to say the same thing, right? They just got lucky. They had the zone shift in their favor, yada yada yada. So yeah, of course, Regicide being the smarter ones, and at the right moment managed to seize the chicken dinner. I mean, I think the timing just couldn't get better, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, SALTxi8 kicked out of the top 6 by 5 points. Quantum Rage have made it. Regicide, they're sharing points. Freestyle are at 141. And talk about their run. They were at the freaking 10th position. The Grounders, they were not in contention. They suddenly have come up. What on earth is happening? So many teams, MetershotxSKY, they were at the 3rd spot, for Christ's sake. And ever since, we haven't seen any progression from their side. Now they're just languishing around the 8, and they will eventually keep on dropping. I think they've lost steam.
Well, I don't know what to even say to this, because it is still volatile in the end, right? Facts will remain facts. It is so very volatile, because 7 points. You're talking about Metershot, who's sitting with 3 chicken dinners. 7 points. You're going to tell me 7 points is too hard for them to be able to accumulate in a game? SALTxi8, 5 points shy is what they're at right now. Let's make it 10 to 12 also. Again, you're talking about SALTxi8. It is just ludicrous to even think of saying it out loud that SALTxi8, no, that team is not going to be able to make 8 points in a single game. That's impossible. It's just so volatile that this is a conversation I believe I had with the CA as well, because the way this entire Grand Finals lobby was looking, that is exactly what it has resulted in, or is resulting towards, where we might actually end up looking at teams on that 6th, 5th, 7th position, pretty much at the same point difference, and maybe just the chicken dinner advantage giving them the edge to be a part of the top 6 or something like that. But again, that is speculatory from my side. We are still looking at the 2 games that are remaining. But yeah, ouch moment for so many of these teams. Really, really big names, but not looking too great right now.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen, right?
Oh, yes.
So many big names. FMxR3D, QWERTY, Clarity. 2 of them already invited. And even you've got to put SALTxi8 in to the mix, right? Because now they're at the 7th position. But hey, hold on. 2 more games to go. And the difference is very minuscule, right? Now, the next immediate objective is to recover 5 points extra and make sure Quantum Rage and Regicide do not walk off with more points, right? And get themselves themselves back to the race. And yeah, I think SALTxi8 they can do, but this is where the pressure starts building up. And now I'm gonna bring in teams like North Esports, H2E, 4VTFT, Star,
Yes,
Clarity,
yes.
QWERTY, even because
For that matter, yes.
at the very start of the day, QWERTY, I think I believe they were at the fourth or the fifth spot, and look at where they are now. They just top. It was a steep decline. Now they're somewhere struggling in the second half of the table, and you know. Let's be honest, it's gonna get so difficult for them. But ladies and gentlemen, a look at the schedule right now as two more games remain, and I'm telling you, Lakshay, it is going till the final game of the evening. It is all gonna come down to that one game of Erangel that decides the fate of the top six teams and who are going to be Pakistan's representatives in the South Asian region. But it is going to be Miramar. The grounders have been feeling themselves. They've been having really strong games. I am getting a hunch that maybe if Regicide could pull off a back-to-back chicken over here, that is all they need to get back in there. But for SALTxi8, I think this is the do or die game for them.
Absolutely. And just 2 days ago, as
Yeah.
we jumped into the grand finals, we were talking about, or rather, I personally was talking about how, SALTxi8, they're just playing with the minds of the opponents. And I was very convinced that, no, they're definitely going to be able to, move along on day number 2 to capitalize on the position and the play that they've showcased in the previous 3 weeks. And then came day number 2 to an end, and still no change. And now, here we are, 2 games away, and looking at SALTxi8 not in the top 6 position. So it is really literally down to the T now for the side of this team. And let's just keep my, or rather, I should tell myself I should keep my fingers crossed for the side of that team. Also, on the other front, as you perfectly mentioned by you, that it is close and it is definitely possible for these teams. I mean, MetershotxSKY as well, right? They are sitting with 3 chicken dinners, so they definitely do know something about the lobby and how to sustain and maintain themselves when it comes to the fights, and they have showcased that as well. So perhaps in the final 2 games, there could be a resilient approach maybe expected from them as well.
Very difficult.
Very difficult though.
Because today's day they haven't made any progression at all, right?
Right.
They have been getting taken down pretty early on, whatever they've been trying to put on the table. I mean, it has been the same chicken biryani they are serving every day, and for a second now the lobby has gotten bored, right? They're like, we're done, we're just gonna take you down either ways. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just head in. It is indeed, well, the penultimate game, the final Miramar of the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022. And right now, this game, this flight path trajectory, oh, it's gonna hurt so many teams.
That is true, dude. That is true, of course. And this is going to be the moment for these teams to be able to hopefully make a comeback story, maybe showcase a different reality that they are going to be jumping into. Because again, I mean, future is uncertain. It is definitely possible for the side of SALTxi8 to capitalize on that. Team Regicide, who just jumped on from the previous game's chicken dinner into the top 6 positions with 140 points, 1 point shy of Freestyle's 4th position, and 3 points shy of the Grounders' 3rd position. This is, wow, I mean, the odds right here of any team being able to make it, it is unbelievable. It is unbelievable that we're looking at, firstly, that top 6 teams move on in, and then secondly, the fact that, in the top 6 itself, 3 of those positions are so volatile, and then moving on down 4th, it is 6 positions, at least 5 positions that can very well be switching along paces from this game to the next.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and still we wouldn't be any closer to the to knowing which team, or rather which teams will be the ones that will be in top 6.
Oh yeah, it all comes down to who gets the chicken dinner, who's got the blessing there, and well, who manages to hold on under extreme pressure. And SALTxi8, I think, again, one of the most fan favorite teams. And for you viewers out there, while Lakshay and CA were casting, I just spent just go around, check the chat, and everyone was sort of wondering if SALTxi8 have an invited slot for the SA Championship. And well, to your utter disappointment, I've got to say that no, they do not. And for now, they will have to grind it out. But
Wait, what? Wait,
if
what?
yeah, if they do not make it to the top six, well, their journey, at least for the spring split, is over here. They have to try their luck around in the fall split, and
No, but
that's going to
hold on.
take
You're telling me
quite
that
some
there's
time.
actual. Okay, now I'm thoroughly confused because I have no news about them having any slots like that. But that's quite an interesting conversation to start in the chat. I mean, given that sort of a hope, which of course everybody wants to believe in.
Yeah,
I want to believe it, but okay. I did not know that was something that was going on in chat.
Yeah,
Thank you for bringing it up to notice, mate.
Yeah, you've got to make those clarifications, right? A lot of curious people out there, they would want to see their favorite team playing in the further stages. And yeah, SALTxi8, they are the worthy representatives from this region. But hey, you've got TUF, 52X Rage, the
Yes.
young guns, the hot blood really coming up. And TUF, this is recognition overdue for them, right? They have been there in the scene for quite some time. But in the finals, I think I've loved this sort of a journey that these lads have. They've got that progressive run. They've picked themselves up from the very bottoms, and they started improving from the second Super Weekend. Because before that, they were sort of a mediocre team, somewhere just competing for the middle half of the table. And now in the second Super Weekend, we saw that yeah, they have immense potential. Transitioning into the third Super Weekend, like wow, this team is definitely one to look out for. And suddenly you come into the finals. The first day did not go as planned, but the second day they made sure they recovered as much as they could, kept themselves in contention. Now are at the tippity top, but still, 10 points of difference lie between them and 52X Rage. And considering the play style of 52X Rage, which is, quite a lot, centered around positioning themselves in a better position inside the lobby and not going a lot for finishes. 10 points is a lot to overcome. But at the same time, the grounders, wow, they've had quite a run for themselves, right? At the right moment, ever since yesterday, the kind of a pace that they've picked up, I think if they can, ensure they are heading in to the SA Championship, what a run it will be for them. As freestyle, I do not know if this is the right time to pick up a fight, especially against 52X Rage. But let's see what happens.
Well, for now, as we have mentioned, these teams, even though these teams are in the comfort of the top six positions, when we talk about those points being so volatile, none of the teams are safe till the day comes to an end. that's the best way to think about it. And I believe a few of these teams and players are also thinking like the same thing, that you know what, we are going to be playing it without knowing the result, without anticipating anything but our best play. And that is the way that they will be able to maybe or maybe not, but they have to at least try, right? They have to at least try, and that is being showcased from 52X Rage, that is being showcased from Freestyle, as right off the bat in the first few minutes itself of this game of Miramar, they have retained the information and they've also started retaliating upon it in the first 5 minutes of the game, wherein you know that what is at stake. So yeah, these teams are playing it very, very close, and the clear-cut example, of course, is going to be SALTxi8, who played it a bit too close to the Suns Corona and have genuinely been burnt. But yeah, there's still hope.
Have that Icarus story going on with them, right?
Yeah,
Just too close to the
exactly.
sun and
Yeah.
fearing that they'll burn out. But for now, I mean, quite interestingly, SALTxi8 this time not playing around the edges. Nah, they are contesting, in fact, for the center. Oh, very quick rotation. Surely, speaks in volumes of the kind of pressure they're under. But at the same time, I'm really, starting to wonder if they are going to succumb to it, because they are getting surrounded by not just one Lakshay, multiple teams. You've got Magnus, 52x Rage, North Esports coming right behind them, and Regicide also. So SALTxi8, they will have to ensure they play their cards right. One small mistake, and they could be ousted. And at this point, they cannot afford an early elimination. If that happens for the final games, it's gonna be done and dusted. Of course, they are the most fan favorite team. At the same time, are quite infamous, right? A lot of teams. This is again speculation. A lot of teams that do not have their chances to qualify would want to be the party poopers. What a storyline would it be? We were the ones who outstayed SALTxi8, ended their run in the PMPL itself. So yeah, the Slayers, the King Slayers, is what they would call themselves at the very least. And I'm starting to get really worried. But at the same time, even for teams like QWERTY, oh, this was also a fall that I'm not really ready to accept.
100% agreed. Definitely not the kind of play that was to be anticipated from QWERTY. On the other front, MetershotxSKY is going to be delivering a punch and a blow to Drawlin from Clarity Esports, as both these teams made the rotation from the northeastern edge of the zone. It was Metershot who were able to catch up to Clarity's position and, of course, get that elimination point for themselves. And now they're going to be moving away in different directions. So Clarity still sticking towards the eastern edges of the zone, going down south, and Metershot going back the way they came in. And that northern region of the entire zone is still open for any team to actually make their own, as we can see on the map. But as we take the conversation back to the team that Fixes just was mentioning a couple of minutes ago, as SALTxi8 have moved on in towards the center, pretty much the center of the zone. We do have FS also with a two-man split coming into the center of the zone as well to take on the fight. So a lot of these teams, they are going to have to battle this out, and the battle that is being set up with so many colors that we can see from each and every individual direction. Yeah, that's an all-out war where it's just everyone to themselves, but not sure which team will come up on top. Because as soon as that fight starts, as soon as those colors collide, there's only one thing that will be showcased in this lobby, and that's going to be a lot of elimination points, a lot of third parties.
Yeah, the heartbeats, I'm pretty sure, even for the audience, it's going to be synced up. Yep. Together, the Grounders going up against Freestyle. Now, this is one of those fights that Freestyle would want to avoid at this very situation. A battle between the third and the fourth, with Tyrant really having nowhere to run, has to give away his life. Maybe he's going to fight it till the very end, as he's going to try and receive some sort of cover fire from his teammates from behind, as Sensi2 advances at his direction. Tyrant on very low HP, really. Malik has come in close, and Freestyle, they want to commit everything and anything they have into this particular situation, with Tyrant lobbing a grenade and taking Zigsaw down to a very low HP. Not enough though, but Malik getting taken down as the trouble sparks for the players of Freestyle, as trades will be taken down, but since, never mind. Sensi2 fighting it out against Wasi, who gets shot from the backlines, and it's going to be Reviews who does exactly that. Now Blade having positioned himself in a really good point, and it's important to see if Freestyle can somehow recover from this situation, with SALTxi8 watching over there from afar.
Wow, this all-out war is getting personal now, where it is, of course, the side of the Grounders who did take on or try and take on the players of FS. They were able to get 2 eliminations, but also lost 2 of their own players, and in all of that have provided an opportunity and an opening for the side of SALTxi8, as they have moved in to take on both of these teams together. But will that be allowed? Will that be enough? Because as the team synergistically push on along, the 4-man army against the 2-man squad, as of now, only onto the compound of course, Freestyle, and Tyrant is the man who is going to be perhaps moving on away from this compound, but the grounders are the ones who definitely get the advantage in this fight.
You know, SALTxi8 so desperate, so hungry. They will have to go after freestyle, and this could be a really good fight that they were looking out for. They get to topple over freestyle and could add up some extra finish points to their name, but with all these smokes being deployed, so difficult for Tyrant and Black as the grounders have sort of backed off from the situation. It was too much for them, but Tyrant, how long can he do that? They've got to deal with him, and there comes the push going inside that compound as Tyrant gets taken down. Still manages to take Blade though, but not a finish as Black gets to be the final survivor for his team. Now SALTxi8, of course, they want to get the best out of him. They want to eliminate the squad for the better good. But Black, he's just going to back off, and yeah, at this point, really out of options, just hitting it out on towards the players of the grounders, as Reviews would be spotting them out from afar, as Sensi2 will be taking some damage.
Wow.
But where does Black go? It's enemies every single direction he heads at.
Well, he's going to be allowed, perhaps only barely, to get away from that. But of course, he was in a buggy, so that means the audio cue has been given away to the teams around in the vicinity, and that will definitely create an opening. But we'll come back to that as to what will be the end result of the final player of FS. That's going to be Black. But in the open, it is going to be 52 X-Rages players taken on, and the grounders taken on all by themselves. The majority of the players of Magnus. I mean, Magnus has been brought down to just a one-man squad, and Jigsaw, all by his lonesome, has definitely delivered. I mean, with his team, sorry, has been definitely able to deliver some amazing plays, but a 1v1 not able to favor him.
The grounders eliminated at the 16th spot. Freestyle also not having a good game. Clearly shows that the third and the fourth position are up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. And SALTxi8, you know, after causing so much ruckus, all they could get is a finish. That's it. And I think one of the other things that needs to be highlighted is SALTxi8 do not have enough loot, enough utilities, enough first aids on them. And I'm pretty sure, I'm starting to wonder if they have enough ammunitions also. So getting one of those players down would ensure that they've got a little bit of that extra loot, but that's just about it. Now SALTxi8, we've got to see how much they have to play around, but FMxR3D will do have Magnus right in front of them as the circle has shifted somewhere around the graveyard region, right? And here comes the push. Finisher and Pika pushing in tandem with each other, as Pika is going to lob that Molotov. Deal not taking any damage, would successfully back off though. But for how long can they sustain? How long can they do that? As the name comes in from Finish, a deal right on his knees. This is a cue where FMxR3D are going to be pushing, and this time they will have to make sure they get the better out of Mom to wipe the world out of Magnus, as Mom 2 somehow puts a last resort stand and will eventually get taken down, but somehow a deal managing to revive and heal at the same time. Oh, now FMxR3D, they are on the back foot. Anubis does come for providing that cover fire though. But can he get the rest back up in time? Or are the players of Magnus going to be really greedy, as Adil trying to lob that Molotov, could not get it where he wanted, as well, Anubis is going to come out right in the open as he manages to get the knock, but Mom2 from afar will get the trade off, as Mom2 is going to come in close. Hassan on real low HP. FMxR3D on the verge of getting eliminated from this game, as Magnus somehow, they are doing it. It is going to be really possible, but no, as SALTxi8, they have tried to come in. They want to capitalize on the opportunity. They're going after Hassan. It would be better if they sort of secure the finishes first, at least maybe possibly try and steal them. But it has indeed happened. Getting those extra 4 finishes, SALTxi8, they sit at 140 points now, tied up. Lakshya with Regicide and Quantum Rage. Wow.
They are indeed, so that is true. What a game, what a match, what a fight on that compound. That was ludicrous play being showcased from both of those teams, of course, Magnus as well. But yeah, definitely capitalizing was the team of SALTxi8. And I wanted to mention this earlier, but now as we move on along towards the zone, towards the fourth zone, in the third zone, as well as once again in the fourth zone, the statement that I wanted to make was Regicide, dude. Regicide, the rotation that they made towards the northern side of the zone is was helping them and still is helping them. And all they gotta do is just hold their fort. But on the other front, as we talk about SALTxi8, this team needs to go all out guns blazing, and that is exactly what they are doing. With already in the 17-minute marker, 5 eliminations confirmed for the side of this team. But of course, they do know that they need a lot more.
Oh, they need to, but MetershotxSKY, a pretty important game for them, meeting their arch rivals 52x Rage, who are indeed deciding to back off. They still have all 4 of their players alive. Ash knocked out at this particular moment. Now the bigger picture for them has to be about getting inside the circle, steer off from the battles. But the question for MetershotxSKY is going to be the fact that are they going to go in for the raise as faster from afar? He's going to be trying to do some decent amount of damage as Danny. He's going to try and come out of that trench and maybe get a few finishes off H2E as Hacker. Just look at this, man. Staying on the top of that minivan, trying to lob as many grenades as possible onto the players of Clarity. I believe he's rather seated in his vehicle. No, finally steps out of cover and will deploy that into perfection. Getting that important knock onto its Danny, comes down to 420 boy. I believe Hacker has a slight idea where he could possibly be, as Danny is sure going to meet his makers, but Crypto has a really good chance of taking him down, and this could be the game that SALTxi8 was so longing for. I mean, you've got to explain me this. What is that projectile on that smoke there?
You know, I mean, I've been looking at this from the minimap, and the minimap is clearly showcasing we've got the side of that 4 team in the color cream. That's going to be North Esports. They're so very quiet and being so very close to this fight. I'm not entirely sure what are they waiting for, but in all of that, it is SALTxi8 who have been able to capitalize and find a position right ahead and in front of the players of Team H2E, as well as the final player right here of okay, never mind. But as we move on through to the players of Metershot, they have also tried. They've tried definitely, but the team that has gotten the best result in this fight, or in this game rather till now, has to be the players of SALTxi8, where indeed it seems like this team, as soon as they were faced with the reality, they did not want to gulp that down. They did not want to accept that truth, and in doing so, they have had a wonderful game till now, at least.
Yeah.
As we move into the 19-minute marker, but there are still 12 more teams remaining apart from I8.
Oh yeah, indeed, and it's going to get so interesting to see what really happens in this particular scenario. Right now, H2E survived with just Hacker. They've got to do something. They've got to do everything. They've got to throw the kitchen sink. Every one of them has gravity. He's just walking blindfolded. What on earth is happening? How is he?
Leon? Okay.
Oh, he had a
think
to play around. I just got scared for a moment. How is he getting that free
Yes.
pass?
That
To
was
just advance like that. That could have been absolutely nuts.
Dude, that moment right there, that just took place, I was in Matrix, I think. I could not understand if it was reality or not. But right now, what is real is Team Star taking on the players of TUF one by one, have been able to deliver some massive blows, but TUF will still be able to hold their forte. They are going to be able to sustain 3 of their players. Also going back to the side of FS, Black is still surviving, all by his lonesome, but he's still surviving, as we can see far away at the edge.
Oh yeah, at this point, you know, things are getting really nitsy as Sirius just thrown down, and he's going to be right out in the open, but wow! That reflex out of him, still managing to take down Snow in the process, as Maxi is going to be charging at Quantum Rage's direction. Quantum Rage on the pure verge of getting exterminated from the lobby. This could be really hefty for them as North Esports. They're going to be the party poopers, as somehow IQ wanted to make that long stand. But down he goes. Quantum Rage getting no points out of this game. They've been toppled over by SALTxi8 as a freestyle. Still Black, he's going to do that heavy lifting. He's going to do whatever he can to keep his team in contention. But now, TUF having nowhere to go with Nocto watching over them. One good grenade and the whole squad goes kaboom.
That is the trouble that TUF is facing for now, and then it is going to be the part of blue zone itself that will be damaging their position. And in all of that, who has been able to capitalize? It is the players of Regicide again. So now, when it comes to the way that Regicide have been able to utilize this zone, it is looking good, but the points is something that they've not been able to capitalize upon. They've lost two of their players. They came in from a really good area, but of course, the fights did not go their favor as they are sitting at 0 elimination points on the other front. As we move on through, looking at SALTxi8 with all 4 players still surviving and moving on into the zone. The Blues into the zone are 4v and from the western front, it is going to be the players of SALTxi8 with 8 elimination points confirmed for them. But now, as these teams jump into the open to be a part of the zone, we did have one team in the rafters, not entirely sure which team that was, who will be able to get the edge in that fight as soon as these teams are found. Yep, it is actually SALTxi8. The rafters player is SALTxi8, so yeah, he's just waiting dormantly, patiently for teams to try.
You know, this is the golden game that they needed, right?
True.
Staying at the center of the circle as Zen is going to go after Maxi. Does take quite some damage on towards him. But again, Zen still keeping the hopes alive for his team and managing to get the better out of Maxi. Some finish points acquired. But Crypto, he's not going to let anybody pass at all. As Pharaoh, he's going to try and escape with his buggy. But is Crypto going to give him that room and space? As Zameen, he's also getting spotted. He knows Crypto has all that information. He's going to restrict him. Zameen jumping and dancing to his own grave as Crypto is high and mighty with 5 finishes. Come at the moment, Risen have SALTxi8 with 12 points already. I think they want to finish it all over here and now. But for VTFT spotting out the players of QWERTY, take a few shots at them as they would be holding down the certain front. As now Noko is going to just spray down on towards Khan. Would want to eventually blow up his vehicle and put him out of his miseries.
That indeed is true. With that, we've got 5 teams remaining and 7 elimination points confirmed for the side of Crypto. Make that 8 apparently, as they've got one more from the side of that team. And this team is unstoppable right now. QWERTY Esports goes down with 5 elimination points confirmed. 4v are somehow holding strong in this zone. But with 4 teams remaining, one of them is the momentum creator, SALTxi8. On the other front is going to be the team who have lost their momentum. That is going to be the side of QWERTY with the, I believe that's a 2-man squad. And that's the same case for the Regicide players as well.
Look at this. You know, Black ensuring, you know, before he goes away, making sure gets the better out of the tabletoppers, helping SALTxi8. Everything is sort of aligned for SALTxi8 right now. 14 finishes already. I mean, we're talking about a potential 30 points if they get the chicken dinner or even more. And that means one thing, that is going to take them directly to that tippity top, the first position, as Review spotting out Endless. Gets a shot connected on his head though, but it's the Mini 14. You've got to connect one more of that, one more of the same, as the zone still is favoring the lads of SALTxi8, but Blade there waiting to cut out the rotation of Nocto and Vaz as QWERTY still just in the hiding. So the main fight will eventually occur between the players of SALTxi8 and 4v with Regicide and QWERTY trying to kind of dislodge them, trying to be the party poopers, trying to just meddle in the fights. As look at Ash, he's formed a flank, and if SALTxi8 have no idea of his whereabouts, they're in a whole world of trouble.
Well, for now, it is going to be the players of 4v who are in a lot of trouble. From one side, of course, are the players of SALTxi8. On the other is going to be the blue zone, and it is all down to Ash, the dude who's always been the one creating those flank angles for 4v the man who's going to have to... Never mind.
Yeah, just getting all these finishes.
Never mind.
Yep. One after the other. And look at the tally, Lakshya. 16 finishes already. And Khan still somehow trying to dish out as much damage as possible. Uzum really needs to make some movement out there. And this is where SALTxi8 are looking a little bit vulnerable, because so many squads are pushing at their direction from multiple sides. As Vaz, he's going to get finished off. Blade ensuring that gets the kill to his name as Nocto. Make sure gets the trade blade now out of equation. QWERTY come charging in. Crypto making sure knocks out Gravity over there as Destroy lies prone in. Gets a knock onto it. Crypto as SALTxi8 one after the other. They're starting to fall down. They're starting to look exposed. And it all comes down to Uzum and Views with Ash creeping in from the backlines out of the pack. As SALTxi8, they have to focus on getting the revives on the player. But is that the right spot, Lakshay?
Well, for now, Khan and Destroyer are the two dudes who are definitely going to have to utilize this, and they are trying that exactly with the flank angle coming in from their side. Destroyer, the man who's going to be leading or trying to lead the players of SALTxi8 towards a different direction, as his teammate will be revived, and in doing so, Destroyer will definitely be able to deliver a massive punch to the gut and the face of both of these players. In that doing so, Uzum, oh, never mind, because Nocto, the final player from the side of Regicide, has come on alive, and he will be destroying Destroyer. In doing all of this chaos, the X factor goes into the favor of Team QWERTY, but that one final player, Nocto from Regicide, is still awake, is still part of the fight. 3 teams surviving, and Ash, as you were mentioning, dude, I mean, he was also there, and Nocto and Ash, the two dudes who've stolen this game.
Yeah, Uzum realizing that was the nade cooked out. This is the perfect Q where he can go in, but no!
Wow!
Ash, with that crouch toggling, he's done it. For his team, Reviews, of course, has gotten the revive, but Ash is playing the game of his life. Could spoil the party for SALTxi8, but still, Reviews somehow has managed to get the revive onto its Crypto though. But the question is, can Crypto get back to optimum HP at the behest of the time remaining? As Ash, he's going to lob yet another grenade. Reviews, it all comes down to him. Ash is making it happen. He is making the dreams alive for 4VTFT. But Nocto pushing in from the backline. This is bad news for Reviews as SALTxi8. They get eliminated at the 3rd spot. But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, with 18 finishes. But for Regicide, this could be the dream game. This could be the back-to-back chicken dinner. Exactly what they are looking for. And if they can succeed now, they will propel themselves up to the top 3 or maybe potentially to the top 2.
They definitely can, and right now it's of course just that 1v1 fight that both of these players actually have to go through for their teams. 4VTFT, Ash trying to push on with the UMP, but now the killing comes in. Nocto from red side, and that is going to be a second chicken dinner for the side of Regicide, and that will push them along and pretty much confirm their position. With one final game remaining, yes, this team of Regicide, they have made it. But now, you know, this really raises more questions than answers in my brain. Honestly, the way SALTxi8 just performed, it is just how is a team under so much pressure, and then when it matters the most, just climb up, and that too, the occasion, utilizing the opportunity to such an extent with 18 eliminations.
And
that's
could have been
stomping in the lobby, and this is the same team that was struggling. And it's so weird, dude. It is so weird. How do you wrap your mind around a team like that?
You know, all they needed was this one game, right? This one game where the teams that they were going up against have really tough times. FS, even the Grounders, Quantum Rage, everyone falling down early. Same can be said for even MetershotxSKY. The perfect time and opportunity for Regicide to rise, for SALTxi8 to make a comeback now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all going to go down to the final game. But before that, a short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
And we are back with that. There is that one final game, the map of Erangel to go through for the 16 teams. And if anything is to dictate when it comes to the way the lobby is doing right now, well, they are hungry for some chicken dinners. They are hungry for some blood. Each and every team in this map of Miramar trying to do exactly that. But that one team that has always stood out, again, sticking to the same guns, standing out is what they did right there.
Yeah, I mean, quite obviously, SALTxi8 played a really good game. They took their chances because, again, it might look so easy that they were going in one after the other. They were so opportunistic, capitalizing on the situation. They spot out fights, they go for it. And when you do commit wholeheartedly, 100%, there's also that 30 to 40% chance that you might as well get taken out. You might suffer a few casualties, but they were ready. They were willing to take that risk, and boy, oh boy, they did pay off. But more than that, you've got to bring in Regicide, the ones who secured the chicken dinner. I mean, they were not having the best of finishes for them, but they were cunning as a fox, man. They took the right opportunity. They took the they knew that Ash was engaging against the entirety of SALTxi8. QWERTY was also fighting. This is the cue where Nocto could really calm down, and he did that. And ensure also managed to get that chicken dinner, the final finish over there. But King Crypto reigning supreme in this previous map of Miramar. 9 eliminations, 14-49. No caps on this player. He's an absolute beast.
It's almost like Crypto heard. Did anybody call out for my name? Did anybody say elimination points? Hello, I'm still here. Hello. And he's just made his name known yet again to the lobby. That's the reason why he's able to dominate. I mean, we saw his positioning in those rafters right there. The way he was able to get those audio cues as he was taking on bullets, or rather, taking on fights, throwing down bullets to his opponents, and he was able to get the audio cue when he pushed on to the other side of the rafters to take down that one player who was pushing on his position from the side of North Sports. Again, there is just a ludicrous level of skill that this team of SALTxi8 brings to the table from Pakistan region.
But this team of SALTxi8 just fell down to one man, and that is the one on #4 over here. Ash.
Yes.
Oh, just getting the better out of them, taking them for a sweet ride. And, no matter how much you praise him, the kind of a play he pulled off, nobody really could, and shows how much this lad has to offer. I mean, the big Ogs of Pakistan surely do have a really interesting prospect. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I would love to see him in the colors of QWERTY, or maybe Clarity, or maybe SALTxi8 if they have a space for an extra main lineup player, because this lad, he's been there in the kill leaderboards also. And today, the kind of a play he put up, that great, the very mindset of keeping calm during extreme pressure, that was impressive from their side for VTFT. However, has it really been a run that they would have expected in the finals? But nonetheless, for moments like this, it's for the Instagram reels, it's for the glory, it's for the appreciation, and I believe Ash has earned it, ladies and gentlemen.
Most certainly, throughout the 4-week affair that we've been part of, we've called out Ash and his approach and his flank angles so many a times, right? And that takes me to another point that should be raised actually. When it comes to these teams, there have been so many players that we've actually called out for their incredible plays. From the side of QR, we had Sirius and IQ bringing in that massive approach. From the side of 52x Rage, we had Pain, Healthy take on that sort of an all-out war arena sort of a mindset for themselves. So many players have risen to fame, is what I would say, from this. But in the end, when it comes down to, of course, the results are going to be favoring the teams that will be in the top 6. And as of now, that is still in high contestation.
Oh, and the match summary, it's a whole SALTxi8 show, but yeah, SALTxi8 getting 28 points out of this one. I've got to make my calculations quick and fast. They were sitting, I think, at around 135, and let's say 145, 155, around 162 or 63 points. I think that's where they're going to find themselves after this game. And TUF, I'm searching for them.
Right, yeah.
2 points,
They're going to be there.
Right? So I think SALTxi8, they've made themselves up to the first spot, but is that the case? Is that the case?
I'm thinking
I
the
don't
same
know.
thing. Either 1 or 2 points shy, but they definitely are very much close in the proximity of either that first position or the second for sure. Because yeah, I mean, from the side of TUF, we did see them around the 60.
I think they're
But
still around second or third because
second or
maybe
third?
yeah, 160 is 30 plus, so
Well.
it's around
We'll come
28.
back to
So
that.
they were around 158, second or third, somewhere.
Definitely we'll come back to that. But again, talking about those comeback stories, let's recap the entire saga through the Oppo F21 Pro moments where there were just some crazy plays showcased. And of course, we start right off the bat with Finalists Esports and then quickly jump on to the fights that were part of SALTxi8.
Yeah, I mean, this entire saga, this entire game was all about SALTxi8 holding on to the center, right? And them kind of messing up a little bit because again, when you're around the center, pressure is applied from every possible directions, especially when you're holding on to these little very small compounds, right? It's inevitable that you're going to be bombarded, and you're just going to hope that your opponent does not have enough nades. But unfortunately, Ash had a lot of them, and he unleashed every one of them, making sure they all did count. But SALTxi8, they were perfect with the rotation, with the anticipation of where the circle would go, with them being opportunistic and getting the finishes. But yeah, I think overall one of the best games in the finals, I must say. No cap.
It has been. Oh yes. A lot of excitement right here in this lobby because of the way SALTxi8 played, and not only them but the other teams also chiming in along, taking on incredible stances to be able to get the points. But again, this lad right here, Crypto, in those rafters, he was so very crucial to take on, and this he getting that audio cue itself is mind-baffling to me. But then again, that's the reason why we do talk about Crypto when it comes to the team of SALTxi8. And then it was of course 4VTFD's one player that changed the face and play that SALTxi8 anticipated.
Yeah, just that one player, all it took. And look at this. Blade, he went a little bit greedy, right? He wanted to get the better. They were sort of starting to feel themselves, and got that knock, wanted to get the finish, lost his life. Now opened up the Regicide door. So had he not overcommitted over there, this chicken dinner was nowhere to be gone. And once they sort of introspect upon that, they're gonna realize that this is one of those huge blunders. They should not have again counted their chickens early on, right? Now a learning lesson again for SALTxi8, but still for now I think they've done a really good job with that. And you've got to feel Ash, bad for Ash, because he's been in the thick and thin of things. He did not have enough armor, did not have a lot of helmet to go along with. Going up against Nocto, who had a whole freaking ghillie suit.
Exactly.
Gears locked and loaded upon him, and just 6 finishes for Regicide is all it took to ensure that chicken dinner. But the 3,500 mark being touched by SALTxi8, an absolute synonym of domination this squad is.
They have proven that time and time again, and in the final day it matters the most. They're not part of the top 6 and they get an opportunity. Of course they will capitalize, of course they will jump in, but not only just easy plays or just getting a decent game. No. They are going to make a point to the lobby, and that is what they do with these numbers dictating. I mean, there's no other team around in even the 1400, 1500 digit mark when it comes to the damage control, and SALTxi8 sitting at 3500 plus damage dished out. So yeah, massive punch is what this team takes on across when it jumps into the lobby, into the battlefield. But now we move on to the storyboard to find out where exactly are we going to be finding SALTxi8. They were not part of the top 6. Top 6 is what we're looking at, but again, I mean, top 6, we shall know. We shall know for sure, because now one final game that's remaining. Sheesh, it is getting close, and in just 30-40 minute time, we will know for sure as to which teams will it be.
I mean, let's keep our fingers crossed. So much on the line. I mean, is it going to be Regicide getting a hat-trick chicken dinner and winning the title of being the rulers of Pakistan? Is it going to be this team? Because, well, they were the last team to barely edge in to the finals, and here they are, dreaming big, all high and mighty. And then we have a a lot of other teams, let's say like QWERTY, Clarity, big names, FMR3D, clearly not being able to reciprocate and live up to the standards and the hopes and expectations we really had from their side. But at the same time, it feels so happy again, right? I've got to tell this. We might
Right.
sound like broken records, Lakshay, but this has to be brought up. This new era that's dawning in Pakistan right now.
Yes.
So many new teams coming up. I mean, not new teams really. They've been playing there for quite a long time, but finally getting the recognition that was sort of long overdue is such a good positive aspect in the growth and development of the esports scenario in Pakistan, and this is what we need right now. This is where we are today in this final game. We're gonna have our top 6 representatives, ladies and gentlemen, and the ones in the chat. You love being the warriors with your touchpads and everything. So make sure you let us know who do you think are your top 6 teams heading in. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be showing you the overall standings. We need to maintain that suspense. Who are your champions going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on to your dear lives, tighten your fast belts, because for one last time, we are going to be taking it up to the skies. For one last time, we get to know who is going to be the champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022, as the flight path trajectory all the way from shooting range to Lipovka. And hey there, it's not a good news for SALTxi8.
That is true, but okay, right now, again, as you said, because the flight path is so far away, it will be a small little hurdle for the side of SALTxi8 to move on to their known military base, but that's alright. That's alright, because they are moving in, rolling into the map of Erangel with a momentum, and that momentum could be what they needed to just solidify their previous game standing and then move on maybe into the top first position itself. But never mind that, we shall get the answer to that question in just a few minutes. As of now, no team, of course, in the final zone or other final fight is looking on to changing any of their drop locations or contestations, or even being something like party pooper for any other team. We're looking at H2E looking comfortable. You're looking at 4VTFD going to their known drop location, of course. Exactly ditto same for all of the other teams as well. But with that, the zone being drawn towards the northern side, Rozhok being the center.
You know what, Lakshay? We've been talking so much about the top 6 that we forgot that we've got the other teams. The other teams that, like you said, could be the party poopers. And anything could be possible. Look at the ground as they've directly jumped right upon TUF. They want to settle it now and get done with things. But maybe there might be a chance that they might be heading towards the western side of Quarry. But Regicide and MetershotxSKY in real close contention to each other. But my eyes are searching out for
Right?
SALTxi8.
Yep, that's the one team that I'm looking for as well. And I'm super duper surprised as to why am I not able to find them.
Are they in the lobby?
This is so weird, dude. But yeah, I mean, they're very close to the placement right there of Metershot, as we can see. And interesting places. They are, of course, going to be choosing to use that no reply bridge and get on to the military base, maybe. But for now, of course, they first things first have to get there. Exactly, right? Zone, of course, being further away, and then getting their hands on the vehicle itself. Otherwise, are they going to be? They're not going to be running. They don't. I doubt. I hope not. They don't choose to run across the bridge because they love the zone so much. Or not the zone. My apologies. Their drop location.
Sheesh. I don't know, man. SALTxi8, not the right time to pick a fight. At this point, they've got to make a very important decision. Do they loot over here, or do they just head over to its military base? Doing the latter is going to completely ruin their rotation timings and mess it all up.
True.
But as it can see, Blade certainly high on spirits right now. He wants to take fights. He wants to go in But is a PP Bison the right weaponry you would want to go up against a team like MetershotxSKY?
You know, at one point in time, you would have said the same thing for the UMP.
I mean, no. Now we really there was a time when Amp was like, it's Namp.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. But it's just not the case anymore. That's all that I'm stating. I mean, that's all. And
someday maybe when Bison
yeah,
gets buffed.
true.
But for now, it's completely, how do you call it?
Normal.
No, crap. It barely has. It's like as if Scorpion, that little
Right,
pistol,
yep.
had a bigger brother, had an elder
Right.
brother. That's it. With
Agreed.
more mags, but not enough damage being dished out. As Ash and SALTxi8, well, they really want to fight. I think SALTxi8 have a little bit of a hunch that hey, they've qualified for the top 6, might as well look out for the championships. And MetershotxSKY, they are really, I believe they have already wet their pants right now. Look at their movement, so defensive in their approach, and Kian has to create all the difference here with that flank.
Well, I honestly would have thought that they've already sang their kumbayas by now. You know, they've been sharing that military base since the start, never ever contested against each other. But of course, this being the final fight that they're going to be facing against each other, it seems like they do not want to let go of the opportunity. On the other front, ironically, the fact of this matter being they've run away from the zone 500 to 600 meters away to take on a fight. And yeah, this is, as you were mentioning earlier as well, you know, the stalemate situation that they will fall under will definitely not favor them as we move on into the latter half of this game.
Oh yeah, and at this particular moment, it's gotten so much more feisty with SALTxi8 finally deciding to just back off, go their own separate ways. But are they really going to go towards military base? I mean, at this point, you gotta be kidding me over here. This is not ought to happen, right? This is not ought to happen because right now, SALTxi8. I do not know. It might just come down and haunt them later on, because this timing of rotation, I do not know. The circle seems to have begun already, or maybe in quite a few moment. But I think they want to ensure they have a really good game. That's it, because I'm starting to get really worried. But let's cut the chase. Let's cut the cut I8 and out of the equation for now, because a lot of congregation around the center, right? FMR3D, they know it's a Rozok zone. Freestyle, they've made sure that they're gonna be there before everybody else. They're gonna have a good spot to hold on to. Northeast spots. They're gonna be the party poopers. But for now, FMR3D making sure they have a little bit of a high ground for them, and they've crossed over the Rozok. They've bet against the fact that it's not going to go down south. It's indeed going to stick to northern areas, and we've got to see as to how it all pans out, because 52x Rage now they've been rotating in from Kumeshki, right? Now around Stalber, they're looking good. They're gonna look at steering away from fights, but this game they've got to bank upon a few finish points. Now the storyline of this game, ladies and gentlemen, is not just the fact that we still do not know who's gonna win it all, but also the fact that who are the top 6 teams gonna be. The perfect finale, the perfect final game that we could hope and ask for. Alright, so a little bit of technical difficulties. Lakshay is going to join us in just a wee while. For now, of course, FMR3D, they will write it out in the open. Now, that is a little bit concerning for me. Now, when all these teams are sort of, grouping up at one particular place around the center, there we have a team called SALTxi8 who have just begun their loot. And it's getting very concerning for me. Do they have enough to sustain themselves? Do they have enough meds? Because that's the problem with military base, right? You get a lot of ammos, you get a lot of weapons, you get your desired scopes, but the one thing that you do not get enough is those important meds, right? Now, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can come out through But yeah, they have taken a very big gamble. Now, if it works, it works. If it does not, either ways, they've made it to the top six, right? I think that is something that they can live with. But for now, TUF, all right, holding on to the squad house right across George Ball. As Joker, he's gonna hide in that wizard tower.
Well, for now, that is going to be his castle. Around, of course, his teammates also. His teammates are also going to be waiting and hoping that they get an opportunity to get in towards the zone. Of course, it's only 500 meters away, but that only 500 meters is of course troubled waters because there are so many teams around. But as we look on towards these teams, all these 16 teams have all of their players surviving as of now. As we jump into the 10, or rather cross the 10-minute marker, the teams that are going to be running towards the edge, the northern edge of the zone, we do have, I believe that is Quantum Rage itself that is going to be leading the charge, right?
You know, this particular shift, it's going to change everything, right? The way it has shifted around towards that northeastern side. Now, freestyle, they have a really good compound to hold on to, but I really like the chances of QWERTY, taking over the hills, getting that high ground advantage for themselves. At the same time, Quantum Race, they're also making a run for it. So that could be an interesting fight nonetheless, but 52x Rage, they decided to come down below. So this is again one of the potential fights that we could witness, 52x Rage going after Star, or maybe Quantum Rage. But it's all on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta say that as Quantum Rage approaching very close towards where Team Star is in the nearby vicinity, as QWERTY have opened it up against TUF. The fight in Georgia Ball and TUF in whole world of trouble as Sparky is gonna get the better out of Khan, as Gravity has to follow suit, has to come in aid for his captain. If he does not, QWERTY might just be in a whole world of trouble, Lakshay.
Khan, the IGL, coming in to a lot of trouble right here from Quantum Rage indeed, and it's going to be IQ also able to get information against the remaining players of QWERTY, of course. Well, they got onto the hill, and then Khan decided to fall back from that position. Is intriguing enough for me as to what resulted in him wanting to make that decision. But either case, the three players that are remaining are going to move away from the fight. Falling back is what they've decided to do as of now. Again, here I was thinking that the final game of the Grand Finals is going to definitely be chaotic and, from the side of Pakistani lobby, we've actually seen games on Miramar as well, where they jump in, and right in the first 3 minutes itself, you've got all-out wars taking place from one fight to the next way, jumping across, and by the time we reach 22-minute marker, it's pretty much done. But this being the final game of the Grand Finals itself, each and every team knows exactly what is at the stake, what is on the line, and so they're playing it safe, they're taking it easy, they're making those rotations, and look at QWERTY's parade. TUF damaged beyond repair.
And one of their best players, right, Joker, one of their top highest fraggers,
exactly,
getting taken down so early on, and TUF, they've really got their backs on the line over here, because again they've got a contest for that top spot. 52x Rage, SALTxi8, they're right up their alley, as 4v going after North Esports. Not a huge fight though, but still a fight nonetheless, as some room and space is gonna get created. Ahmed getting that knock onto it. Snow, Maxi on very low HP, just spraying around wildly and not getting any success so far. But Amer also falling down. North Esports, their hopes come down to the last lonesome survivor. Maxi was just gonna hide himself inside the little smoke. Emmett got really close, but could not do endless also. Around the buggy, missing him out, as Maxi's position has been compromised. He's gonna put that last stand, and for some time he did in fact, but that is all it took for him, as North Esports get eliminated at the 16th spot. But TUF, they are under heavy situation over here. The whole world of trouble, losing out on 2 more players, and this is bad, Lakshay. This is so bad. TUF, the Cinderella story seemed like this time They do not have a happy ending. They're of course going to qualify to the top 6, but hey, they were dreaming about winning this whole thing. And if Virus and Edgar cannot make it till the very end, it's done. It's over.
All that synergy, all that experience, all that aggression that we saw from TUF, from Clarity, brings them down to this moment right here. But we shall see if TUF's final 2 players will be able to move into the final remaining moments of the game, as we still have 15 teams participating right here at the 14-minute marker. Alright, TUF Virus also getting a lot of damage and also getting knocked from the side of Clarity. So not looking good TUF at all, and same is the case for Magnus as they tried to take on H2E, but H2E have convincingly answered to the call of Magnus.
Oh yeah, and these are all the fights that we can live with, right? H2E again, one of those teams that, well, let's be honest, how do you call it? Are really not in contention. Magnus certainly were dreaming. I think they still do have a dying chance, but in a situation like this, I do not fancy their chances. Skyro, the last lonesome survivor, as SALTxi8 are in the nearby vicinity, and it's going to be interesting to see what SALTxi8 has to offer. With Freestyle still holding on to that center of the circle, SALTxi8 deciding just to play around the edges, making sure that they clean up everything as they keep on progressing. They've heard the shots nearby. I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to be surprised if they decide to charge in.
Yeah, they definitely, I mean, it's like, the pack. The pack is out for their regular hunt, their daily hunt, and they're just scouting out areas they've got the information. Of course, the audio cues are getting to them, but they're just scouting out as to which fight do they really want to take. And with that decision being made, the zone moves away. So now that, of course, will become the priority for a lot of these teams. And talking about FS, they have the compound. They are looking comfortable as well. But will that comfort be enough?
Oh, I don't know, because FMxR3D look to be in a little bit of a situation, going up against 52x Rage, some few finish points coming up, and TUF, their hearts are going to be beating with every single finish that 52x Rage get. Could lose out on that potential top spot, as now Regicide coming into the fray, looking at their hat trick and winning this entire thing. That is also a possibility over here, ladies and gentlemen, as Nocto trying to get it real close and personal against FMxR3D. Finisher gets wiped out, and Regicide gets the better out of FMxR3D, just throwing them away from the lobby over here. As SALTxi8 under dire circumstances, Blade on real low HP, he needs to move the hell out of here, but is Drolin going to give him that room and space? SALTxi8 somehow seem to have managed to do it, but Drolin, he's going to put that last stun. Can he get the knock? No, in fact, SALTxi8 saved somehow by the Whiskers over there. Still no casualties for them as Star come charging it at Quantum Rage's compound.
That was unbelievable. I honestly thought they would be damaged at least a little, but Clarity was not able to capitalize on that. On the other front, we do have a Quantum Rage team in a compound trying to stop the players of Star, and they are looking pretty convincing, because IQ along with JD with the nade parade that they've got going on against the push, one direction directed push coming in from the Star is definitely not helping their cause, because from one side it was Serious, the other side IQ, and JD in between, just not allowing the side of Team Star to even move. But in all of this, I was looking at the rotation being made from the side of Metershot as well as the Grounders, as they are making a rotation, or rather have made the rotation into the comfort of the zone from the northern side.
Yeah.
And with that, Team QWERTY as well as actually Team SALTxi8 were able to get a little bit of blow to Clarity as they made that rotation.
I mean, right now, I think, like I said, MetershotxSKY, they're holding on to the best spot inside the circle, right? If they play the cards right, this could be the potential chicken dinner game for them, and things could completely go to a tumultuous change. And now, Star going up against Quantum Rage, of course, God Fury being knocked out. Sultana, not at the best of conditions over here. In the meanwhile, Voltrux is driving over the players of H2E. But Usama, how does he hold himself as Sirius comes charging in? Usama somehow does manage to get IQ and JD both at the same time. Star under heavy trouble, and QWERTY, or rather Quantum Rage, just getting wiped out at the 13th spot. So much for them and their dreams of the top 6. Is it going to be enough? Star, of course, showing up to the show, making sure they get the better out of them, but SALTxi8 could be under severe circumstances because the grounders do have that little bit of a high ground to play around with, and that's not a good news for SALTxi8 and their fans. As SALTxi8 just playing around the edges and the zone forms completely, it's just blessing MetershotxSKY out of nowhere. Their game to lose, really.
It definitely looks likely. It definitely is looking like it is going to be perhaps them that will be able to put the final nail in the coffin when it comes to the contestation of Erangel, the final Erangel right here. But in all of this, of course, we still do have 11 teams that are part of this lobby. You've got SALTxi8, all 4 players still standing. From the side of MetershotxSKY, we are looking at a 3-man army. And the zone, of course, convincingly in their favor, alongside the players of 4VTFD, who also have all 4 players surviving. And once again, the side of, or rather the teams in this lobby right now are slowing down. As we can see, they are taking their time before they want to react, retaliate against the information they've been able to accumulate as of now. The grounders definitely got the call, or rather, definitely got the audio cue that the team right in front of them, that was Salt, has moved away. But now all these teams that we're actually moving on from one to the next, they are all outside the edge of the zone, right? And now talking about the inside zone fight itself, that's going to be definitely advantageous for the position of Metershot because they are on that top of that mountain.
Oh, yeah, they are, but everyone now wants a piece of the pie, right? Everyone wants to be the king of the hills as 52x Rage. Now, this could be the fight of their lives as Daku is going to lob a grenade at Drolin's direction. Team Star, they've met their makers as Black, well, Freestyle having a decent game at that. Pastor getting a very important knock onto its Voltrox. But the big question is, can he get the finish as Drolin falls down? The run for clarity in the PMPL finally coming to an end as Nocto gets taken down by Faster. This is the fight that 52x Rage were looking at as Regicide one after the other. Their numbers keep on dwindling down as Vaz. And look at the barrage of grenades coming in from Freestyle. Beautiful synchronized rainbow of grenades. We have seen rainbows, but not rainbows that could actually kill, as Regicide survived by 3 of their players, as Vaz will also be following suit. Courtesy to Black and his grenade as Insane falls down to Kathir. MetershotxSKY chiming in as Helsi is going to get a knock onto its Uzim. It's absolute pandemonium throughout the lobby, Lakshay.
It definitely is. This western edge of the zone right now is in high contestation because Freestyle, they are pushing on to just not allow the team to get away from that, and that is going to be Regicide, where we do have Voltrix still standing all by himself, but all these teams are going to be awarding, or rather getting awarded by the blue zone right now for standing out here and taking on the fight. And in all of that, 52x also chimes in along. So now that fight that was only in contestation between the two, and that was Regicide in the receiving end, will now shift on the momentum towards 52x Rage. So let's see if 52x Rage will want to retaliate. Oh yes, they will. Oh yes, they easily will. Voltrix goes down. That is going to be the end of Regicide. And then we have another third party that will be the side of SALTxi8, who are going to try and not allow 52x Rage to, of course, capitalize from the position that they're in. And being on top of the hill will be giving a certain advantage to the players of SALTxi8. In all of this, we have...
Oh, wow. Just look at this. Just look at this. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but
no, it's fine.
SALTxi8, they are making it happen. Taking over the high grounds. They are losing out on meds. They do not have enough, but they have what it takes to be the champion. One after the other, directly pushing in through, but 52x Rage still providing some resistance with that Uzi out there. Blade and Uzim will be following suit as reviews. He's gone down as well. Pharaoh completely changing the tides of the battle. His faster is just gonna burn, but keep coming through as Crypto and a whole world of trouble right now. Zen going in, and there goes SALTxi8 and their dreams of winning the PMPL. as SALTxi8 gets eliminated at 5 finishes only. 52x Rage. Surely they have to be your champions. They have to get the chicken dinner. They have worked at the world's end. They have broken mountains and they have come this far. Surely a second position finish would be nothing less than a disappointment for them.
Well, what a devastating blow to the play being made from the side of SALTxi8. And even though they had the advantage of being on top of that hill, you clearly saw, viewers, right here, that again, when it comes down to the skill itself, it was 52x Rage, along with the rate of fire that was provided to them for the gun. It was just incredible. And of course, the skill was also favoring them. But right now, that is going to be the end of that fight, because that is it. But that's not the end of our fights in the entire saga of things, because there is freestyle, there is the grounders, 52x Rage, of course, also being there along with MetershotxSKY as well. So which team will it be? Metershot are really spread out thin. SALTxi, the only man who has a little bit of an advantage, but all by his lonesome, he also is not looking pretty comfortable on the other front. 52x Rage are very much in control, as they've got the advantage of that position up on top. Along with that, the grounder is going to be completely opening up the places of Metershot. Not going to be allowing them to stand in their way.
Whoa. Freestyle, they're still alive. They want the better out of the grounders. Again, a third and a fourth position finish. Battle going on. The grounders have made it so far. But this one grenade, Mr. Black will meet his makers. As look at 52x Rage swiftly, like assassins, making their way inside the zone. Are Freestyle keeping a watch over that area? Are they looking out for them? Black indeed does have some slight idea of 52x Rage and their movements, but are they aware of Khatir's existence over there in that little bit of a shed that he has been playing around? 52x Rage will be lobbing all the utilities that they have. SALTxi 2 gets the better out of Malik, gets him finished off, thrown out of the server over here as Freestyle under heavy pressure, and this is the moment will decide who are going to be your champions. Look at all these teams, everyone is in the contention, could be possibly anybody, as SALTxi will open it up on Faster, gets the finish before he even can realize that, as he wanted to go after Zen, but not completely succeeding though, because 52x Rage have nowhere to run, have nowhere to hide, stuck between a rock and a hard place. SALTxi still putting some resistance, as Pharaoh is going to get the knock over him, will get the finish, as 52x Rage, they still have some dying chances. Khatir still in the hiding, as Freestyle, they are going to be happy about that. They can live with it, because the chicken dinner might ensure that they also could be in potential contention of winning this whole thing, as MetershotxSKY wiping out 52x Rage, but they go down with 9 finish points, SALTxi8, at the very 4th spot.
Well, now it's all about who is going to be the champion. Who is going to be the champion right here at Pakistan PMPL, and all of that, we've got 3 names. We've got a one-man army in the name of course, Khatir, where it does seem like that's going to be the end as soon as I name him. Hashtag caster is cursed. But moving on through from that to the other side of things, it's going to be Freestyle against the 3-man squad of the Grounders. And right now, Grounders are not looking too good, because Jigsaw was down, and in giving that revival for him, the Sensei and Shaptar, they have allowed the players of actually Freestyle to get closer. And now it seems like it is a war that will be based on utility advantage, where both the sides are going to try and capitalize on as many utilities as they can. It is going to be Molotovs being thrown along with some grenades. But who will get that opening as of now? It is going to be 3v3 situation between these two teams.
It possibly could be anybody's game now. Jigsaw has got to be that X factor. He's got to create that perfect flank. But how does he do that with Black keeping a watch over there? It's such a, such a gruesome process right now. A 3v3 to decide who gets the final chicken dinner of the evening. Potential 2 winners also. Freestyle, what an amazing day it has been. What an amazing run it has been for them in the PMPL, and slow close, and yet so far cannot really lose out on the Grounders also, who've made it happen, who've made it possible. To really deserving team. Everyone wants the glory, everyone wants to be the conquerors of the Pakistan region. Could just be one. Who makes that first move? Who makes that first mistake? talking about throwing the kitchen sinks, they're starting to start off with throwing pans instead. Not really connecting though out of utilities. It has gonna come down to the bronze. It has gonna come down to the all-out war that's waging. Tyrant, if he can find out Zigsaw over there, can cut out the flank, that could be absolutely huge. But Zigsaw still keeping himself alive in the murky smoke as Shapatar has revealed his position. So has Sensi too. But what can they do if they cannot advance at that direction? The circle starting to close in. All the players of freestyle, they are congregated to one area. That is where Shapatar goes coming in. Does not get anything done, but still from the backlines gets one, gets two, gets the chicken dinner. The grounders seem to have done it. Get the final chicken dinner of the evening. They are absolutely elated. But have they done it? Is it enough to become the champions, or is it going to be somebody else entirely? Well, the production, they've still kept everything under the blanket. We have no freaking idea, ladies and gentlemen. But what a match.
What a day. What a phenomenal grand final day right here in the Pakistani lobby this has been. It was really, I think it was appropriate and absolutely on point for us to call this season the changing tide from the Pakistani lobby, and that is what today's day describes. Every single team right here that are part of the 16 teams that are playing the grand finals, they have been phenomenal in terms of the storyline that they've created, in terms of the journey they've been a part of, and the struggles and the ups and downs, and of course the moments that are now engraved into our hearts and brains, of course, from all the way from 4v TFD sort of gameplay, taking it to 52x Rage, down to a team like SALTxi8 not being able to make it into the top 6 and then making a comeback. This is, wow, what a season. What an incredible season.
But now the moment has arose, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to declare who the champion, who the conqueror of the Pakistan region is, who is the one that has got that ultimate glory. Could be anybody, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? You know, I have no idea who it is. You know, the production has gotten me out of my wits. You know, I'm gonna lose a few strands of hair. But Lakshay, what an amazing game it was. I mean, nonetheless, it makes me so proud to cast this final game, man. This one game, a game where anybody could be the decisive winner, and it seems the moment has come. The moment is in front of us. Time to crown the champions of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. And who are they going to be? Any guesses? Now enough with the suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Enough. Look at all the crowd. Everyone with the curiosity, with anxiety, with their hearts right out of the mouths. It could be TUF, it could be 52x Rage, it could be Freestyle, it could be SALTxi8, it could also be anybody, but it is 52x Rage Esports, ladies and gentlemen, who are going to be representing Pakistan as your champions in the PMPL South Asian region. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. You talk about this team. I mean, we've brought it up to the occasion so many times. From 52x Rage's 52x Rage Pain, you know, from that first week, the battle that was fought on that beach, all thanks to Pain. Then moving on to the conversation that we just heard today from Thero, to the fact that the team in the finals, in the grand finals, got their gameplay level up to such an extent that they were able to push away SALTxi8 and hold on that fort for themselves without getting a chicken dinner. And here they are, moving on to present their glorious play to the entire world.
This is
Just
what...
perfect.
Yeah, perfect. This is what, you know, consistency symbolizes. This is the this team is an absolute synonym for what hard work can do, where it can take you. It can take you places. It could make you the champions of your region. Now, it has been such a long journey. I mean, I
Wow.
think I know Daku for quite some time. He's been in the scene, and with Zen, Faster, everybody just chiming in, and such an emotional moment for the lads. I think Pharaoh did come up after the end of the third game. He did say, you know, it was such a long journey for them, and they've been grinding out the Cinderella story coming
Right.
through. Such an emotional moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is where, if you dream, if you put right efforts into your game, if you hold on to your mind, if you hold on to everything that you've got, if you do not get too cocky, you could be the champions. And maybe next time we could have anyone else. But for 52x Rage, they were nowhere in the midst of being one of the title contenders, right? It was the very end of the third super weekend, the final few days where they started climbing the ladders. And
True.
once they got that hard reset, they never looked back ever since. The only team that has won a championship without getting a single
Exactly.
chicken dinner, ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen. Now,
Wow.
I think that could be a very world record in itself. I'm gonna check the books though.
Definitely, nobody anticipated this season to be so chaotic, so full of wonderful moments, so amazingly set up that it was almost like a storyline that was written in the stars because of the way the biggest of the biggest names falling down to the ground, to the names unheard of, rising to be the stars. It has been absolute perfect ride, and in fact a pleasure to be a part of this PMPL for the Pakistan region. And in all of that, as we go on over the overall rankings, each and every single team right here that you see on the second page as well deserve your applause, deserve your respect, because all the way down from Team H2E to the amazingly late but phenomenal play of FMxR3D in the league, it's just yep, we are definitely going to be looking at these names again, that is for sure. These names that are right here on the second page, they're not yet done,
but hey, we still have our top 6. Who are going to be our top 6? And what is going to be the threshold? What's going to be the cutoff? Because
will there
it's
be
going to
one?
be so daunting. It's going to be so frustrating for whoever is at the 7th spot, because
True.
with Pakistan region there have been a lot of ties. There have been such unfair deciders, I really feel. And you know, I have my fingers crossed. But yes, QWERTY, Clarity, FMR3D, such big names. But the moment has arisen, and it is gonna be here right in front of you guys. 52x Rage winning the entire thing. Team TUF coming second with just 2 points difference. It's gonna be SALTxi8 at the third position. The Grounders, 1 point difference. They've come fourth. Regicide somehow still managed to keep them in the contention, and Freestyle just on the BS of the final game are the players, are your teams to make it to the top 6, and that is where the buck stops. MetershotxSKY, oh, gonna feel bad about them, gonna feel bad for them, but because for a moment, Lakshya, I'm not gonna lie, this looked like to be their game, right? They were
True.
at the center, they
Oh,
had
yes.
that high ground, but maybe a little too quickly because so many teams went after them. They did not have their players united together.
Exactly,
And
yes, that's the reason.
sadly, they've got to bow out, and my heart is broken.
Hey, but again, I mean, nothing taken away from their entire approach to the league itself, because they had some really good run. I mean, really good run. Talk about jumping into a lobby where you got the likes of SALTxi8 and whatnots, and you're still able to make an impactful play week after week, game after game, moving into the grand finals on the first day itself, getting 3 chicken dinners, letting the entire lobby in the 4 weeks know that when it comes to the map of Erangel, that team of MetershotxSKY is going to be around. Yeah, this is a huge moment for them as well, for sure. But Regicide, they were at one point of time when this entire thing started, right?
Yeah.
They were nowhere to even be spoken about. I mean, the
Last
name.
team.
Wow. How? Wow.
Team qualified on the 16th position. I think I'm just gonna check out the statistics, right? I'm pretty sure as we take a look at the leagues. Just give me a moment.
It is impossible stats. No. Please go right ahead, because I'm going to just try and wrap up to our viewers as to what it was. This was unheard of sort of a tournament that has taken, a league that has taken place right here.
They qualified on the final day. It was 180 points. You know, they made it to the top 16, somewhere where, you know, we never thought they would. You know, this team was like Titanic. It was kind of constantly sinking. But they made amends. They made amends and did not have a lot of time, right? It was
Not
just
at all.
24 hours, even less than that. And they still somehow made sure that they're going to have a good start into the finals and keep on with the consistency. A new team had been formed. I mean, they had the likes, they had the greats in the form of Johnny, who somehow just vanished. I do not know what happened to him. And the next moment we see, you know, players like Vaz come up, Nocto really come up. But now is the time that we talk to our champions, ladies and gentlemen, directly. Let's head to the Urdu studio where we do have Ferro joining the analyst over there.
थी तो आई थिंक सो बहुत ज़्यादा लकी रहे हैं और वंस अगेन आ चुके हैं फेरो हाउ आर यू और कैसा फील कर रहे हैं मेनी मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू पीएमपीएल पाकिस्तान के फर्स्ट एवर चैंपियन आप बन चुके हैं
अल्लाह का शुक्र है हम विन किए हमने जो दुआ की थी हो गया
मुझे तो लग रहा था कि
और
फेरो आपकी शर्ट भी उतर जाएगी
अच्छा कोई सेलिब्रेट किया
शर्ट मैं सेलिब्रेट नहीं ना कर सकता ऑपरेशन हुआ है मैं चल नहीं सकता अभी भी बैठा बड़ी मुश्किल से जाता है
अच्छा
तो पता है वेरी कन्वीनियंस का ऑपरेशन हुआ है
दिस इज सो
मैचेस के दौरान हुआ था
ब्यूटीफुल और मोटिवेशनल है फेरो ने हमें अभी भी बताया है कि कुछ हेल्थ इश्यूज हैं ऑपरेशन उनका हुआ है लेकिन स्टिल दिस टीम हैज आउट परफॉर्म्ड एवरी सिंगल टीम मैं सल्यूट करता हूँ फेरो आपको और आपकी टीम को जैसे आप लोगों ने खेला है यहाँ पर आके आपने प्रूव किया है कि विदाउट स्कोरिंग एनी चिकन डिनर जो आपने यहाँ पर डोमिनेशन दिखाई है दैट वाज टोटली अमेजिंग एंड हैरान कर दिया यार आपने सब देखने
बात कर रहा था कि जब फिनाले आता है तो रीजंस एक्सक्यूजेस बन जाते हैं और इन्होंने अपने रीजंस को एक्सक्यूजेस नहीं बनाया
बिल्कुल
डोमिनेट किया है लेकिन
खूबसूरत
क्या करेंगे इस प्राइस
मैं गुजारिश करूंगा चैट में जितने देखने वाले हैं फेरो का नाम स्पैम होना चाहिए एक भी सेकंड ऐसा ना हो जहां पर फेरो का नाम स्पैम ना हो
फेरो से थोड़ी गपशप करते हैं
फेरो
14 लाख रुपए जीत गए क्या करने वाले हैं इस प्राइस पूल के साथ
इसके साथ अभी कुछ सोचा नहीं
वेरी नाइस
मैं आपको आइडिया देता हूं आप इफ्तारी करा सकते हैं कास्टर्स की
आप कास्टर्स
बड़ा अच्छा आइडिया
अच्छा आगे जरूर मेरा सवाल है कि अगले जरूर इंशाल्लाह
फिर मेरा एक आपसे सवाल रहेगा दोस्त
नहीं पहले मेरा
चले पहले
नहीं आप करना कोई बात
एक काम करते हैं आज
बिल्कुल ये मैं जीत गया हूं
इकट्ठे कर ले
सो अगेन फिर कोई चिकन डिनर नहीं कोई ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं जिसमें आप कहें जी 20 किल 18 किल लेकिन आपने आज फार्मूला दे दिया उन तमाम यंगस्टर्स को जो घर पे बैठे हुए हैं कि जीतना कैसे और वो एक कंसिस्टेंसी टीम के दरमियान आखिरी 2 मैचेस में क्या बात हो रही थी आपस में आप क्या कम्युनिकेट कर रहे थे कि यार जीतना है या बस इस गेम को निकालो किसी तरह से
वही मसला मेन था कि मेरा ऑपरेशन हुआ था ना तो हम सेकंड सुपर वीकेंड का मोरल बहुत डाउन था तो जब थर्ड सुपर वीकेंड में खुद आया था ना तो फिर ठीक हो गए थे ये फिर मैंने इनको बोला मुझे मैं जून लेके जाऊंगा किल निकालना तुम्हारा काम है जो मर्जी करो जैसे मर्जी किल निकालो कोई मसला नहीं पर हर गेम में 10 पॉइंट 12 पॉइंट चाहिए वो फिर उन्होंने किया अल्लाह का शुक्र है हम फिर फर्स्ट आ गए
अच्छा तो फिर अगले स्टेज की कितनी तैयारी है आप #1 पर आए हैं पीएमपीएल पाकिस्तान चैंपियंस भी बन चुके हैं जब आप आगे जाएंगे बाकी टीम्स ये स्ट्रीम देखेंगी और वो आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी को समझेंगी क्योंकि यू आर द चैंपियंस ऑफ पाकिस्तान तो जो मंगोलियन रीजन से टीम्स खेलेंगी नेपाल रीजन से टीम्स खेलेंगी वो तैयारी करेंगी आप लोगों के लिए खासकर तो आप लोगों की कितनी तैयारी है उनके लिए या कितनी तैयारी आप करने वाले हैं उन टीम्स के लिए
कंपटीशन मैं देखता हूँ डेली देखता हूँ साउथ एशिया की स्ट्रीम डेली तो वो उनका कंपटीशन अभी थोड़ा हाई है वो आज जूस ई स्पोर्ट्स जो है H1C है और वहाँ सीली स्पोर्ट्स में जो प्लेयर चेंज हुए हैं न्यू रोस्टर वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं तो वो थोड़ा कंपटीशन का वो किल्स पे जाता है जोन पे नहीं जाते
सो आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ कि आप इतना है कॉन्फिडेंट कि आगे जाकर भी यही डोमिनेशन दिखाई जाएगी यही परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई जाएगी
हाँ हम स्टेबल खेल रहे हैं जोन की तरफ जिधर किल्स मिलेंगे उधर जाना है किल्स के लिए जिधर नहीं इंशाल्लाह उधर हम जोन ही लेंगे सिंपल गेम खेलनी है,
कौन से
कोई
मैच
ओवर नहीं
में
करना।
बहुत सिंपल।
कौन से मैच में पता लग गया था कि भाई अब हम जीत सकते हैं, अब 14 लाख आ सकता है, अब जो है फर्स्ट पॉइंट आ सकता
जिधर
है?
हम i8 को जिधर मार दिया था और R3G को, जब i8 को
उसका
मार
क्या
दिया
बात है,
क्या
कर
बात
दिया
है,
तो पुश दे
जबरदस्त।
दो।
उस वक्त क्या
I8
चल रही
ने
थी
बहुत
पोजीशन,
अच्छा
क्या चल
comeback
रही थी
किया
उस टाइम पे जब i8 को नॉक किया था? तो
बिल्कुल बेशक।
वेरी नाइस मैन।
मैंने जब
देखिए एक
i8
चीज
जब
तमाम
नॉक हुए i8 से और फिनिश हो गए, तो वो 4 मैन जब पुश कर रहे थे हम पे, तो मैंने एक नॉक किया, तो मैंने कहा पुश कर दो, जितने भी पुश कर दो, फिर हमने पुश कर दिया, एक और नॉक हो गया।
बहुत आला है,
बहुत
बहुत आला,
बहुत
बहुत आला। और फास्टर को हमारी तरफ से भी बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो उनका अपने हौसला बढ़ाना है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने उस फाइनल फाइट के अंदर आपकी टीम को कैरी किया। एंड अगेन ये पूरी टीम की जीत है और आपकी इस हालत के अंदर परफॉर्म करना ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है 52x के लिए, उन तमाम यंगस्टर्स के लिए जो घर पे बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत बड़ी मोटिवेशन है। एंड अगेन मेनी कंग्रेचुलेशंस, आपने हमें इमोशनल कर दिए यहाँ पे डेस्क के ऊपर अपनी ये सारी जीत
आधी
को
वाली
करके।
बात मैं करूंगा, गूज़बम्प्स आ गए हम तीनों
बिल्कुल।
को। और बड़ा मुश्किल होता है थ्री पीस में
goosebumps
का आना, बहुत
वाकई बड़ा
मुश्किल होता है। लेकिन बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने यहाँ पर आकर ना सिर्फ अपनी टीम का अपना, बल्कि हमारा और आपको जो यंगस्टर्स देख रहे हैं उनका बहुत हौसला बढ़ाया।
बेशक,
जबरदस्त।
जी।
थैंक यू सो मच फेरो फॉर
Fero.
ज्वाइनिंग
Thank
अस
you so
टुडे
much. Thank you so
एंड
much.
एंजॉय कीजिए, सेलिब्रेट कीजिए। आज मुझे लग रहा है आप लोगों
आपका
को
भी
नींद नहीं
शुक्रिया।
आने वाली खुशी से। थैंक यू सो मच।
नींद वैसे भी नहीं आती।
थैंक यू सो मच फेरो।
अब आएगी।
अब आ जाएगी इंशाल्लाह, लेकिन अपना ख्याल रखें बहुत बहुत। थैंक यू सो मच।
नींद आएगी।
जी ओके, अल्लाह हाफिज, बाय बाय, थैंक यू।
अपना ख्याल रखिएगा।
I mean, I have to beg to differ with the Pakistani, the analysts out there. I mean, I love them, but I'm pretty sure if I won the entire thing, if I'm getting so much dollars, I'm gonna start looking what to purchase. I'm not gonna sleep tonight for sure. But yeah, I think massive respect goes out for Pharaoh, man. I mean, such a long journey. I mean, this lad had been through hospital. I had no idea. I mean, the sacrifices, imagine, you've got to make, and at such a auspicious time. And the Pakistani fans, I'm pretty sure Allah must be proud of what the boys have achieved. And 52x Rage Esports, remember the names. It has been etched in the history books. They are the first champions of the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022. I'm just gonna look at the statistics just for the heck of it, because honestly, how does
No,
it
it's
matter?
worth it. No, I mean, nothing taken away from that fact, but it genuinely is something that I think this is the start of a journey from 52x Rage from the Pakistani lobby that is going to continue on to grow quite a lot. I want to believe that, at least, because I mean, if you look at Payne, who jumped in from their side for only 4 games for just that first week, was able to walk away with quite a lot of wonderful stats for himself, particularly. And then you got Zen chiming in along with 14 games, having more than an average damage of 4,000. So again, a very high fragging performance coming in from the team. So the rage is definitely brawling amongst each of these players.
But there's again one more title that's yet to be given out, the MVP of the tournament.
Yes.
And who might that be? As we are going to find out in just a wee bit. It's King Crypto. There you have it. 29 eliminations, 7,000 points of damage. He really put the pedal to the metal, because he was really not in contention before this day even started. And SALTxi8, I think if they've made it so far, has got to be because of this man himself. And yeah, there were moments where SALTxi8, I mean, they were so close to victory, but 52x Stage completely just thwarting them outside of the lobby. And well, it was a fair fight, right? SALTxi8 just pushed with their eyes closed. And who could have thought that a gun such as an Uzi, a little tiny weapon, could annihilate the entire squad of SALTxi8? I mean, 3 players getting taken down. Say what?
Exactly. As soon as that fight was done, that's exactly the first thought that came to my head. That talk about the rate of fire coming in from that gun, helping this team of 52x Rage. But with that, let's have a look at the MVP ranking and find out how big a difference was Crypto actually able to jump in with that. Here we go. Now, this is something which is very critical. This is
Just damage.
Exactly, right? I mean, this is phenomenal. And also, keeping in mind that Edgar from the side of TUF was also around in the vicinity But again, I mean, crypto was just on that bandwagon from day one itself.
Yeah, it had to come down to the damage, right? The MVP new formula, the algorithm prioritizes that, and had it been average survival, I think Edgar could have been
Exactly.
the one on top.
Yep,
And well, I mean, a lot would sort of debate that he was the one more deserving, he was the one more consistent. But it all comes down to the end, right? You've got to be on top. You've got to make sure you stay on top. And TUF, a little bit of hiccups in those final few games, could not really well adapt to the pressure and did succumb to it. But again, Voltrux joining the fray. QWERTY, well,
exactly. That's the dude, Voltrux. I think we have to really give him the benefit of the doubt in all of this, because again, Voltrux is a known name. Yes, I'm sorry to cut you off right there, Fixes, but I really wanted to point this out as well, because the side of Regicide from the start of the entire league itself were not looking good. But Voltrux, all by his lonesome, not necessarily, of course, he has the cover and the backing of his teammates, but still to be able to create that sort of stats is definitely impressive.
Such a long run, almost a month, and journey finally comes to a close. And this region has always been so close to my heart, and I'm pretty sure, you know, after what you just witnessed, you would love to want to be back over here on this very desk, Lakshay, along with me. And I really hope we do have CA along with us as well. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the show. If you loved our casting, do not forget to follow us on our socials. It's Blotter Gaming. For Lakshay, it's Fixes Cast for me, and for CA, it's CA Cast. Do not forget to hit him as well. And for that being said, I think it's time to call it quits. Such an emotional roller coaster finally coming to an end. And hey, the top 6 teams have qualified to the SA Championship, so we're going to be calling it a night. And we hope you had a really good time. See you directly in the PMPL SA Championships.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एदा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही वाशी
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knockout करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ and you thought you knocked me out ਮੈਂ ਤਸਮਾ ਜੋ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਐਡਾ ਸੌਖਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਹਰਾਉਣਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ 10 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਜ਼ਮਾਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਿਖਣ ਦਾ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਿਆ ਮੈਂ PUBG ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਠਾਠਾ ਲਿਖਾਂ ਗਾਣੇ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਖਿਆਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵੈਗ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਮੈਂ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਕਦੀ ਫਲੈਕਸ ਕੁਝ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਬੈਕੀ ਐ ਬੈਰਾ ਸ਼ੂਟ ਤੇ like I'm falling on the floor ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਤੋਂ PUBG ਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਾਲੀ